and welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at how you can write a file to the server and how you can read a file from the server. I'm looking at writing a file to the server. We have the first case here. If in case you're writing a new file to the server, okay, you do fopen, you pass in the file name that you are writing to the server, and then you pass in the handler. Here we have a die function. If in case the process doesn't go through, you want to get why the process did not go through. So you pass in a die function so you can have a message that will tell you why the process did not go through. After this setup, you get the handler, which is going to be the file name, okay? And then you pass in the handler and the data that you want to write to the file. So we do fwrite, another function, and then we pass in the handler, the data. And then after writing, you have to close the server. So you do fclose, okay? And then if in case you are adding data to a file that is already in the server to append, okay, you do the same. You pass in the name of the file. But in the case of the handler, you have to pass in A. The handler W is to write a new file. The handler A is to append to a file that is already in the server. And then you pass in your die function so you can get a message if in case the process doesn't go through. And then the data that you want to append, and then you do fwrite, the handler and the data that you are appending to the file in the server, and then you close the server. In the case of reading a file from the server, you do fopen, you pass in the file name that you want to read from in the server, you pass in the handler arrow, okay? Arrow means read or die, a message if in case you could not read the file. And then you come here now to get the message, you do fread function, assign this to a variable to get the message. You do fread the function, and then you pass in the handler, and then you can pass another function to get the file size, okay? So this is going to give the file size, and then you do your fclose. If in case you echo the message, whatever you're getting from the file in the server is going to be displayed, okay? And then to read a CSV file, comma separated value file, okay, we use fget CSV. Like in the case where you are using fread, okay, here you use fget CSV instead for fread, all right, okay. So if in case I am not going to be covering this, but if you guys want to try it, use fget CSV in the case of fread, okay. Passing the file name, passing the number of words you want to get from the server, and then passing a comma, all right. That is, it is going to be counting the words at the point where there is a comma, okay. You can pass in the file name 1,000 words, comma. It means it's going to count everywhere there is a comma. It counts the word as one, okay. I have talked a lot on that. Going back here, writing to the server, I am going to head on to my text editor for us to start looking into that. So coming to my text editor, I am going to create a new file for that, okay. So I'll come here in my public directory, and then I'll do a new file. I am going to call the file server.php, okay. I am going to open up my PHP tags. To write to the server, to write a new file to the server, I am going to do my handler file name equal fopen, okay. I want to write a text file, okay, and then I want to write or die. If in case that doesn't go, unable to write to server, all right. And then after doing that, I can come here now and then do fwrite, pass in my handler, the file name, and then the data that I want to write to the server. I am going to do this is the text message that I am writing to the server, all right. And then I have to make sure I close my server, so fclose, and then the file name. All right, if I go to this file in the browser, we should be able to execute that. So if I come to the browser and I do server.php, okay, nothing is going to show up. But if I come back to my text editor, as you guys could see, we have a new file that has been created, text.txt, and we have a message that is in the file, which is what we just did here. This is the data that we are writing to the file, okay? In situations where you are using a PHP to consume an API, okay, there is PHP clients, there is Core, and there is Gozo HTTP. You could use those clients to consume PHP API from another source, okay? In those cases, if in case you are to send a file, all right, this can come in handy. You could use this to send a file, okay? There is a lot of different situations where you could use this, but that is the most common. If in case you write into an API, then you can use this to send a file, okay? Let's look at the next one. If in case you want to append, all right, with the append, we just need to change the W to an A, okay? Everything else stays the same. So to append, I am going to remove that and then put an A and then change the text. This is a text to append to file in server, okay? If I come to the browser and then I refresh, we come back here and I go to that file. As you guys could see here at the end, let me bring that down. We have the text. This is a text to append to file in the server, and it was appended. The text was appended right after the line that we already have in the server, okay? So that is how the append works, all right? Now let's look at the case of reading a file that is in the server, okay? To read, I am just going to comment this out and then copy that and paste down here. I want to use this for reading, but I don't want it to read that. I don't want it to send more text to the server, because if I keep refreshing, it is going to be appending the text to the server, okay? In the case of reading, let's go check that. So to read, you do F open, the same, and then you do F read, the file name and the file size with the text, okay? With the file name, all right? So here I am going to do the message, okay, equal F read, and then the file name, which is the handler, and then the function file size, and then I pass in the file that I want to read from, okay, to get the size of the file, okay, and then I can do my F close. If I do a print arrow here, the message, now we can see this in the browser. If I go to this page, to read, we have to change this to an arrow, okay? That is for reading. If I go to the browser now and then I refresh, as you guys could see, we are getting all the text that we had there in the server, okay? So we have the text, all right? All the text that we have here. For the fact that we appended this, it came out the same way it was, okay? So it came out the way we appended it. If I had, let me go back down. Yeah, I'm just going over this now. If I give a space here, that is going to append another one. As you guys could see, we are writing and we are reading. If I refresh again, we write, we read. If I refresh again, we write, we read. It is going to continue like that if I am appending, okay? As you guys could see, append, okay? But if I am writing, it writes just one time. It doesn't write continuously. I am just going over this. I would think you guys are following, okay? So writing has started everything from the start. Now it is only that's in there, okay? Okay, I would think that's it. All right, so that is it. I will see you guys in the next section. You guys can go over this, but it's not used a lot. If in case you're using PHP with an API, that's when this comes in handy, okay? So I will see you guys in the next section. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at how you can send an email from within your script. That is to say, I am going to be teaching you guys how you can send an email from your website, okay? You can have a system where if in case a user signs up on your site, you send the user a verification email. We are going to be looking at how that is done, all right? The way I have outlined the steps in this part of the course, it is very simple to follow. If you guys follow the steps, I would think you guys will be able to do this on your own, but I am going to cover it with you guys, and then if in case you guys would like to try to do it again after we have gone over it, then you guys can go ahead and do that. I will advise you guys to copy the steps down so that you can be able to do it whenever you want to try, or if you're developing a website and you want to implement the email sending system, okay? The first thing we are going to do here is we will create a free account with MailTrap. MailTrap is an email service, okay, that provides us with different email accounts. It also provides us with a free account that has been helping a lot of developers test email sending on the websites that they are developing. It provides us with a free account. It provides us with other accounts, paid accounts. If you have a small business, you can get a paid account. If you have a large business, you can get a larger account that is paid, okay? When we head on to MailTrap, we are going to look into that, but we are going to be using the free account since we just want to test email sending, okay? So you guys will go on to MailTrap. When you open up MailTrap, you guys are going to create an account. I am going to be doing that with you guys, so I am going to head on to Google. I already have an account. I am just going to log into my account, but if you guys want to follow what I am doing, go to Google, look up MailTrap, all right, .io, all right, you click on that. If you do not have an account, you click on sign up, and then follow the sign up process. If you want to sign up with your email, you can go ahead and do that. If you want to sign up with your social media account, not social media account, your Gmail, your Google account, Gmail account, your GitHub account, your Office 365 account, you can do that as well, okay? But I already have an account, so I am just going to move on to the login process. After you sign up, it is going to log you in automatically, I think. But if you guys need to go back and log in, then you come back and click on login, okay? When you get to login, you log in. I am logging in now. When you log in, it is going to bring you to this page, okay? On this page, if I click on billing, here you can see I am currently using the free account, all right? Here on the left hand corner, if I click on plans, you see different plans that is on the side, all right? People who like individuals who want email, they want private emails and are going to be sending emails with their business, all right? If you want to be able to send and receive emails on different email addresses, then you can sign up for an account depending on the kind of business that you have, all right? But we are using the free account since we are just testing email sending, so we are going to stick to that. If after clicking on billing, you want to go back to where we were, you can just click on the logo, okay? If you click on the logo, it is going to bring you back to the home page. Here, I want you guys to go to, if you click on create inbox, it is going to request for you to upgrade. You click on new project, it is going to request for you to upgrade. This comes with the free account that you are going to create, okay? Just click on that because that is what we are going to be using. When you click on that, this is going to open up. For the fact that I had tested email sending before, that is why I have these emails here. those of you that are using this for your first time, you guys are going to have the display right here on the right hand side with your credentials. These are the credentials that you are going to be using in this section. Okay, so I just want you guys to pay attention on the credentials that are in this section. All right, so if you have done that, I want you guys to head on back now to the slide. And then we are going to begin following the steps to configure our system to be able to send an email. Okay, so the next step is for us to go to XAMPP. All right, we go to the XAMPP directory, send mail folder, and open sendmail.ini file. All right, if you guys are using, if there is anybody that is using the WAMP server, it is the same steps. You go to the WAMP server and then look for send mail directory. Okay. Those of you using Mac, I think you need to go to application. Here we are going to the driver, XAMPP. Okay, so those of you using Mac, it is going to be application XAMPP. If you are using XAMPP, if you're using WAMP, then it is going to be application WAMP. All right, so I am going to head on now to the driver on my computer. I will come to the driver and then I'll go to XAMPP. I am going to look for the send mail folder. I'll look for send mail. Send mail is right here. And then I'll look for send mail.ini, which is this, send mail.ini. If we come back here, it says an open send mail.ini file. Okay, so I am going to open this up, send mail.ini. I will right click on that and then open it with my Notepad text editor. Okay, if you are having trouble getting the file open on your text editor, if you download Notepad and then try to open the file, Notepad is going to be available for you to open the file in. Okay, that is what I am going to use to open the file. You can go on Google and search Notepad++. Download Notepad, come on the file, you right click, Notepad is going to be available for you to open the file. Okay, so after opening up the file, all right, we are going to continue with the next steps. I am going to come back to the slide. When you open up the file, you will look for SMTP server. All right, looking for SMTP server, you guys are going to have mail.mydomain.com. I have already set up mine. That is why I have smtp.mailtrap.io. Okay, but what you guys are going to have will be mail.mydomain.com. You guys should move that down and comment it out. All right, then go to Mailtrap, copy this right here. It is going to be the same smtp.mailtrap.io. You guys should copy, go back to where you open the sendmail.ini and paste that there. Okay, and then come back to the slide. The next step is SMTP port. All right, if I come to sendmail.ini, I have SMTP port. Okay, I have 587 there already. You guys are going to have 25. Move 25 to the bottom and comment that out. Okay, then come to Mailtrap and copy 587, then go back here and paste that. Okay, if I continue to scroll to the bottom, let me come back to the slide. We have error log file equal to error.log. You come here, I have this is either already going to be set or it is going to be commented out. All right, if it is commented out, just remove that for it to be set. The same as the debug_log file. If it is commented out, just remove that for it to be set. Okay, coming back to the slide, we need to set auth username and then auth password. Okay, coming here, I have that set already. To get the credentials for that, you need to go to Mailtrap, copy the username. All right, then come back here and paste for username. Okay, then go back to Mailtrap, copy the password, and then come back here and paste for password. All right, I would think you guys are following. If you have done all those, all right, then you can now save the file. Okay, we are going to move on to the next slide. It doesn't end there. All right, here on the next slide, we need to configure our php.ini file. All right, and to do that, we follow the same steps to get the php.ini file. That's by going into XAMPP. Okay, so I will go to my C drive. Those of you using Mac, you will need to go to application. If you're using XAMPP, you go to XAMPP. If you're using the WAM server, you go to WAM server. Then look for PHP folder. Within PHP folder, there will be a php.ini file. Okay, I am going to do that. So I am going to come here and then open, go to the driver and then go to XAMPP. Look for PHP folder. That's PHP. Okay. Within the PHP folder, there is going to be php.ini. I have it right here. Now, if in case any of you is having trouble with the extension, if you could not locate the extension on your files, okay, what you could do is you can go to view. That is, if you don't locate, if you could not see the extension, that is because the configuration on your computer is hiding the extensions. Okay. You could go to view, and then on the right hand side, double click on options. This pop-up window is going to come up. All right. On this pop-up window, go to view, and then come down here where you have the check boxes, where it says hide extensions for known file types. If that is checked, you should uncheck that. If I check this now and then do OK, as you guys could see, if I scroll down, my file extensions are all hidden. Here, I had php.ini. It is this file, but I cannot see the extension. So for me to be able to see that, I'll need to come back here and then uncheck this. Okay, so you guys should do the same. Make sure hide extensions for known file types is unchecked. All right. I would think I have explained that nicely. Okay, so since we are in the PHP folder, all right, you will need to scroll down to where there is the php.ini file. Okay, you can right click on that. If you have a Notepad++ downloaded, you are going to have it here to open the file in. I am going to open that in Notepad. All right, now we have php.ini open up. This is a huge file. When we started the course, we went over this file. It is a huge file. For us to find the SMTP section on the file, it is going to be hard. So the third step is find mail section by pressing Ctrl F. Ctrl F is going to open up a pop-up that you can use to find what you are looking for. Okay, so I have pressed Ctrl F and I have this pop-up. In the find box, you are going to type what you are looking for. We are looking for the SMTP section, and then I'll click on find next and then close this. When I close that, as you guys could see, we have the section highlighted. We have SMTP. All right, I have that configured already. If we come to the slide, you guys will see SMTP. You have to paste that to it, and you get the credentials from Mailtrap. All right, so you copy this, you come here where there is SMTP, move localhost. You guys are going to have localhost. Move localhost to the bottom. You paste that there. Okay. The next step is SMTP port. All right, so come to the port, SMTP port. You guys are going to have 25. All right. You can move 25 to the bottom and comment it out like that, and then paste 587. At the end of the day, you can put things back the way they were, so you don't have a situation where you're going to keep sending emails when you refresh your page. Okay, so at the end of the day, you guys should change things back the way they were. So just move things to the bottom and comment them out. All right, coming back here, we have sending mail from. All right, here this was commented out. All right, so you guys will need to remove that and then write any email. This is a dummy email. All right, just write any dummy email there. And then the most important step is send mail path. All right, I want you guys to copy this path. If in case you are using XAMPP, all right, this is my driver, the C drive on my computer, then XAMPP, then the send mail folder, and then within the send mail folder there is the send mail exec. Okay. This is to make sure that spaces are not taken into consideration. Tap spaces. Okay. So you guys can copy this if you are using XAMPP. If you're using the WAMP server, then here where there is XAMPP, you may need to change that to WAMP server. All right. So copy that and then come here and paste right here, or just copy it in here. All right. You guys can look at what I have in here. You can change this to WAMP server if you're using WAMP server, but everything else is going to be the same on a Windows computer. On a Mac computer, you may need to change this to application, because this is the driver on my computer. That is the path to get to sendmail.exec. If I come here and then I go back to my driver, from driver I go to XAMPP, from XAMPP I go to sendmail. Within sendmail, I have sendmail.exec. All right. It is the path that you pass here, so that PHP.ini knows where you have configured your email sending credentials. Here we have the credentials that we configure in sendmail.ini. Okay. I would think that is clear. We have the auth username, auth password. Okay. This is for PHP to know that you have your sendmail credentials configured in the sendmail. Okay. All right. If you have all that set the way we have gone over, it means you have everything set to start sending emails from within your script. Okay. I am going to move on to the next step now. To send an email from your script, these are the variables that you need, or the entries that you need. All right. To send a mail, you just need to do mail, and then to mail, the email you're sending to, the subject, the body, and the header of your email. And the header is going to carry the from email. That is where the email is coming from. All right. You can just look at that and then follow the steps the way it is there. If in case we have HTML to send in the body, we are going to write HTML here in the body. The subject is what your email is going to have as the email title. All right. The title that your email is going to carry. I am going to do this test for you guys to see. If you guys are following the steps, then we should be at the same level. It means we are going to be sending the mail all together. All right. So I'm coming here. I am going to come back here in my index file where I am posting from my form. Okay. I am going to do this just so you guys see where I am posting from my form. The form here, let me go back to that. Where I am posting from this form, I need to go back to index. All right. We are going to get the credentials and then send an email. Okay. Let me go back to the text editor. I am just going to move this to the bottom so we have enough space here. That is when the button is clicked. Okay. I can then set my credentials here. $, send to. Okay, the send to can be, I am just going to do recipient at mail.com, and then I'll do the subject. This is a test email from PHP lecture, and then I can do the body. This is a text to test email sending from PHP lecture. Okay, this, you know, I'll just leave it like that. All right, then I'll do the header. Okay, the header here, we can pass the from, the email that we are sending from. I am going to do Frank mail.com. If in case you are hosting your application, when you pass in the header, this email is going to be the email that you will get after you host your application, okay? And then the send to, you will not need to pass that, because when you're sending the send to, you will get this when a user is signing up into your account. Like when a user signs up, the user is going to pass his email, so the email is going to be here, and then you send the subject, maybe email verification, the body, you pass in the link that the user is going to verify. We are going to cover all those, you guys will see, okay? So we have send to, we have subject, we have body, we have headers, all right? So now we have everything set for us to send our email. To send email, you just need to do mail, send to, subject, body, and headers. But in order for us to test to make sure that the email went through successfully, so we can catch errors, all right, we are going to put this in an if statement. So if that went well, if everything went well without any problem, all right, then we can echo out email sent successfully, okay? But if in case something did not go right, then we can echo out send email failed, all right? Okay, so here send to the recipient, I am just going to do this. I am going to pass in the email that we are going to be sending when we fill out the form, okay? And then here in the text, I can do, I want to add the password, all right? The body, this is the text to test sending email, all right? Let me just do the password. Let me just do this so you guys get comfortable with this. The password is password, okay? And then I can drop that. The password is that. I can do on, and the file name is files, okay, image, and then we get just the name, okay? Since we have all that set, all right, I need to open this up here, okay? So that is it. We have this set up, okay? We can try email sending now. I am going to head on to the browser. We can take those up now. We have everything taken care of. I am going to head on here. Let me come over to the browser. If I refresh, you guys see nothing is happening. I am going to put an email there. Since I am using that as a send from, I am going to put a new one at email.com, okay? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, all right? And then I will load a file. I'm going to load that file in. Okay, I am going to click on send. As you guys could see, it is loading. It is trying to send the email. Email sent successfully, all right? If I come now to mail trap and then I refresh, you guys could see we have our email there, all right? We have our email on mail trap. This is test email from PHP lecture. And then if I open that up, we have from, we have to, and then we have this is text email from PHP lecture. I put he password is, that's probably the text I write in there. This is supposed to be there. When I was deleting that, I probably deleted the T. So there, the password is, okay. We get the password, and then the file name is, we get the file. Like I said, if you guys follow the step, it is easy to do, all right? If you guys just follow the step, okay. So that is email sending with PHP. In the next lecture, we are going to begin connecting PHP with SQL using the MySQL database, okay. So I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at the MySQL database. We are going to look at the user's account. We are going to look at how you can create a database. We are going to look at how you can create a table and set data types. We are going to look at constraints. We are going to look at how you can export and import a table or a database. We are going to look at how you can write queries from within the MySQL database, how you can truncate table, how you can drop a database or a table, and many more, okay? Now, whether you're using XAMPP, WAMP, or the MAM server, I want you to come onto your browser and type localhost/phpMyAdmin, okay? If you do that, that is going to open up the MySQL database admin panel. If in case that did not come up, then check to make sure that you have your server turned on. Make sure Apache is on and MySQL is on, okay? Coming to the MySQL database admin panel, as you guys could see, we have tabs here at the top. I am going to cover this with you guys, okay? Coming to databases, looking at the left-hand side of the admin panel, we have a list of databases, okay? On databases, we have a list of the databases that have been created. These databases are the databases that comes by default with the MySQL database, okay? So here we have a list of those databases, all right? If in case you want to manually create a database, you will come here and then create the database. I can say I want to create a database for users, okay? You will type in users and then click on create. As you guys could see, we have users created on the left hand side. If we click on admin panel again and then go to databases, we have users database created, okay? On the next tab, we have SQL. Within this box, you can write SQL queries, okay? You can write queries to create a database, to create a table, to add data to a table, and whatsoever, all right? Just to show you guys, I am going to create a database from within this type. I can run a query, create database, all right? And then I can do test db, okay? If I click on go, as you can see on the left hand side, there is a database there, test db, that has been created. If I come to database, databases, we have the database there, test db, okay? On the status tab, this only tells you what has been going on with your database. You guys will not need to worry about this section. As you can see, we have this MySQL server has been running for 0 days, 0 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds, okay? So it only gives you details of what has been going on with the database. Coming here onto user accounts, here by default, the database comes with a root user that you can use to connect to the database, okay? But if in case you want to create a user and then assign the user a username and a password, here, as you can see, the root user does not have a password, okay? You can create a user, you give the user a username and a password, but the host name has to be localhost. To do so, to create a new user, you need to come down here at user account, you click on that, and then where it says username, you pass in the username. Where it says host name, you drop down and look for local, okay? So it has to be localhost, and then you enter the password. When after that is done, you come down here to the bottom and give the user all privileges. By so doing, the user is going to be able to access everything that is on the database. If you don't grant the user all privileges, you may not be able to do certain things with the user account, okay? If that is going to depend to you on what you want the user to be able to do on the database. Okay, just so you guys see how that is being done. And then by clicking go here at the bottom, the user is going to be created. Now moving on to the next tab, export. If in case you want to export a database, you come to this tab and then scroll here to the bottom where it says go. You click on the database that you want to export. You come to the export tab and then scroll to the bottom. There is no table in the database. That is why we are having that error. Okay, but if there was a table that you could export, then you can click that, go to the bottom and click on go. Okay, let me come back to this and then go to export. I have to go to the admin panel. Okay, then export. All right, if there was a table, then you can come down here, click on go. You are going to export that. And then to import, if you have a database that was or that has been exported from another database that you want to import in your database, you will just need to click on that and then get the database and import the database. Okay, that is how that works. With settings, here you can import. Okay, you can import the same way we did with import. I don't think you guys need to worry much about this. The only thing that you can do here, I would think, is import. Okay, and then with the replication and variables, I would think that should be something that the DBAs should worry about. As a web developer, you don't need to worry about this. All right. Now let's go to the next step. Let's say you have a database created. Okay. Now, to manually create a table, the other way you could create a database, you can just come here directly and click on that. If you click on that, this is going to come up and then you create the database. Okay, or you click on databases and then that comes up, you create the database. Okay, moving to the next step, we have two databases here that we have created, one from the SQL query and then one from the databases section. To create a table, I am going to use the test DB for that. Okay, so to create a table, you click on the database and then as you guys can see, we have create table. Okay, here you can pass in the table name. I can do members. Okay, and then here we have the number of columns that you want to be on the table. Okay, you can have as many columns as you want depending on the kind of table that you want to create, but I am just going to do 5. Okay, and then click on go. As you guys could see, we have come to the section where we can now create our table. Where it says name, this is where you enter the column that you want to be on your table. Okay, so the columns that I want on my table, I want an ID, an identifier that is going to identify each row on your table. Okay, I want an ID and then I want a name, I want a username, I want an email, I want a password. Okay, for my columns. All right, and then the next, the type, this is the data type that you want for this column. Okay, for ID, I want an integer. Okay, because I want that to be numbers. Okay, for name, if I click on that, we have different data types. Okay, you guys can go over that. We have voucher for various character, text for text, date for date. We have tiny integer, small int, medium int, big int. This goes with the project that you're creating. If you're creating a small project, you can use tiny int. Okay, tiny int, it gives you the bits. All right, for that integer. The larger the project, the larger the integer that you need for the project. Okay, here I need a voucher for name, various character. For username, I need a voucher. For email, I need a voucher. And for password, I need a voucher. Okay, you can go over that and see the different data types. All right, and then with the length and value, you have to pass in a length, that is the number of digits that you want your ID to be at max. Okay, I want it to be 11. Okay, that is to say the maximum number of digits for ID is going to be 11. You can have 1 1 1 1 1 11. You can have any number up to 11. Okay, just like the case with phone numbers. All right. With name, you also pass the same. I want name to be maximum 255. Username, I want maximum 255. Maximum 255. This is the maximum that comes with voucher. Okay, if in case you want a name that is larger than that, you can then start looking into text or other things that provide a larger space for that. All right, I can look into tiny text or medium text. Okay, if you want something larger. All right. Password, I want 255. All right, going to default. With default, you can define, okay, when we are going to go over constraints, with default, you can define a constraint, okay. There are other things that you could do here. You can define an enum, which is also a data type. If I scroll down to the bottom, we are going to see enum, okay. If you have an enum, it means you have condition of, just like the case of true or false, you have two conditions to choose out of. So with an enum, you can come to default, and then you take the default that you want to be before the other condition, okay. If in case you want to update a user, you can check to see that if this condition is this, before you update. If the condition is that, I would think you guys get that. So that is what you do with default. As we go through the course, we are probably going to route back to that. You guys are going to see how that works. Here with default, you can select null. If you select null, that is to say, when you are entering data to the database, this field can be by default null, okay. If there is a condition for fields, okay, for the fact that you have null here on the database, if you have a condition that this should have a data, if it is not here at the level of the database, the defined null is going to override that. The field could be without any data, okay? So you could not save data even if you have a condition from other areas that this field should have a data, okay? So moving on, I don't think you guys need to worry about collisions. This is the encoding type. I would think if in case a developer needs to use this, the DBA is going to provide that instruction, okay? Continuing, we have attributes. With attributes, we have the binary, we have the unsigned. With the unsigned, this is to specify that only non-negative numbers should be in this field, okay? And then with the unsigned 0 field, it means the numbers that comes here should have 0 at the start, okay? The numbers can start with 0, okay? And then we have null. You could also check on this to allow for null values to be saved in this column or in this field, okay? For indexes, we have the primary key, we have the unique key. With the unique, it means this field is unique. You cannot save the same data twice in this field, okay? It has to be a unique data. With the primary, it means you are using that field. It means you are using this field as the identifier for this table, okay? With the primary key. And then with the full text is used during queries if in case you want to search for something specific. We are going to be looking into those, okay? And then the index is just to have fields that you can use for your queries to get something specific from the database, okay? But for now, we are going to look at primary. As we go through the course, we are going to cover all the other indexes. For now, looking at primary, we can have primary here because our ID fee is our ID column is the identifier for our table, okay? And then auto increment is saying that the database should automatically increase the ID field as you save records to the database, okay? So as you save records to the database, the ID field is going to be increasing automatically. It is going to begin with 1 and then goes to 2. As you save the records, it increased like that, okay? And then comments, you can passing a comment, I can come here and then I do identifier. All right. Okay. Now to complete creating our table, I have ID integer. I have a length of 11. I want the ID to be primary. I want it to auto increment, and then I can pass a comment there. That ID is an identifier. Okay. With this, we don't need to worry about anything else. This looks good like that. Okay. Coming down here to the bottom, you can pass in a comment for the table. I can say members table. Okay. I can say company members table. Okay. And then collision and coding, you guys don't need to worry about that. The DBA is going to provide that to you guys. And then the storage engine, there are queries that are only supported by certain storage engines. Okay. If you are to run a query that is supported by just a certain storage engine to a table, then you will need to choose that. You will need to choose the storage engine from here. Okay. All right. That should be it. We can then come now here at the bottom and then click on save. Incorrect table definition. The one auto. It seems I have two columns that are auto incrementing. Identifier. I don't know why that is on the line. I have just one auto increment. So what is the problem there? Yeah, I had earlier done it on another table, on another column. That is why we are having that. Okay, I am just going to take that out, and then we are going to come back to it. Okay, we are going to come back to that. Let me save the table. Okay, if I click on the table, we can now auto increment. Let me go to ID to change. Okay, we can now do auto incrementing. If I click on auto increment, all right. If you're having issues, just save the table and then go back to the column where you want to fix that. Okay, you click on change, you go back and then fix it. Okay. All right. Now we have our table structure. Looking here at the tabs, some of the tabs have changed. Okay. We have our table structure. If I click on browse, this is where the table is going to be displayed. Okay, we are going to have all the entries in the table and everything is going to be shown here. Going back to our table structure, on structure. Okay, on this table we can come here where it says add. We can add columns to this table. As you guys could see, add one, or you can add more columns to the table. Okay, and then here we have where you want to add the column. I can add after password, beginning of table, after ID, after name. Okay. Okay. I want to add after email. All right. I want to add one column after email. If I click on go, as you guys could see, we have the column to be added. I'll do date of birth, and then I'll do date. Okay. And then for this, I can do a length of 11. That should work. Let me just do 20 for date. That should work. All right. Coming back to the table structure, if I click on that again, as you guys could see, we have DOB with the type date. Okay. What next do I want to show you guys? Now, being on the table, we can insert data in this table. Okay. If you guys look at the tabs, there is an insert tab here. I can click on insert and then come here. Here we have the column, which is the key, and then we have the value, which is the value that you insert into the table. When you're running a query from your script, the query is going to insert the value. Okay, the column is the key. You guys don't need to worry about this function. Okay, that is for database administrators. Only focus on the column and the key. All right, so to insert data manually, this is what you do. I can do ID 1, the name. I can do James Peters. Okay, the username jpeter, jpeter, just like that. The email jpeter@mail.com. The date of birth, I select the date of birth. I'm just going to select a random date. Okay. Let me do 1990. Okay, and then password, I can just do a random password. Okay, coming down here, I am going to create two data. With insert, you can only create two data at a time. Okay, you create two, then go back and create more. I am going to show you guys how you can copy data. Okay, so coming down here, we have ID. I can do 2, and then with name, I can do Mary Ann. All right, and then username MN, email mn@mail.com, date of birth, I can do 1980. Okay, and then password, I can just do whatever for password. Okay, if I click on go now, we are going to have 2 records created. All right, as you guys could see, the records have been created. If I come to structure, that is what we had there. Now on browse, we see the records that have been created. Okay, so that is how this is done. All right, so to copy these records, if in case I want to make more records with these, okay, because when you're developing your website, you may need dummy data so you can have things showing on the website the way you want them to be. If you want to repeat, like copy records, you check all the records. I want to copy all records. You can check just the records that you want to copy by checking on the records. Okay, but in this case, I want all records, and then you click on copy. You can see we have the records already pre-filled. Okay, we just need to enter the ID. I can do ID 3, and then come down here and do ID 4. Okay, scroll back to the bottom, go. As you guys can see, on browse, we now have 4 records with the other 2 records copied. Okay, all right, so let's move on to the next. The next is going to be on the table. Okay, here we have the table structure, and then here we have relation view. If in case you want to set up a relationship with a relationship between tables, this is where you set relationship between tables. Okay, so let's look at how you can truncate a table. Okay, to truncate a table, make sure you are on that table. Okay, as we are here, we are on members table. Okay, click to make sure you are on the table, and then come to operations. You click on operations, and then scroll to the bottom. Here we have empty the table to truncate, that is to remove the data that you have in the table. If I click on that, it is going to empty the data that is in the table. If I click on that, and then I click on OK, we go back to this table. As you guys can see, it is empty. Okay, we don't have any more data in there. Okay, I am going to come back here and insert data. James Peter, so I can show you guys export and import jpeter@mail.com, and then come here, jpeter@mail.com. That's where that is supposed to be. I'm just going to delete that like that. I hope these dates are going to work. Okay, I'll just leave that like that, and then password, just something random. I'll do 1, Mary Ann, mn@mail.com. Okay, that still works. I will do 2 here, and then just do a random password. Okay, let's create the data. There is a problem. I do not enter the second ID. I need to do that. Coming back to insert. Okay, so 1, James Peter, J Peter, then jpeter@mail.com. I select it there. Random ID. Come here. I need to do 2. and then Mary Ann, mn@mail.com. Okay, and then select a date. All right, and then go. Now we have the data created. If I come here, we have a data. Okay, now let's look at exporting a table. To export a table, you click on the table, okay, and then come on export, and then just scroll down to the bottom and export. Exporting the table, you guys can see the table loading down here. Okay, the table has been exported. To import a table, I am going to import this table in users. You click on users, okay, and then I can go on import, and then do that. I am going to look at download, and then take the table that I exported. After you do that, you scroll to the bottom, go. It is that easy. As you guys could see, the table has been imported. And if I come to users now, we have members table in users, okay? If I click on the table and then come to, there are other ways you could do that. If I click on the table and then come on this, on operations, move table to, okay? So you can move the table from one database to another here as well, okay? And then to delete a table, you have to scroll down here where we did the truncate, click on the table, come here, and then do delete table. That is going to delete the table, okay? And then to delete a database, you click on the database, you go on operations, scroll down, there is drop the database, okay? That is going to remove the database, okay? To delete, I'm just going to delete the other database, the users. I'll click on that and then come here. Let me leave the users database. I can delete that. Come down here and then delete the users database. All right, that has been deleted as well. Okay, so that is it for MySQL database. As you guys begin working with it, you guys are going to look at other things that comes with that comes with the database. Okay, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to look at connecting to the MySQL database with PHP. We are going to be doing that using the PHP clients PDO and MySQL. We are going to begin by looking at connecting with the PDO client. To do so, connections are established by creating instances of the PDO base class. Arguments that you pass when you're creating the instance are database source, the DSN, the database user, and the user password. In the previous lecture, when we were going over MySQL database, I went over the user with you guys. You guys saw the root user and how you can create a user. So you can use a user's credential, that is the username and the user password, to be able to connect to a database. Okay, we are going to be using the root user to do this. Okay, so to do so, you create an instance of the PDO class. When we were doing PHP class, you guys saw how you can create an instance of a class or an object from a class, right? In this case, this class is using a constructor method, okay, to receive this argument. All right, I have put something together just so you guys have all the information you need to know about PHP class. All right, I have put how to use a constructor in PHP class so you guys see how this came about. I don't want you guys to start to get freaked out, you know, like how did this go in the class and all that. So I have put this together. To use a PHP constructor, you can have declared properties within your class. Okay, you guys have seen all this. When you declare the properties, you can assign values to those properties using a PHP constructor. As you can see, we have name, email, password, and we are assigning this name to the name that it is going to be received when that instance is created. we're assigning email to the email that is going to be received when the instance is created, and password to the password that is going to be received when the instance is created. And then within the class, you can now use that data to do other things. The data that we are going to be passing in here, PHP is going to use it within this class to connect us to our database, okay? So that is how that works. I would think you guys understand how that is done, okay? Now, coming back here in my text editor, I have made some changes. I have added directories and I have moved some things around, all right? Since all that we were going over here in the index.php file that we had here in the public directory was just for you guys to cover all you need to know in PHP, okay? I have created another directory, references, in our root directory PHP SQL2. I have created the reference directory in there, and I have moved index.php, I have moved server.php and text.txt into that directory, okay, in the reference directory. And then in public index, I have a clean index directory. I am going to move this as well down there for you guys reference, so you guys can have it for reference, okay? So here in public index, I have a clean index.php file. I want you guys to do the same. I am just going to put this here in the server. I'll put it in here, okay? I want you guys to do the same. Move everything that was here in public, okay, into references, all right? And then you leave the references within the root directory. We are just going to leave that there. We are going to be looking at the aspects as we are going to be looking at the aspect of developing a website. So we are going to follow the structure. You guys should focus only on the app directory as the main directory, okay? The reference is just for the things that you guys need, which we covered in the other sections. And if there is more stuff that you guys need, we are going to be moving those in here. So you guys should focus on the app directory. Within the app, we have a public directory. In the public directory, I have an empty index file that I have created, and then still within the app directory we have a resource directory, and within the resource directory we have two more directories. We have the config directory, and within the config there is a config.php file. There is also a template directory. There is no file in the template directory as yet, all right? So in the config directory, where we have the config.php file, this is where we are going to establish our database connection. And then we can bring that here in the public index.php file, okay? So I am going to begin a PHP tag here in the config.php file, declare strict type equal 1, okay? All right, so to connect to the MySQL database with PDO, we need to create a PDO instance and then pass in these arguments, okay? To get our credentials together, okay, we need what? We need the host, okay? The host will be localhost. We need the database name, DB name, the database name. We are going to check that. We need the user name. I am going to use the root user. We need the password. We have no password set, okay? So you just leave empty strings like that, all right? Looking at what we have here, to connect to PDO, we need a DSN, database user and database password. All of this, all the string you see here, this is a DSN. So we are going to create that, okay? And then we have the username and the password, okay? So coming back here, I am going to create a DSN. Our DSN is going to be in double quotes. Like what I am going to do here is not going to work. If you do it in single quotes, you have to do double quotes, MySQL, and then you do that, host. You pass in the host that we have up there, okay? And then you do a colon. You can do DB name, and then you are going to pass in the DB name that we are going to get up there. Okay, so like that we have created our DSN. Coming back here, you see the DSN structure. Okay, going back to my database, as you guys could see, I have a database there, test DB. You can go ahead and create a new database. You can click on that, and then you do the database name. Okay, so click on new, and then you create the database. Okay, or you can just, if you are here, you can just click on database and then create a new database. Do it either way. So coming back here, I'm going to use test DB. Here it will be test_DB. So now I can pass in DB name. Okay, and then to create my connection, database connection, that will be equal to new PDO. I pass in the DSN, the username, and the password. All right, we have that. Okay, so after we have set that up, we've created the instance. We have attributes that are, we have an attribute method within the class. We are going to set this attribute method. Okay, so we have the instance set attribute. Okay, so instance set attribute PDO attribute error mode. This is to make sure we can catch error if in case something goes wrong with the connection. Okay, and then we have the connection set attribute PDO attribute emulate prepare false. Emulate prepare is if in case you are creating a connection with a database that does not support the PDO prepare statement. Okay, we are going to come to that. If the database does not support that, you pass in true so that the database can emulate that. Okay, but the MySQL database supports the PDO prepare statement, so we are just going to do false for that. All right, we don't want, by default it is false, but to be sure that it is like that, we are going to do it. Okay, so DBC, let's set for error, set attribute. We are going to do PDO error mode. It has to be error mode, and then we do PDO error mode exception. All right, the text editor is trying to help, and then we can do DBC set attribute, and then I can have PDO emulate attribute, then emulate prepares. I need to pass in false. All right, now that we have that set, we can then test if there is a connection. DBC, okay, echo you are connected to database, and then else, if the connection did not go through, echo fail to connect to database. Okay, since we have our config file in the config directory, okay, error mode, is it the colon that's supposed to be there? This is a comma. I don't know why I am getting an error there. You guys should not worry about that. It is, yeah, the text editor, it bothers sometimes. Let me close that and then open it again. As you can see, let me go back here. Our attribute error mode. All right, that is where there is attribute error mode. Okay, so that is how it is supposed to be. Attribute error mode, then PDO error mode exception. All right, we have the config file in the config directory. Okay, for me to get this in the browser, I'll be going through too many directories, so I am going to require this in the index.php file, which is in the public directory. Okay, as you guys could see, in the public directory, we are going to require that in here. So I'll do require once. I am going to do the statement. And then to get to config.php, we need to go out of public into resources, config, and then config.php. Okay, so we are going to go out of public into resources, and then we go into config, and then config.php. Okay, coming back to config, we have our connection and we are testing for the connection. I'll go to the browser now for us to see if the connection is going through. If I refresh, undefined variable password on line 9, let me go back there. On line 9, password, all right. Because we have nothing set for password, okay, we have the connection going through. If you don't define password, it is the same as nothing, okay? But if you have a password set, then the connection will not have gone through. It shows that we are connected to database now, okay? If I make a mistake with user, you are going to see that the connection will not go through. All right, so that is how it is. Okay, so we are connected to database now. Let's look at the other way that you can connect to the database. With the MySQL client, you can connect to the database by creating an instance with MySQL. Okay, there are two ways you can do that. You can do that by creating an instance or using a function. Okay, let's look at doing that, creating an instance. So coming back here, let me do connection with PDO. I am just going to move this to the bottom. Connection with PDO. All right, and then I'm going to start connection with MySQL 1.0. okay, we are going to look at both. You are connected to database with PDO, and then I'll do a line break. So when we are getting the messages, it is clear. All right, so looking at connecting with MySQL, we do MySQL equal new let me see that, equal new MySQL. All right, and then we pass in the host, we pass in the username. We can pass this directly. We pass in the password. All right, the password, and then the database name. Okay, and then to test the connection, we can do if MySQL connect no. We check the method for error, okay, and then we can echo connection failed. All right, and then we can get we can concatenate that with or we can begin a parenthesis, and then we concatenate that with MySQL. MySQL connect no. Okay, we get the error. Right, I am looking at how this is going, and then we concatenate that as well with MySQL connect error. Okay, all right, we could do it like this. Let me give a space there. MySQL connect error, making sure the concatenation is good. All right, we have to do a closing tag there at the end. Concatenate that, and then we close it here. I think we have to close that at the end there. Let me see what I have here. MySQL connect elno. Oh, elno is not a method. I think that's where I was making a mistake. okay, and then connect error2 is not a method. All right, we're just getting the properties, okay? These are properties. We're getting the error properties, okay? And then else echo you are connected to database with MySQL instance. Okay, I don't think you guys are following. Let's go to the browser and see what we have. If I come back to the browser now and then I refresh, as you can see, you are connected to database with MySQL instance. Let me do a line break there. And then refresh. You are connected to database with MySQL instance. You are connected to database with PDO, okay? If in case we are using the MySQL method, that is MySQL connect, okay? In that case, that is where you use MySQL connect no, which is a method, okay? That is why I was getting things mixed up, okay? So if we're using that, I can come back here, and then I do the second connection with MySQL 2.0, okay? So we set up our link, okay, or I can just do DB database link, okay, equal MySQL connect, all right, and then we pass in the same parameters as we have there at the top, name, password, the same arguments, DB name, all right, and then we can come now and test if there is a database connection, DB link, so if DB link, alright, so we can echo you are connected to database with MySQL method, okay, and then else you can echo connection failed, connection to database failed, and then we can concatenate that with DB link, and now we get MySQL connect and no, alright, we get like that, okay. Alright, so let's see how that goes. Let's check the third connection that we have established so far. I am showing you guys all these. These are the 3 different ways you can connect to MySQL database. I am showing you guys all these so that if in case you guys are going over a script and the developer who worked on that use one or the other, you guys are going to understand them, okay? Alright, so coming back to the browser, if I refresh, as you guys could see, you are connected to database by, you connected with MySQL instance, you connected with MySQL method, you connected with with PDO, okay? We are only going to be using one connection. I showed you guys all this so you guys can see. So I'll come down to reference and then create a file and then do db connections.php, alright? I am going to copy all the connections in there. We are going to be using the MySQL connect, okay? Or we can use MySQL from the object, okay? We can use that, okay? So I'm just going to copy all this in there for you guys reference. I'll copy it in db connect. I'll paste that in there. That will be in there for reference. And then coming back here, in the next part that I am thinking to work on for this course, I am going to be using PDO. But for this section, I am going to use the MySQL instance instead. Okay, so I am going to remove this too. Okay, but you guys have it here for your reference. This is going to be attached with the course, so you guys should be able to check and download it. Okay, all right, so we have that connection now. This is what we are going to be using to develop our site as we go through the SQL. We are going to be looking at writing queries with SQL. Okay, so in the next lecture we are going to be moving to the next section, which is SQL, and this is the connection that we are going to be using to write our SQL queries to the MySQL database. Okay, all right, I hope you guys are having fun going over all this. I will see you guys in the next section. Hello, you are welcome to the SQL section of this course. In this section, you are going to see how PHP is used as a back-end web technology. With SQL queries, you can use PHP to create data in the database. You can use PHP to read data from the database. You can use PHP to remove a data in the database. You can use PHP to update a data in the database, and many more. As we go through the section, you guys are going to see how that is being done. Coming back to the slide, SQL, it is a language for storing, manipulating, and saving data to the database. SQL is used in MySQL database, SQL Server database, MS Access database, Oracle database, Sybase, Informix database, Postgres database, and other database systems. Okay, so if you understand SQL queries, you should be able to work with a lot of different databases. All you will need to know is understand the database structure, how you can save data in the various databases. Okay, we are going to be using MySQL database for this course, and we have gone over that. I would think you guys know the structure of the MySQL database now. What you can do with SQL. With SQL, you can execute queries against a database. You can retrieve data from a database and read records in a database. Insert, update, delete records in a database, create new databases, new table, and can create store procedures in a database. You can also create views in a database and can set permissions on table, procedures, and views. Okay, there is a lot you could do with SQL. All right, using SQL. To use SQL, you need a relational database system. All right, e.g., MySQL, MS Access, SQL Server. We are going to look at MySQL. All right, it is mostly the same with all the other databases. As you can see, SQL became the standard of the American National Standard Institute, the ANSI, in 1986, and of the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, in 1987. The standard for writing data to the database and the other stuff. Okay, the standard for all of this, it became the standard in 1986, and with the International Organization, it became the standard in 1987. Okay, although SQL is ANSI ISO standard, there are different versions of SQL, but in all versions, major commands such as select, update, delete, insert, where, etc. are usually similar. Across the board, if you understand SQL in one area, you could understand in the others because the major commands are similar. There might be slight, very little changes, but in most cases, it is going to be similar. And then here, we are going to be looking at SQL with the MySQL database. A database must often contain one or more tables. Each table is identified by a name. Okay, we have seen how you could create tables in the MySQL database. Okay, you create a database, you create table. Okay, and then tables contain records, row. We went over that with data. Table rows have columns. We went over that. The entries that you are going to be receiving data in. Data are saved to the database as key value pair. This is very important. We went over that. I told you guys the columns are going to be the key, and then the data that you enter, it is the value. Okay, so we went over that. Most of the actions you need to perform on a database are done with SQL statement. We are going to be looking into that. This is just an introduction on SQL. I want you guys to put it together. I would think based on what we have gone over, you guys are beginning to think on what you could do with this. In the next lecture, we are going to begin looking at the things that you can use SQL to do. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to look at how you can create and drop a database with SQL queries. Okay, as you guys could see, creating a database, you use the query create database, and then you pass in the database name. To drop database, you use the query drop database, and you pass in the database name. Now, because from within our script, we are connecting to a database, we cannot create a database from our script. Okay, when we were going over the MySQL database, I created a database by running an SQL query. We could do that. Okay, so to create a database, I cannot come here and try to create a database, because here we are connecting to an already existing database, DB name test DB. Okay, to create a database, you will need, if you want to run an SQL query, you will need to come to the database admin panel and then go to the SQL section and then write your query to create a database here. Okay, or you could do this from a command line. All right, so to write my query to create a database, I can do create database. I want to call the database personal blog. All right, if I click on go, as you guys can see, the database has been created, personal blog. Okay, and then to drop the database, if in case you want to remove the database, you do drop database, the database name. I can come here and then do drop database and then pass the database name, personal blog. Okay, if I click on go, you see on the fly the database is removed. Okay, as a web developer, this comes in handy if in case you are to create a database from a command line. All right, without that, you can just come in directly and do it manually. Okay, so that is it on creating databases. In the next lecture, we are going to look at how you can create a table that we can do from within our script. We can create a table for our database. Okay, so that is where the fun starts. In the next lecture, I will see you. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to look at how you can create, drop, and alter a table from within your script. Now, since we are connecting to a database, we can be able to run these queries from within our script. We could not run the query to create a database from within our script because we have to connect to a database. But now that we are already connected to a database, we can do whatever we want to do in that database. Okay, so we can be able to create tables in that database and do whatever. All right, you guys are going to see how important it is to be able to create a table from within your script when you start working on large projects. For instance, if you have a client with customers and each customer has a table in the database, if in case a new customer registers on your site, you should be able to create a table for the new customer. We are going to be looking at how you can create a table. Okay, so to create a table from within your script, you run the query create table, the table name, you pass the column, the data type, all right? And then you can pass in the length, as you can see in the other cases. When we were going over the MySQL database structure, I showed you guys how you can manually create a database and then create tables within that database. We have a sample table here, users, that we created. And as you guys could see, we have ID, we have name, we have email, we have password. I'm going back so you guys can remember when we were creating that table here where we have name, which is the column, we had ID, we had the other entries, okay? So here, this will be the column, all right? And then you pass in the data type if you're doing that manually, and then the length. It is the same as what we are going to be doing here from within our script. We pass the column, the data type, and the length. This is creating a simple table, okay? We are going to look at the other entries as we go through with the course, all right? So creating this simple table, you run this query. I am going to head on to my text editor for us to look into that. Here we have our connection to the database. Since we are confirming that we are connected to the database, that is, let me come on to the browser. We have this here in the browser, okay? Since we want to be doing other stuff, I am going to comment this out, okay? But we can leave the failed check just so if in case something goes wrong, we can get an error that there is a problem with the connection, okay? But we can remove that, all right? So when you're developing your application, make sure you comment this out after you have confirmed that the connection is successful. Okay, the next thing here is that when you connect to the database and you have your connection, this connection is available in a global scope within your script, okay? Now within the config.php file, we have this connection in the global scope. If I come down here and I use that connection, it is going to be available. Requiring that connection in index.php, the connection is globally available as well here in index.php. That is to say, if I use these in index.php, I should be able to have the connection, okay? And that is what we are going to be doing. So here in index.php, I am going to run my query to create a new table, all right? So I will do result equal MySQL query, okay? And then I'll run the query, create table. I'll pass the table name as members, all right? And then I am going to pass the columns that I want in the table. I'll do member ID. Okay, that I want that to be an integer, 11 character in length. Okay, and then I can do name. I want that to be a voucher, 255. I can do a username. Okay, I want that to be a voucher, 255. I can do email. I want that to be a voucher, 255. I can do password. I want that to be a voucher, 255. Okay. Now that we have that written out, okay, I am assigning what we are going to get from this query to result. After this query runs, we are either going to get a false or a true, okay? So we are assigning the boolean that we are going to get from here to result. Here at the bottom now, I can use a conditional statement to check if the boolean that we get is true. If it is false, and then we are going to write a condition for false, okay? So I'll do if result. If it is true, okay, then we echo out the table, or I can just do table created successfully. All right, and then else, that is if result is false, I can do echo query failed. All right, okay, and then let me just do table not created. so we know where the query is filling. Okay, if I come now to the browser and then I refresh, as you guys could see, we have table created successfully. If I come to the database, here is our database. Let me refresh. If I come here, we have a new table, members. If I click on the table, we have the columns. We have member ID, we have name, we have username, we have email, we have password. Okay, so that is how you create a table from within your script. Okay, now let's look at how you can add columns onto your table. Okay, so to add columns, before we drop the table, let's look at how we can add columns. So to add columns onto your table, you do alter table, the table name, and then you do add the column name and the data type. Okay, I am going to come here at the bottom. Let me comment this out, and then I'll come here at the bottom. I'll do result to equal MySQL query. Okay, and then alter table. Okay, the table name, members, and then we do add. I want to add date of birth, and then the data type, I want that to be a date. Okay, just by doing that, let's see what we are going to get. So if I do if result to, if it is true that the column was added, equal column added successfully. All right, else I can then do equal query failed, and then I can do column not added, column not added. All right, so it is that simple. Let's run that and see. If I come back here to the browser and then I refresh, as you guys could see, column added successfully. If I come to the database, let me refresh, and then go to the database, go to our table member. All right, it is right there. We have that column added, DOB. All right, so that is how it is. It is that simple. You can add a table from within your script. You can alter the table, you can drop the table. Okay, all right, so let's look at the third, which is dropping the table. So we are going to remove the table from the database, and I'm going to comment that out. So to drop the table, I can do result 3 equal MySQL query. Okay, drop table, and then we pass the table name, members. All right, it is that simple. And then if result 3 equal table dropped successfully. All right, and then else equal query failed, table not dropped. All right, okay, so let's go run that. If I come to the browser and I refresh, as you guys could see, table dropped successfully. It is that simple. All right, if I go to the database, we only have the users table. The members table is not there anymore. Okay, all right, so that is it on adding, that is creating a table and then adding columns and dropping a table from the database. In the next lecture, we are going to begin looking at constraint. Constraint is a very important section in working with SQL and the MySQL database. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next section. Hello, you are welcome back. In the previous lecture, we saw how you can create a database table from within your script, how you can add columns to the table from within your script, and how you can drop a database table from within your script. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at database constraints. As you can see, Constraints are used to limit the type of data that can go into a table. This ensures the accuracy and the reliability of the data in the table, okay? If you have a constraint on a column in a table in the database and a developer is sending data to be saved in that column, if the data does not meet what you have assigned on that column as a constraint, that is not going to be saved. An error message is going to be thrown, okay? So if there is any violation, as you can see, between the constraint and the data action, the action is aborted, all right? Our constraints can be column level or table level. Column level constraints apply to a column and table level constraints apply to the whole table. The following constraints are commonly used constraint in SQL. We have the not null. The not null constraint ensures that a column cannot have a null value. A unique constraint ensuring that a column cannot have a null value. If a developer sends a null value to be saved in that column, an error message is going to be thrown, okay? So a null value cannot be saved in that column. With a unique constraint, a unique constraints ensure that all values in a column are different, all right? Primary key, a combination of the not null and the unique, okay, uniquely identifies each row in a table. If you guys remember when we were going over the MySQL database structure, I told you guys when you are assigning primary key to the ID, it is for the ID to be used as an identifier. And as you guys could see with not null and unique, it makes the ID suitable to be used as an identifier because it is unique, okay? A foreign key uniquely identifies a row or record in another table. If you have two tables, again, when we were going over the MySQL database structure, there was a section on the table where I said that is where you can set relationship between tables, okay? You could use the key from a column on another table in a table, okay? That key is going to set a relationship between that table and the other table, okay? When you guys go over this, you guys are going to understand that better. We are going to cover that. With the check constraint, it ensures that all values in a column satisfies a specific condition. For instance, you could set a check constraint that only values greater than a certain number can be saved in a column. If in case a developer sends a value that is less than that number, it is not going to be saved, okay? So that is how check constraints work. We are going to cover that. Default sets a default value for a column when no value is specified, okay? So default, when we were going over the MySQL database, we also saw that, all right? And then index, it is used to create and retrieve data from the database very quickly. We are going to look at indexes. Index is one of the indexes. When we start writing queries, we are going to be taking advantage of using indexes to get specific data, okay? Indexes are used for database optimization. So we are going to look into that. Coming here, we have it that constraints that are indexes include, okay? These are constraints that are indexes. It includes the unique, index, and primary key, okay? You guys should just take note of the three constraints that are indexes. We also have our full text index, okay, that adds on to this, all right? So coming here, if in case you want to create a table, and at the level of creating the table, you want to add constraints to your columns, okay, you can run this query. You can do create table, the table name, and then the column, the data type. In the previous lecture, we saw how you can create a simple table, okay? So create table, table name, column, data type. You can pass in the length or the value, and then you can do the constraint, okay? Or you can do column, data type, the constraint, or column data type, and then on a separate line, you do the constraint, and then you pass in the column, okay? Here is a real life example. Here we have ID, integer, and then we have the constraint not null. And then for more than one constraint, if you want to assign more than one constraint to ID, you do ID, integer, not null, and the other constraint unique. Okay, and then if in case you want to assign a constraint to multiple columns, you do the constraint and then you pass in the columns. All right, when I am going to be covering this, I think from that you guys are going to understand this much better. All right. And then coming down here, if in case you already have a table in the database and you want to add a constraint to the table, what you do is alter table, the table name, add the constraint, and then you pass in the column that you want to add the constraint on. Okay, or you can do alter table, the table name, add constraint, you give the constraint a name, okay, and then the constraint, and then you pass the column or columns that you want to apply the constraint on. And then if in case you want to drop a constraint, you do alter table, the table name, drop. If it is an index from indexes, if it is an index constraint, you can do index, and then the constraint name, that is going to drop the constraint. Okay, coming over to my text editor, let's begin looking into that. If I come here on index.php file, we have the code that we created a table from within our script. Okay, I am going to move this code into the references directory just so you guys have it for reference. All right, everything that we are going to be doing for study purposes, I am going to be moving that into the references directory so you guys have it as reference, and then we are going to use these directories to develop our website. So that is what I am going to do here. I am going to move this and then come here and create a file. I will call this db table, okay, .php, and then start a PHP tag there. I'll just paste that in there. Okay, you guys are going to have that for reference, and then here I can start working on creating a table with constraints. Okay, so here I can do result, and then MySQL query, and then I can do create table. I want to call this table, I'll call it persons. All right, and then by creating the table, I want the table to have an ID, and I want that to be an integer with 11. Okay, I want to give this table a constraint of primary key. Okay, and then I want name, I want that to be voucher 255. I want username, voucher 255. I want email, I want that to be voucher 255. I want the email to be unique. I want it to be not null and unique, not null and unique. Okay, and then I want password. I am going to do the same for password. I want it to be a voucher 255, and then I want it to be not null and unique. Okay, I think I need to close that because I am opening this here. All right, so I need to close it there at the end. All right, I think that looks good. If I come here now and then do my condition check, result, if in case everything goes well, echo table created with constraints. Okay, else echo query failed. Okay, I am going to head on to the browser now and refresh for us to see. So if I come here and then I refresh, query failed. Let me see what could be the problem. Not null, voucher, password, email. Let me give ID, not null. Let me give this not null and unique. Okay, that is the same as primary key. So ID integer, not null, unique, name, voucher, username, email, password. All right, let's see how that goes. If I come to the browser again and then I refresh, all right, we have table created with constraints. Okay, if I come to my database and then refresh, as you guys could see, here is our database. We have a table in here, persons. That is the table we're creating, right? Persons. Okay, we have the persons table. If I click on that, we have the columns that we specified. If I come on structure, as you guys can see, we have the table structure here, and then the columns where we have the indexes constrained, we have keys on those columns. Coming down here at the bottom, we have indexes, and then we have the columns specified. Okay, if I come here, you guys will see that we have unique on ID, that is an index constraint. We have unique on email, and we have unique on password. Okay, those are index constraints. All right, so that is how you create a table and then assign constraints to the table. The other thing we could do is let me add. When I am doing add, I am going to do that. Okay, so I am just going to comment this out. I am going to comment that out. Okay, and then I'll do result equal, let me do result 2 equal MySQL query. Okay, alter table persons. Okay, add. I am going to do add constraint. I thought I could do that with add, but I'll come back to that. Add constraint, unique constraint on name. Okay, and then I want to add unique. Okay, I'll pass in name. Okay, that is going to add a constraint on name, a unique constraint on name. Okay, so if I do if result 2 equal constraint added, okay, else we get query failed. Okay, let me go to the browser for us to see that. If I come here and then I refresh, we have query failed. Persons, okay, that's the name of the table. If I refresh now, we have constraint added. If I come to the database and then I refresh, you can see that a unique constraint has been added on name. Okay, if I come here now, let's look at how you can drop a constraint. If I come here now and then I do result 3 equal MySQL query, all right, alter table persons, okay, drop index, okay, and then I pass in the name of the constraint, name, just like that. Let's see what is going to happen. If I do if result 3 equal constraint dropped, all right. Okay, so if I come to the browser and then I refresh, As you guys can see, constraint dropped. Name has the key, and down here we have name. Okay, you see name as the name of the constraint. If I refresh, as you guys can see, the constraint has been dropped and we don't have that down here anymore. Okay, the other way that we can create a table by adding a constraint. Okay, that is what I wanted to go over. I am going to create another table. I'll call this people. Okay, and then I can do ID like that. Okay, and then since all these constraints have unique, since ID has null and unique, okay, and then email has null and unique, I can remove those. Password has null and unique, I can remove these, and then come here now, do a comma, and then I do unique. Okay, and then I pass in ID, I pass in email, I pass in password. All right, and then I do another comma, I do not null, I pass in ID, I pass in email, and then I pass in password. All right, this is another way that you can do that. Okay, let me make sure I have everything the way it is supposed to be. Okay, all right, I would think that is good. If I save that and then come to the browser and refresh, query field, we have a query field for that. Create table people ID int. Okay, and then we have name that username, email, password, and then we have unique, we have not null, I would think that was supposed to work. Okay, that is another way to do it. Let me remove for not null. Let me remove the not null, okay, just so you guys can see. Let me remove that and then come to the browser and refresh. Let's see. All right, as you guys can see, that doesn't work with not null. Okay, it is good you guys are seeing that. So table created with constraint, and if I come and refresh, you guys see that we have people. If I go to the structure of the table, as you can see, we have ID, email, password with the constraint. Okay, all right. So that is it with constraints. In the next lecture, we are going to be looking at the check. We are going to look at the check and the default, how you can set a check and then set a default constraint. Okay, and then we are going to look at indexes. When we are looking at indexes, we are going to look at the index constraints again. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to continue looking at constraints. We are going to look at the check and the default constraints. Okay, as you can see, if you define a check constraint on a single column, it allows only certain values for this column. If you define a check constraint on a table, it can limit the value in certain columns based on values in other columns in the row. Okay, we are going to look at the case where you assign a check constraint on a column. All right, and then we are also going to look at the default constraint. Coming back here on my text editor, I am just going to copy this into the reference directory. So I am going to cut that, come here, and then here at the bottom I have a section for this, so I am going to paste that there. Okay, and then looking into that, I'll do result equal MySQL query. Okay, create table. If we are doing that at the level of creating our table, we do create table, the table name, I'll do persons. Okay, and then I want to give the table an ID, integer 11. I want this to be a primary key. This is how you do the primary key constraint. Okay, so primary key, and then I'll do name voucher 255. I'll do email or username voucher 255, and then I'll do email voucher 255, and then email not null. Okay, with the not null we can only do it this way. Okay, and then I'll do password. I want that to be I have to put a comma here, and then password, I want that to be a voucher 255. What am I doing here? 255. I want this to be not null as well. And then here in the end, I want to do unique for email and password. Email, password. Okay. And then I want to do let me do age. All right. I can do check age, or I can do age. Okay. And then I pass in check. All right, and then I think check, then the value. I can do age. Okay, age is going to be integer. That can be an int of 4. Okay, and then I can do check, and then I do age greater or equal to 20. Okay. All right, I think we have that set for check. Okay, and then I can set a default. I can do a default for name. I am typing this, forgetting that. So coming back to name, I have username, I have name here. Directly here, I have to do a comma there. I can do a default, and then I pass in the default name. Let me say Peter is the default name. Okay, I can do it like that for default. But with the case of check, I would think you can just do age, and then you do check, and then pass in that. And then we can also do check for username. If you want username to be a specific name, okay, we can do as many as that. Check username to be equals to maybe Tom. All right. Okay, we can do that. Okay, I think that looks good. And then I can come here and do my check result. If everything is good, echo table created. Okay, else echo query failed. Alright, let me go to the browser and check. If I come onto the browser and then run that, we have query failed. Let me see what may be the problem. Create table persons. We have ID, int, primary key, name voucher default Peter. Okay. Username voucher, email voucher not null, password voucher not null, unique email password, age int, and then we are checking the age. Let me remove Tom and see. Let me remove Tom. Okay. if I come to the browser now and I refresh, we have table created, okay? And then if I come to the database and I refresh, as you can see, we have our table. Let's go to the structure. Coming to the structure, you can see that for name, we have a default name, okay, Peter, which is the default name that we set here. Let me go back on name, okay? So you can set default like that, okay? And then in the case of H check, let's look into that. H, not null, okay? That shows that there is a check for that, okay? And then we have email password. I think I did a not null for email. Not null for email and password. Okay. All right, we have no. I am getting confused here. Null, we have no because I set not null for those two, okay? We have yes for null here. For H, I wouldn't think we are going to be able to see the check, okay? But as you guys can see, we can see the key. We have primary key, and then we have email, email and password for the columns where we set the index, the unique index email, okay? If in case you are setting a unique index in this way, okay, without giving the index name, all right, if we do unique email password, as you can see, the database assigns a name to that index, all right? To drop this index, we have to pass this name. If I run a query to drop the index, like the case here, let me come back here for you guys to see. If I run a query like the case here, alter table person drop index, I have to pass in the name of the index. So it is going to be email to drop the indexes that I created from this instance, okay? Just so you guys are aware, I have to do that to drop these indexes. If you create indexes as a group like this, you drop the indexes all at the same time, okay? If you create them single, they are going to have separate names that you can drop them one at a time, all right? So that is the downside of this. If you create them in group, you can, if you drop, you are going to drop all of them, all right? Okay, so that is it for default and check, okay? It is just for you guys to note these things. We could not check to see how check works, but the check is there. If you try to save an age that is not greater or equal to 20, it is not going to work, okay? The check is there, and then we have the default, okay? And then on a table that is already in the database, let's see how you can set those. I can do result equal MySQL query alter table, okay, and then I pass in the table name persons. For default persons, okay, for default I'll do set default, okay, alter table persons, and then I'll do alter column. For default alter column, alter table, alter the column name. Sorry about that. The column name I want to use is let me use username, okay. Then I can do set default, and then I set the default now. Set default equal Thomas, okay. All right, so let's see how that goes, and then we do if result. we're gonna echo default set. Okay, else we echo query field. Let me just comment this out so we don't get that anymore. If I come to the browser and then we refresh, we have query field, alter table persons, alter username, set default. We don't have to do the equal sign. Okay, so if I come back here now and I refresh, as you guys can see, default set. Okay, you guys should be taking note so you don't make the same mistake. Okay, you guys should take note on the areas where things don't work, like the case with not null. You could not assign that to many columns at the same time, the same way we do with the other constraints. Okay, so you guys should take note of that. All right, so we could also do now let's see how we can drop a default on a check. Okay, let me look at the check. Let's see how we can drop those. On MS Access database, you can do that like this. On Oracle database, you can modify, alter table and set like this. And then on SQL Server, you do it the way it is there at the bottom. Okay. All right. So let's see how we can drop default. So I am going to come down here. Result equal MySQL query. All right. Then we can do alter table, table name persons. Okay. And then drop. We can do default. Alter table, and then alter table, alter username, and then drop default. Okay. All right. So if I do a check now, if result echo default dropped, else echo query field. Let me comment this out. If I come to the browser and then I refresh, as you guys can see, default dropped. Okay, so that is it with constraints. What I will advise you guys to do is just know the constraints. Okay, when you need them, then maybe you can research to see how you can use them, but just know the constraints and know how the constraints work. Okay, so if you're developing a project, you already have that in your mind, the constraints that you may need to use on your project. Okay, you should know them, be able to explain them, try to know how you can add them onto a table, but that should not be an issue. You are not required to remember all of that. Okay, if you know them and you know how they work, I would think you're good. Okay, so that is it for constraints. In the next lecture, we are going to look at indexes. This is another important section. While looking at indexes, from here, an index is a constraint, but the way we are adding these other constraints on our column, we cannot do the same with index. Okay, so if in case you want to add an index on a column, you have to do it, create index. You can also create index with other indexes like unique, okay, primary key, but on the other hand, you could add unique and primary key the same way we are doing with the other constraints. Okay, but with index, we cannot do index the same way we are doing with these constraints. Okay, I would think you guys get that. In the next lecture we are going to look into that, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture we are going to be looking at indexes. Like I earlier explained, indexes are used for database optimization. Okay, if you write in a query to the database to get a record, without indexes, the database will have to search through the entire database to look for that record. But if you have an index on the record, you could write a specific query to get that particular record. Okay, I'm going over what we have here on the slide. In order to create an index, you do create index, you pass in the index name on the table that you want to create the index on, and then you pass in the column that you want to create the index on. Okay, create a unique index. If you're doing it for a unique index, primary key or full text, you do create unique index, primary key, create primary key index, full text, create full text index. Okay, but if you're creating an index for index, then you do create index. All right. We have seen the other ways that you can create unique and primary key. Okay, here we saw how you can create unique. You can do it this way, or you just pass unique to the column. Okay, it is the same with primary key, but with index and full text you cannot do it that way. Okay, so with index and full text you have to do create index, the index name, the table, and all that. All right, heading on to my text editor, we have a table here that we created from the previous lecture. I am just going to look for a column and then add create an index with the column. Okay, so I am going to create an index with password. Okay, so coming down here, I am going to do result equal MySQL query. Okay, create index, and then I want to give it an index name, IDX, password. Okay, on persons, and then the column that I want to create it on is password. Okay, so we can check if result equal index created successfully, and then else we do query failed equal query failed. All right, if I come now to the browser, let me see this. Okay, if I come to the browser and then I refresh, we have index created successfully. Okay, so coming to the database, I will go to persons, go to the structure. If I scroll down here at the bottom, you guys can see we have our index there created. Okay, here on password has the key to show that it has an index on it. Okay, and then since we have a primary key for ID, you can see the key for ID as primary. That is the identifier for each row on this table. Okay, this column is going to be used to identify each row on this table. Okay, so we have that created. The next is to look at how we can drop the index. So to do that, you do alter table, the table name, drop index, you pass in the index name. That is to say, to drop this index, we have to pass in this index name. Okay, so coming back here, I am just going to copy this, paste here at the bottom, and then I'll do alter table instead. Alter table persons. Okay, and then do drop index, the index name, just like that. The index name, I have to do password. Okay, All right, so that will drop the index. Index dropped. Let me change that to dropped. Okay. I can comment this out. Since we have created the index already, let me comment that out. All right, if I come to the browser, if I refresh, as you can see, we have index dropped successfully. Okay, coming to the database, if I refresh that, go back to structure. If I scroll down here to the bottom, there is no index that we created. Okay, the index has been dropped. Coming back to password, our password has that because we have a unique associated to password. Okay, that is why it has the key. Okay, but you can see that the index has been dropped. All right. Okay, so now we have covered everything that you guys need to know. The next part now, I am going to show you guys how you can associate indexes to a column here on the database. Okay, to associate an index on a column, you come here where it says drop. As you guys can see, just by hovering on that, we have primary, unique, index, full text here at the bottom. So whichever index you want to associate to the column, you can just click on that index. It is going to associate that. Okay, at the level of the database, that is what you do. Okay, all right. And then the next thing that I want us to look at is how you can set a foreign key here at the level of the database. Okay, to set a foreign key here at the level of the database, I am going to come here. Now, since we have two databases, okay, since we have two tables, okay, I can look into setting a foreign key on one table. But that will be before we create data in the tables. Okay, so I am going to do that here at the level of the database. You guys will be able to figure that out. Okay, so I am going to create data in here. I'll do first the name James Peters. Okay, username J Peter. I have Thomas there as default. I don't need to change that, otherwise there will be problems. Okay, email James Peter @mail. Default you can change, but if there is nothing, that is when it stays like that. Okay, so I can change that J Peters, and then password, I'll just do anything for password. Age, it has to be above 20, otherwise there will be problem. In this case, we are doing a check. Okay, and then 2, name Mary Ann. Okay, Mary M Ann, and then I can do mn@mail.com. all right, password, I'll just do anything for password. That has to be above 20. Okay, let's create that. All right, so we have two tables now. We have a like table. On the like table, we have orange, mango, avocado. Do you like orange, green, orange, green, mango, orange, avocado, green, or you like orange, red, mango, green, avocado, orange? Okay, so those are the two options for this table. I can come on users table and then go to structure. I can come on persons table, go to structure, then go on relation view. All right, then come here, pass in the name for my constraint. Okay, that is the name of the foreign key relation that I want to create. I'll do persons likes fruit, okay, as the name, and then the column that I want to associate with that, the name of the person. Okay, and then the database is going to be test queries. Okay, and then the table that I want to associate that is like. All right, and then the ID on that table is what I want here on the person's table to associate with that. Okay, I should not have created a record on persons because that may not work. All right, let's try it though. And then on delete, you can do cascade. That is to say, if you're deleting person, you delete it alongside with like, okay? On update, if you're updating person, you update it alongside with like, okay? If you do cascade. Restrict, it means they are individuals, but you cannot tamper with the field that associate the two tables together, okay? I am trying to explain that. If you guys are doing this alongside with me, then you will understand it better, all right? So if I click on save, let's see how that goes. I told you guys, error creating foreign key on name, okay? That is because I have records in there already. Let me go remove the records. I'm going to click on browse and then select all the records and delete. Let me delete the records. I did not think that through, right? So coming back here, I am going to repeat the same process. So I will do person like food. I will do food, okay? We want to do that on column name. I'll know that the column that you are doing that is a column that is going to be related to this, okay? Coming back to person, let me do this in a way that it wouldn't cause you guys problems. I'll come here on structure, and then I am going to add a column after age, okay? And then I'll do likes food, okay? I'll call this likes food. Integer, I'll just leave it like that, okay? And then come back here. I am on the persons table, okay? I'll go to structure and then go to relation view, and then here I can then do my constraint now, and then I can do like food, okay? This is from the persons table, okay? And then the database is test queries. The table that I want to associate likes food with is like, and then what do I want to associate like food as? The ID of each item on this table, okay? So if I am creating an item on this table on persons, I need to pass an ID of an item from like table to associate person to what the person likes, okay? If I save now, that is going to work, okay? We have that created. As you guys can see, we have our foreign key created, okay? Now, if I am to create a record here in person, as you guys can see, I have the ID, and then here at the bottom, I have to pass in a key that is an ID of either one, okay? I have to pass either this ID or this ID, okay, to person to create a record for person, okay? I can do one, John Moore. If you are doing it alongside, then you will get it. J Moore. Let me do jmoore@mail.com, and then just do anything, and then this I can do 34, and then here you have to pass 1 to associate this to the rows on that table. Red is going, now let me create that so you guys can see the association. If I come here, you see likes has an ID of 2, right? Red was coming up. It means red was taking the first identifier for this row, okay? So 2, it means you like red, green, orange. We were having green as an identifier for this row. You like green, orange, green, okay? So that is it with foreign key relation, okay? The last thing that we are going to look into to be done with this section is the auto increment, all right? When we were going over the MySQL database, I showed you guys auto increment. If you manually creating your identifier, here at the end, there is a field here, AI, auto increment. If you click on that, it is going to automatically be increasing your identifier from 1 to 2 to 3 and so on, okay? If in case you're writing from your script, then you have to pass that in, and to do that you just do int not null auto increment the way it is here, okay? And then you can alter table and then add it. If you do auto increment equal to 10, by default it comes beginning with 1, okay? So if in case you want to change the value from where you want your auto increment to start, you can come here and then you change auto increment equal to, you pass the value, or you can alter table and then add auto increment, you pass the value. Okay, let me come to my text editor for us to look into that. Here I am going to create another table. I'll call this members. Okay, a table is going to be created, primary key, and then I'll do auto increment. Okay, I can pass a value of 10. All right, auto increment equal 10. Okay, so let's come to the browser and refresh. If I refresh, query failed. Let me remove that. I would think when you just creating it for the first time, you don't have to pass that away. Let me see. Auto increment. Auto increment. Okay. Let me go check. It could be I have that created already. I don't see why that is failing. If I come on person, we are not even going to be able to see it. Okay, we are not going to be able to see it because if the auto increment is there, it doesn't show. There is no way you can check if it is auto increment. Okay. You can manually create your database. I would think you guys have seen how you can manually create your database and how you can do it from the script. Okay, this is going to be it for this section. You guys can go over that and then try the things that you want to try. In the next lecture, we are going to start creating a website because the statements that we are going to be using here are statements to develop a website. So we are going to develop a website. What we just went over was set up for our database. So now we are going to be using these statements to develop a website. So we're getting into more fun section. I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to begin looking at SQL statements and work clause. At this point of the lecture, I want to believe that all of you have experience with HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap or HTML, CSS. If you have experience with Bootstrap, that is going to help a lot because it is going to reduce the time that you may take to have to develop the components that we are going to be using in this section. Because at this point, we are going to start developing a website. Okay. Coming on to the text editor. In the previous lecture, we were looking at auto increment. By doing it like this, that is all right. Okay. And if in case you want to change the value from where auto incrementing should start, okay, because by default it starts from 1. If you want to change the value, then you need to change it at the level of the table. So you need to do alter table, the table name, auto increment, and then you pass the value that you want it to start from. Okay. I am going to begin setting up for our website. So I am going to copy this into reference. I'll remove that and then come here in DB tables. I'll scroll here at the bottom and then I'll paste that there. And then coming back to index. Okay. Here in reference, we have an index file here with an HTML layout. I am going to copy the layout. I would think you guys remember. I am going to copy from main, okay, from main up and then copy the footer. That's all I need. I'll come here and then paste that. And then I'll come back here. And then I am going to copy the footer section all the way up to main. Okay. Alright, I think that is good. If I come here, I'm going to paste that here at the bottom. That should take away the error. I am pasting that within PHP. Let me get that out. That needs to be up there like that. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks good. All right. Now we have the HTML layout in there. If I come to the browser and I refresh, you guys see we have that. Okay, this is what I am going to do here. For the front end, we are going to be using the public directory. Okay, for the back end, I am going to create another directory here in app. I am going to call that admin. Okay, and then for our templates, I am going to come here in resource. Let me close references. For our templates, I am going to come here in resource templates. I am going to create a public and admin directory. Okay, so I am going to create public, and then still on template, I am going to create admin directory. All right, so in there we have a public and an admin directory. All right, and then here in public, we are going to begin creating records for the database. Okay, so here in public, I am going to create a register.php. Okay, we are going to begin with that. I need to remove that. It is a file that I want to create. So here in public, I'm going to create a file, register.php. Okay, and then here in admin, I am going to create another index. I'll do admin.php. Okay, and then still here, I am going to create another file, and I will call that category.php. So we are going to see how you can register a user and then how you can create a category. Okay, for the setup, I am going to come here. Let's set up for the front end first. All right, so closing the admin. Here in public, I have the index.php file, and we have all this in the index.php file. Okay, I am going to break this up. So I am going to come here in public. I am going to create our templates in there. I'll do header.php, and then I'll do footer. I'm going to do footer.php, and then still in the public templates, I am going to do navbar.php. Okay, so within that, I am going to come here in admin. From here all the way down to where the navigation bar starts, from there all the way down here. Okay, I am going to copy this into header. Okay, I'll cut that out like that, and then come to header and paste that in there. Okay, and then come back into index. From footer all the way to where we have the beginning of footer. Okay, I'll come here and then paste that in footer, and then coming back into index, I need to copy the navigation, and then nav bar from where the nav starts to where the nav ends. Okay, I'm going to copy this. I'll copy that. Okay, come into nav bar and then paste that. Okay, we are going to include this in all the admin sections, all the public sections of our page. Okay, such that we won't have to be repeating this code over and over. We have templates here that we can reuse, so that is what we are going to be doing. We are just going to be reusing the templates. Okay, now coming into index, to have those back in here, I will come up here, and then I am going to create a PHP tag, and then I'll do include once. All right, to include that, I need to go out of public. Okay, into resources, into template, into public, and then header. All right, so I'll go out of public, into resources. Okay, and then into templates, and then into header, into public, and then header.php, into public, then header.php. All right, to include the header, and then to include the navigation. I can copy that. To include navigation, it is going to be the same, but I need to do navbar here .php, and then to include the footer, I can just paste that there, and here it is going to be footer.php. If I come to the browser on index, as you guys can see, nothing has changed. Okay, we still have that in there. All right, we are going to do the same. Since we have this set up here, we are going to do the same in the public directory. I have public and register. All right, we are going to do the same in register. We also need database connection in register, so we are just going to copy this all the way up. Okay, and then come to register and paste that there. And then we are also going to copy the footer section. It seems I kept that out. I need to put it back. Okay, and then come to register and paste that there. Okay, so if I come to the browser and then I do register.php, we have the same. Okay, all right, if I remove that on index, we have the same. Okay, all right, so that looks good. I am going to create, let me just copy the main section in there as well. The mains are going to vary. Okay, that is why we're doing it like that. All right, so I am going to create a registration form, and then we are going to begin looking into registration. Here on the back end, I am also going to create a layout. Okay, I am going to create the same for admin, header, footer. Okay, just so to reduce time, you guys have seen how we did it with public. I am going to do the same with admin, and then put the layout for category. So we are going to do, in the next lecture, we are going to look at registering a user and then creating a category. Okay, and that will be the insert statement. So we are going to begin with the insert statement. I am taking this step by step. It is going to help you guys, so you guys should hang in there with me. Okay, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to look at creating a post. There is a lot that I am going to be covering in this lecture. We are going to be looking at another kind of SQL statement, the select statement. Okay, and then we are also going to be looking at how you can post a file to the server. All right, coming back here, if you are using the select statement, okay, the select statement is used to select data from a database. If you are just trying to get certain columns, data from certain columns in the database, you do select the columns from the table name. That is going to return the data. But if you want to get all the data from a table in the database, you do select star from, you pass in the table name. All right, if you guys notice, I have created a new file here, post.php, and in the file I have a form, okay, for post. On the form I have a field for post title, I have a field for post image. Okay, I have a field for post category, I have a field for post description, and then we have our submit button. Here where I have post category, if I come to the browser, as you guys can see, we have dummy data in there for now. The categories that we created in the previous lecture is what I am going to use to populate this field right here. Okay, we are going to query the database using the select statement, get these categories, and then populate this field. Okay, to do so, I am going to come back here in post.php, where we have categories. Okay, I am going to write the query here. I want to make category nullable. Okay, so the first option is going to be no category. All right, and then when I query the database, I am going to loop through this and populate this with the categories that we are going to be getting from the database. To do that, I am going to open my PHP tags. All right, I'll push that in there, and then let me do a comment, get category for post. Okay, I'll drop that. I'll do my SQL statement. All right, to do that, select, I want to get the ID and the category name, since we have indexes on those. All right, from categories, our table name. Then when we do the query, we can then run the query, and what we are getting, we are going to put that in the result set variable. Okay, so MySQL query SQL. Okay, now we have what we are getting in the result set. I can do an if statement now to check to make sure we have rows returning from the database. Okay, we are having data coming from the table in the database by checking the number of rows that is in the result set. Okay, so to do that, I am going to do if, and by so doing too, we can lock error to the error log if in case we don't get anything being returned from the query. Okay, so I'll do if result num rows, all right, is greater than 0. It means everything is fine. We are going to continue by writing our loop. Okay, loop true result set and get data. Okay, so we are going to continue now with our loop. I'll do while row equal result fetch array. This method is going to fetch it's going to get all the data, okay, that we have in our result set. It is going to get that. Within the method, you can pass in MySQL line assoc for associative arrays. Okay, but by default that fetches associative arrays, or you can do num for index arrays. Okay, I am just going to leave assoc there. All right, by default it fetches that. So coming down here now, so this is getting the data from the result set, and while row is equal to that, as long as there is data being returned from the result set, okay, we want the ID that we are going to be getting to be, we want cat ID to be row, and then the index, which is the column in the database. All right, and then we want cat name to be equal to row, category name, the column from the database. Okay, now that we have that, all right, we can then move this up there for it to be within our loop. So I am going to copy this. I'm just going to copy that like that, and then come down here and create another PHP tag, and then close that up. Okay, so now this is within our loop. Okay, so we can then use the data here now. So what we are getting from here, we are going to use category name. So I can do echo cat name. All right, and then we are going to create a relationship between category table and post table. Okay, so the categories table is going to be providing ID of the categories on the category table that we are going to use to create our relationship with the post table. So in there, the value that we are going to be getting from here will be category ID. So I am going to do the category ID in there. All right, value with select option. That is how this works. When this form is post, when somebody clicks on the post button after the fields have been filled, from here it is the value that is posted. Okay, so we are going to be getting the category ID on post table, and then we set our foreign key. All right, So now that we have all that taken care of, let's go to the browser and see. Let's go see what we are getting. If I refresh, as you guys can see, we are getting all our category titles. Okay, all right, that is good. Now we can come to the top here now and start checking to see if a post has been submitted. Okay, so I am going to, let me copy the button. We have done this before. I think you guys can follow. So if it's set post, and then I pass in the button. All right, if that is set, we want to validate form input. Okay, and to do that, we are going to do if simple validation empty post. We want to take the title, all right, and not empty post. Let me see the other fields. We have post title. I am going to do a not empty post. Since we have a category as nullable, we don't need to check that. So I am going to do post description. Okay, and then we can do the file. So that will be that. And then if not empty, files. All right, the file is image. Okay, so if we have that now, let's make sure if the button is not clicked, we don't have anything in those. So post title, make sure that is equal to null. Right, I can do for the others. Then I'll do post deck. Then I'll do postcard. And then this is going to be files. And that will be image. Okay, coming down here, what do I have for category? Postcard. Okay, that is all right. Okay, so coming here now, we can get input data. Okay, for the title, that is going to be equal to MySQL real escape string post title. I am just going to copy this and do for the others. Okay, so I am going to copy that. Alright, so for post category, let me just do that. Alright, this will be post card. Alright, and then for description, I'll just do desk. This will be post deck. Alright, and then for the file, I am going to do image. That will be equal to, we are going to check if what we need from the file is available. So this is what we are going to do, empty. If not empty, okay, files, image. In earlier lectures, we went over the content of an image. We have the name, we have the size, we have errors, and then we have temp name. Okay, we are going to check if the name is available. All right, then we return this. If the name is not available, then we return an empty string. Okay, what do I have there? And then if the name is not available, we return an empty string. Okay, all right, so file image name, we return that. Okay, now for us to be able to save our file in the database and then be able to get it back, we need to set this up in such a way that when the file is being returned from the database, we can pull it from within our project. Okay, so I am going to create a target here. All right, that is a path where we are going to save our file such that when we get it from the database, it can be available since it is going to be in our project. Okay, you guys are going to see how this is done. So upload, and then I'll get the base name of our file. The base name is the same as name. Okay, so I am just going to copy that in there. All right, I am going to do a comment there. Set upload path. Okay, and then coming down here now, since we have that all set and we are getting our data, we can then set things up to create our table and then create our post. Okay, the first thing that I am going to do here is to check if table exists, if our table exists. Okay, and to do that, I am going to do SQL. I can do table exist. I will just run that on a single line. So table exists, that will be MySQL. Alright, query. We are going to do a select statement here. Select one from, and then we get the database. Let me see what our database is. Okay, I need to copy that. Come here, we get the database. You use backticks dot the table that we want to check if it exists. It is post table. Okay, and then we are doing a limit of 1. We are only checking 1. All right, and then now we can see what we are getting. If table exists is equal to false, it means we can create a table. All right, I am going to do this kind of if statement for readability. Okay, so we can read the query nicely. Okay, so it is going to be like that. If the table doesn't exist, we can create a table now. So now I'm going to do post create post table equal, okay, MySQL query. And then we can do create table. Alright, the table name, post table. Then we pass in the columns and the constraints. Alright, so the first column that we want in our table is going to be the ID, and we want that to be an integer of 11. I want that to be a primary key, and I want it to auto increment. Okay, I can drop this down, and then we can do the title now, the post title. Okay, that is going to be a voucher, and then the title not null. Okay, and then we want the description. So I am going to do post description. All right, this is going to be a text, and then it is going to be not null. Okay, with the post title, I can add let me add a unique. No need for that, it doesn't have to be a unique, you know. So post description text not null. All right, what else do we have? The category. So post category, post, let me do category ID. Okay, the category ID, that's going to be an integer, but before that, let me do the post image first. So post image, the post image is going to be voucher 255, and then I can do not null for that as well, since we are checking the image in the form. Okay, and then category ID, we are going to use this to set foreign key relationship. Okay, so to set a foreign key relationship, we can do constraint. We can do constraints. The the constraint that we want to set. Okay, so I am going to call this post foreign post category. Okay, postcard. I would think that looks good. Foreign postcard, and then this is going to be foreign that's going to be foreign category ID, foreign key. What am I doing here? Foreign key, category ID, and then that is going to references categories table, the ID on categories table. All right, I would think so. That looks good. All right, so I'm a constraint foreign postcard foreign key category ID. It means our category ID references ID on category table. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to close that. Here I think we need to do that in parentheses like that. All right, okay, so that is nice. I would think we have everything. We have ID. Okay, we have our title, post description, post image, category ID. Okay, if I come to the browser, title, post image, category ID, post description. Okay, that is good. If in case we don't have our table is going to be created, then we can then check if the table is created. I can do a check down here. I need to move this like that. So down here now I can do a check. If create post table equal to false, alright, then we can get a return statement. I am going to create a variable for that. Variable for error messages. I thought I created one before. Here we had to handle errors. I am going to come back to that. Okay, let me just create a variable. Let me call that back message. I'll make that an empty string. Okay, so coming down here, if in case we are getting that, we are going to get the error. Alright, so back message is going to be equal to, I am going to get an alert from Bootstrap for that, so I'll get an alert danger, and then I'll paste that there. Okay, alright, that is good. So here this is going to be query field, table not created, okay, I think that is good. Alright, or we can also continue with the same and then do an end if here. That still works. This can be like that. Okay, I hope you guys are following. All right, so if we have that, we are checking. Okay, so coming down here now, we can insert our data in this table if the table was created. So to do that, I am going to do my query SQL equal insert into post the table. Okay, and then we want the columns and then the values the value that is going to go in the column values. The first is going to be the title, the post, not post description. What do I want to be second? I can do post description second. We don't have many fields. Post description. And then we have the post image. After post image, we then have the category ID, right? Category ID, I would think that is it. Okay, that should be it. And then the values are going to be what we are getting from the form. From the form we are getting, it is good to take time and do this so you don't have errors that are going to cause you a lot of trouble, okay? So from the form we are getting title, category, desk, and image. So here we are going to do title, category, and then desk and image. Alright. So by so doing we have that. Okay, so let me, okay, so we have that. Now we can run the query. We can now run the query. So I am going to run my query. I'll do new post equal MySQL query, and then I'll pass in SQL. We don't need to do that since we can check affected rows, okay? We are just going to check affected rows. So if MySQL affected rows equal to 1, alright, then we can get a message. Alright, so this is going to be success, and then this is going to be post congrats, post created successfully, and then with an else, it means the post was not created. We need to do query failed, post not created, post not created. All right. Okay, so after all that is done, we can then now close our database. MySQL close. Okay, as you guys can see, we do not do a check for if in case there is no input value here. Okay, I am just going to do that. So I am going to do an else there. If in case there is no input value, I'm just going to say error, please complete required fields. Alright, so that looks good. Okay, we're having that. Okay, so coming down here to handle our message, I am going to come down here where we have this. I'm going to do a global for that. So I'll do echo globals, right? And then I'll pass in our message, back message, back message. Okay, that looks good. Down here, if in case the num roll is not greater than 0, okay, we can do an else, and then we handle that as an exception. Okay, query failed, no category return, no category return. Okay, and then we can do result free result set. That is to say, clear the memory of what is going to be in the result. Okay, and then we can then close our database. Close. All right, so that looks good. Let's go to the browser and then try that now. So coming to the browser, I am going to refresh. If I click on this, we get error, please complete required fields. Okay, now let me do Chelsea and then just load an image in there and then select category. I am forgetting one thing. We need to move the upload image, okay, to the location where we want it to be saved. Okay, so the image that we are uploading, we need to move it to did I create the folder for that? I will need to create a folder, uploads, in admin, where we are going to be uploading the image. Okay, so coming to admin, I am going to create that folder. I'll do uploads. All right. Okay, if in case the folder was out of admin, the folder that you are using here is out of admin, you have to pass the path, because it is going to be this folder and then the file name that we are uploading in there. Okay, I would think you guys get that. So if we are doing that, then we need to save that. For us to move that, we are going to check when the post is created. Okay, here, if that is equal to 1, post created successfully. Before we get the message, we can do move uploaded file. Okay, and then in this we pass files, image, the name, the temp name, and then we pass our target. All right, where we are going to be moving the file to. So the file is going to be moving, we are going to be moving it to the uploads directory. Move file to uploads directory. Okay. All right, so that looks good now. And then we get our message. Everything looks good now. Let's go to the browser and try that again. All right, we were filling this out. I can continue with this. So sports. Test text. All right, let me see how that goes. Query failed, post not created. Query failed, post not created. It means we have a problem down here. Let's see if the table was created. Let me come here and refresh. If I go to this, all right, we have our table. It means the table was created fine, but the post was not created. Okay. All right, we have our keys and everything. Okay, so let me come back here and then check what may be wrong with the post. So post description, post image, category ID, we have title, is set into post, we have title, postcard, post deck, okay. Post deck image. Let me see what we have for image. We have image. I don't know why that is not being created. It's set into post. I don't see why that is not being created. Let me go to the database and see the fields that we have. We have title, post description, post image, category ID, right? So come in here, insert into post, title, post description, post image, category ID. Then what is the problem? Values, title, category, desk, let me see. Category. Yeah, that is I am not sure why the post is not being created. Let me do temp name there. Okay, let me just fix that. Let me check if we have something in uploads. Alright, we have nothing. That did not move. MySQL affected rows equal to 1. It's set into post. Title, post description, post image, voucher, not now, category ID, the way I am inserting the data, it is in different orders. That is the problem. So category ID has to be there. That is how that is supposed to be. Okay. Alright. So title, description, image, category. That is the thing with this. Let me go try that again. If I come here and then I refresh, and then I do a title Chelsea, an image, and then category, sport, test text, alright, and then submit. Alright, post created successfully. Okay, that was the mistake I made. And if we come to the database and I click on post, as you guys can see, we have our post created. Okay, so that is it for creating posts. In the next lecture, we are going to look at how we can get the post from the database. Okay, so see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, I am going to be writing select queries to get all categories and all posts from the database. As you guys can see, I have added a categories.php file, and within that, within the categories.php file, I have a table. Okay, we are going to be populating this table. That is all Bootstrap. If you have experience with Bootstrap, you should be able to copy that. I am going to leave the file with the course, so you guys can copy the table and then go over the lecture to see how you can populate it. Okay, and then here I have a post.php file as well, and I also have a table in there. If I come to the browser, as you guys can see, we have our post table. Okay, let me do post.php. Here we have our post table, and then if I do categories.php, we have our category table. Okay, so we are going to begin with the categories table. Okay, I am going to write a select query to populate the table. Right here, we want to create rows with the data that we are going to be getting from the database. Okay, so I am going to begin my query there. Let me see. Okay, yeah, we are requiring the database. And then coming down here, we are going to write our query down here. So I am going to open up PHP text. Okay, get categories. Alright, I think that was good. and then we can continue with our query. So SQL equal, we are going to be selecting all, since we want to display all the data. Okay, so we are going to do select star from categories, select all from categories. All right, and then we can run the query. We do our result set, and then we run the query. MySQL line query SQL. Okay, then we check if in case there is a row. All right, so if result set num rows greater than 0, then we can do our while loop, while row equal result, result fetch array. All right, and then MySQL line a sock. Okay, we can continue like that. I am going to move this down there at the bottom. I'm going to move this down here at the end of this row. I'm going to paste those there. Okay, so now if we are getting rows from category, it means category name is equal to row category name. Okay, and then category, the ID, I'll just do cat ID, row ID. Let me go back on that. ID. Okay, and then the description, so cat description, I can just do that, equal row category description. All right, we are going to get a description with that. Okay, okay, so now we can populate the fields. Here I want to echo out the category name. Let me go to the browser and see how the well, I can check that here. We have the table name, table description, and then manage. Okay, so the next is going to be description. With description, I am going to check if it has a long description, then we are going to get the substring. Okay, so we are going to do if cat string length cat dex. Okay, if the string length is greater than, let me say 50, okay, we are going to get the substring. Else echo cat deck. Okay, so in this case we are going to do echo substring and then cat depth. We want to get from 0 to 50, and then we can concatenate that. We can concatenate that like that. Okay, all right, that is good. And then here we are going to have our links to handle edit and delete. Okay, I am going to set up the links. So this is what I am going to do. I am going to create that. I'll do edit category.php. All right, just so you guys see, delete category.php. All right, and then I am going to pass the ID. Okay, so I am going to do I can just do then I will do the ID. I would think you guys know how to encode an ID, or if you're doing a slug, okay, you can just pass the slug. All right, you can pass the slug here. I am going to just pass the ID. I would think you guys know how to encode an ID. Okay, so to do that, I'll just do this. Alright, and then I'll echo out the ID there. Card ID. And I'll do the same here. Card ID, okay. Alright. So let's go to the browser and see how that is going, and see how that looks. Let me handle the errors. We are going to handle the error. Let me do return error equal. I need to get bootstrap for that. Bootstrap alert. I need alert. Alright, so coming down, I need alert danger. Alert danger, I'll copy that. Then I'll paste that there. I'm just going to move all that inward like that. Okay. And then the message is going to be error, no records found. Alright. Okay. So let's see how this goes. Let me go to the browser for us to check. So coming to the browser, that is categories, and as you guys can see, we have the category name and then we have the description. The spaces that are empty, since it is nullable, these spaces do not have description. Okay, so those do not have description. We can also do if it is empty. Okay, but I would think you guys get it. You guys can go further to check if this is empty and then you put something there. Okay, but we are just getting category and we have all our categories. We are going to do the same to get post. Okay, else after that we want to free result set. Okay, and then MySQL close the connection. Okay, so yeah, I think that looks good. We are going to do the same for post. I am going to come here for post, and then we are going to do the same. Post with an S. If I come to the browser and then I do post, you guys see we have post. Okay, so we are going to do the same. To make things go faster, since you guys followed what I was doing here, I am just going to copy all the way from here. Okay, excuse me, I'm just going to copy like that, come into post and then paste that here. We are going to come back here. That is why I am looking to do this fast. When we start doing joins, we are going to come back here. So where this ends, where the row ends, we are going to close down. Right, we need those. And then the PHP, we need to close the PHP. Okay, so that looks good now. Alright, so select all from post. This is going to be post. Alright, and the query goes through num row, fetch. We are going to do post ID. We are going to do the title. Let me see what we're getting here. And then the image. Okay. The title is going to be title. The image is going to be post image. And then the category, I am just going to get the category ID for now. We are going to come back to that. So this is going to be, I need to check that in the database. I cannot remember. So category is category underscore ID. Underscore ID. And then description or content will be equals to row what? Post underscore description. So post description. Alright. Now that we have that, we can then display our data. So the first is going to be, we are going to echo title for the first, and then the second is image. Okay, here in image we are going to open up image. All right, and then within that we are going to echo out the path to the image. Okay, and the path to the image is upload, then the image. All right, so in here we are going to have upload, and then we echo out the image. Okay, so echo echo and then the image. Alright, that's what is going to provide the path to the image. And then here we can echo the title. An image always has to have an alt. Alright, so I can do the title here. That will be the alt for the image. Okay, and then the next is the category. So I am just going to echo out the category ID. So I'm going to do echo the cat, which is the category. Alright, and then the final one is going to be the content. I am going to come here in categories and then copy this. We check the string length and then echo part of the content. Okay, so coming back to post, we are going to check the string length of content. Okay, so this is going to be content, and then this is going to be content, and then this is going to be content. Okay, I want to reduce that to 30. 50 is a lot. Okay, alright, and then we are going to create links. Edit post .php. Alright, I'm just going to pass the ID the same. So I am going to do PHP tags there, and then for category for delete, it's gonna be delete post .php ID, PHP tags, and then we are going to echo out the ID. Okay, so that will be post ID. We are going to come back and handle those. Echo out ID, post ID. Okay, alright, so we can go to the browser now Let's go to the browser and check what we are getting. We can handle the else the same as we did in the other section. We can handle the else, okay, and then result free, okay, and then MySQL. We want to close connection, okay. All right. Okay, that looks good. I would think we are requiring our database up here. Yes, we are. In this case, we can have it like that. I think same with categories. Okay, so coming now to the browser, if I refresh, all right, that is an issue. We have to fix the image size, okay? So going back here, where we have post, where we have the image, all right, we can pass in height. I can do 20 pixels and then width 20 pixels. Alright, so let's see how that looks now. Okay, we have everything looking nice now. Let me increase that to 40 or 45. Let me do 50 for width, 40 height. Alright, we have our image and we have the post, okay? And then we have categories, IDs. So that will be it. We are done with select. I think you guys have seen all that you can do with select. When we get to joins, you guys are going to see more that you can do with select, okay? So I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at deleting records from the database. We are going to be looking at the select statement, the where clause, and the select top clause. We have been looking at the select statement, looking at the where clause. The where clause filter records. It gets only records that fulfill a specified condition. And to use the where clause, you do where and then pass the condition. We are going to be looking into that. In the case of select top clause, the select top clause is used to specify the number of records to return or remove. To use the select top clause, you do limit and then pass the number of record, okay? We are also going to be covering that. Coming here onto my browser, as you guys can see, I have added a button here, create post. If I click on that, it takes us to the page where I am supposed to create a post. The same on the categories page, I have a button, create category. If I click on that, it takes us to the page where I am supposed to create a category, okay? If you guys want to add that on your page, you guys can go ahead. That is the code for it. It is all bootstrap, and then you just pass in the file or the link to post.php, okay? And then with categories, you pass in the link to category.php, all right? If you guys have that taken care of, then let's look at deleting a post, okay? Come in here. If I hover on the trash icon, if you look down here at the bottom, there is a link that you see there at the bottom, okay? If I click, it is the link that we have here in the browser. We have delete post.php, and then we have a query string that is appended to that with ID equal 1. Coming onto the post page, when we were getting posts from the database, okay, here at the bottom, I did a section to delete and edit post, okay? So delete post.php ID, okay? The ID that we are echoing out here is the ID that we see in the browser, okay? So coming back here, that is the ID. If I go back and do this post, as you guys can see, it is post 3, so the ID is 3, all right? And then we have delete post.php. We are not getting anything on this page because we do not have this file in our project. So coming to admin, I am going to create that file. So I will do delete post.php, and then if I do this is the delete post page. All right, and then come back to the browser and refresh. As you can see, we are on that page now. This is the delete post page. Okay, so within this page we can use the PHP super global get, and then get the ID and send that to the database to delete the post with this ID. Okay, if you were encoding the ID, you will need to decode the ID, and then you will need to decode the code and then remove the ID before you send the ID to delete the post with that ID. Okay, when I am going to be looking at email verification, you guys will get the idea for that, so you guys should not worry. Okay, when we are going to be breaking that up to verify email, you guys are going to get that. Okay, so coming back here, within this file now, I can do a get request and then delete the post. Okay, so that is what I am going to be doing. I'll open up my PHP tags, and then I'll do declare PHP 7 strict type equal 1. All right, I need to get my database, so I am going to just copy that from here. I'll copy that, then come here. Where do I have that? Delete post. Okay, right there, and then I'll paste that right there. All right, so now I can check if it's set get ID. All right, then we can proceed. Okay, and else if it is not set, then we want to make sure our super global is empty. All right, so this has to be null. Okay, so coming here now, if it said that, okay, to check to make sure we have value in there, we need to validate that. Validate input. Okay, so I'll do if not empty, and then I'll do get ID. All right, if it's not empty, then we can proceed. If it is empty, we want to redirect back to the post page. Okay, and to redirect, you do header location, and then you do post the page that you want to redirect to .php. All right, empty redirect to post page. Okay, and then here now we can check this to make sure that we are not getting malicious script being passed. Okay, you could use strip tag, a PHP function strip tag to strip tags. Okay, or you can use HTML special char just to convert HTML to string. All right, but in this case, I am just going to do ID equal MySQL line. I need to include our database now, so I am going to take this here, and then I'll do include database connection. Include database connection. All right, so I'll do MySQL line real escape string, and then I'll do get ID. All right, just to escape that. That's the only layer I am going to use there. Okay, so with that being done, let me do escape string, query string. Okay, now we have our ID. The first thing that we are going to do will be to check if that record exists. Okay, we cannot just go ahead and try to delete the record. We need to check to make sure the record exists. Okay, before we go to delete. So I am going to do the check if record exists. Okay, I'll do SQL equal select ID post it is title, and then post image. If the record exists, we are going to delete the post and then unlink the image, remove the image from the uploads folder. Okay, as you guys can see, we have the images being stored in our folder. So we are going to delete the post and then remove the image from here. Okay, so continuing with that, select ID, title, post, from, post. All right, where ID equal the ID that we are getting, where ID equal this ID, and then we want to make limit to be 1. Okay, it means we are getting just one record. We want to get just one record. Okay, all right, so doing that, we can then run our query now. So I am going to get our query in result set. So result set MySQL line query and then SQL, and then I can do now an if condition to check if actually the record exists. If we check and the record exists, we can then go ahead and delete it. Okay, so if result num rows, okay, equal 1. All right, if it is 1, that is we are getting just one record return. Else we are going to handle that as well. We want to redirect. Redirect. I'm just going to copy this and then paste here. No record found. No record found. Redirect to post page. All right. Okay. But if in case there is a record found, then we can delete that. And if this is empty, if that is empty, that is when we do this redirect here. Okay, so that's how that is supposed to be. It creates this to close that for me. That is why sometimes I have an extra tag, an extra curly braces down there. Okay. So if there is a record being returned from the database, we can go ahead and delete now. So I'll do SQL equal delete from post, okay, where ID equal, we pass the same ID. All right, so delete the record with that ID, and then we are going to do limit 1, delete just one record. All right, so that's what we are going to do, and then we can run our query now. MySQL line query SQL. If in case the record is deleted, all right, we are going to check affected row. So what we are going to do here, we are going to check if MySQL line affected rows, all right, is equal to 1. It means the record has been deleted. So we can come down here now, and if the record is deleted, we want to redirect back to the post page so the user doesn't stay on this page where we have nothing. Okay, if the record is deleted, we can use session to get message. All right, success. Let me do success, session success. In that case, I will need to start session. All right, for us to be able to see the message. You guys should not worry about that for now. All right, we are going to come back to that. Let's do what is more important now. So if the record is deleted, okay, we can then redirect now. So I'll just copy this. We can redirect to the post page. Okay, but if in case we are not getting any record, we still redirect. Okay, the user has to start the process all over. Okay, in case record not deleted, I'm looking to fix this. Record not deleted. Alright, then this will be record deleted. Okay, I think that was good. Yeah, I'm just doing this so you guys can see everything. Alright, so if that be the case, if the record is deleted, we are redirecting back to the post page, okay? But before redirect, alright, we want to unlink the image that this post has, okay? So we need to unlink the image, and to be able to unlink the image here where we are getting result set, we can come here and then we do row. The row that is being returned will be in the result set. So we can do row equals to result fetch array and then pass it as sub MySQL as sub. Okay, so we are getting that. Now that we have the row, okay, to unlink the image, we are going to do that here. If in case I am giving space so you guys can see, I think I should just go ahead and do it. To unlink the image, we do unlink post image. Okay, to unlink, you do unlink, and then you pass in the path to the image. The path to the image is going to be uploads, right, slash that, and then we can get row. I can concatenate that with the row that we are getting, and then get the image from that row. So post image. All right, so like that, if the post is deleted, the image is going to be unlinked, and then we are going to redirect the user. All right, I think that looks good. That takes care of everything. Coming onto my browser now, if I refresh, that post is going to be deleted, and then we are redirected here. All right, if I click on that, that is deleted. You guys don't see it anymore. ID 8. Let me check a post here. As you guys can see, we have ball 2, ball 4, ball 6, ball 7, and the other image. Okay, let me delete the post. We are going to check which image got deleted. So if I delete that, and then we come here, ball 2 is not there anymore, so the image 2 is deleted. Okay, so that is it for deleting records. You guys should go over it. That is all you need to know. Hello, you are welcome back. In the previous lecture, we looked at deleting records from the database. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at updating records in the database. To do so, we are going to be implementing the update statement. As you can see, it modifies the existing records in a table. To implement the update statement, you do update the table that you're looking to update a record in, and then you set the columns that you want to update to the new value that you are updating to, and then you use a where clause to pass a condition for the record that you are trying to update. If I come to my text editor, when we were looking at deleting records, if I come to post.php, we created a link that we used for that, and we created a file to handle the deleting of the record, delete post.php. Okay, here with the case of updating records, I am going to be using the same form that we used to create records to update records. Okay, the same form that we used to create records, I am going to be using this form to update records. If I come here to the browser, this is the form we used to create record. If I go to post and then I click on the icon to update, as you guys can see, we are redirected to this form, and here in the browser there is a query string that is appended to post.php. Okay, if I go back and then I click on another post, you guys see that the ID changes. With the PHP super global get, we can get this, get the record we're trying to update, populate this form, and then move on with the updating process. Okay, to do so, I am going to come here. Right here, I am going to create a hidden input. I'll call that hidden, and then I'll give it a name of method, so we know what we're trying to accomplish, and then I'll pass it a value of put. All right, now I only want this to be available when a user is trying to update a post, and to do that, I'll do PHP, and then I'll do an if is set get ID. That if we have an ID in the browser, okay, I am going to do and if that is not empty, get ID. Okay, then this can be displayed, and then I'll do n if. Okay, all right, so we have that taken care of. Now to get the record and populate this form, I am going to come up here before the form. Where does the form start? Right here. All right, and then I'll open up PHP tags, get the record to update and populate form. Alright, so dropping that down, to get the record I'll do if is set get ID and not empty get ID. Okay, it means we are validating. It means ID, we can escape string. Okay, the other thing I can advise in a case like this, we could do escape string and strip tags. Okay, so I can do ID equal to my SQL real escape string, then I can have strip tags in there, and then we pass in get ID. Okay, just so you guys know, there is a lot of PHP functions that you can implement here. Alright, so now that we have the ID, we can go ahead and get the record. So I'll do get record to update, and then I'll do SQL equal, and then select all from post where the ID is equal to the ID that we have there. Okay, alright, we have that. We can then assign what we are getting into result set. So MySQL query SQL. Okay, to get the row of the record that we are getting from this, we need to do a limit of 1, and then now to get the row of record, row return. Okay, because we are getting just one row, we can do row p row, the post row equal result fetch array, and then we can pass MySQL as sub. Okay, so now we are getting the record for the post with this ID. Okay, I can come down here now and then populate my form with that record. So I can come here where we have value for title. I need to populate that, so I'll do PHP, and then I'll do an echo statement, and then not empty p row. Okay, title. If that is not empty from the row that we are getting, then we want to echo out p row title. Alright, else if it is empty, then the user may just be trying to create a new post. We are also going to handle that. Not empty post title. Okay, we want to echo post title, else we have an empty string. All right, so coming back to the browser, let me show you guys what I'm trying to accomplish there. If I refresh now, as you guys can see, post title has been populated with the post that we are trying to update. Okay, let's say I remove that, refresh, and then I do Chelsea and try to submit the form. As you guys can see, we are trying to create a post, but that value is still there because We are checking if in case we have title, the title should be maintained in that input. Okay. All right. So now moving to the next, we are going to leave the image field the way it is, but coming down to category, with the select element, if in case an option is selected, okay, that option will be the option that is going to be displayed in here. So we are going to do a check to see if row category that we are getting for that post is equal to the ID for the ID of either of the categories in here. If it is equal, then we are going to echo the selected so that that category can be selected in here. Okay, so coming down here, after we are getting the ID, okay, right here before the tag that closes, okay, I am going to do PHP, and then I will check. I'll do an if not empty p row category ID, okay, and then and if the category and if p row the category ID is strictly equal to this cat ID, okay, is strictly equal to cat ID, then we want to echo out selected. I'm going to end if there, and if, okay. If I come to the browser and I refresh, there's nothing happening now, but if I get the post, as you guys can see, Patriot, we have spot down there. If I come back, I click on that, we have Politics America, okay. So coming back here now, the next is going to be description. For description, I am just going to copy what we have up here for title and then change the keys, okay. I'm just going to copy this and then I'll change the keys. So coming down here, where we have that, I'm going to paste that in there. In the case of the post, it is post description. So I'll do that, post description. And in the case of creating posts, we have post desk, okay. So this will be post desk, and then this will be post desk. Okay, we have that taken care of. Alright, if I come back to the browser now and then I refresh, we get the description for the post with that ID, okay. So now we can make our changes and then go ahead and create a post, but we need to be able to handle that. And what we are going to use to handle either create or update, okay, is going to be the value that we are getting from here, okay. So coming up here now, where we are creating our post, since when we are updating a post, we may not pass in a file. I am just going to remove that, okay. And then down here where we have image not empty equal to that, we are going to be using that. So now if it's set the title, okay, if not empty the title and it's not empty post description, they have to be a post category, okay. So coming down here now, I can also check for this value, okay. I can check if we are getting this, if we are getting the hidden input, okay. So I am going to do method right here. I'll do a method check method, okay. So I'll do method will be equals to post method, okay. Coming down here, I can do a check here and then do update or submit for the button. So I can do PHP tags there, and then I'll do an if not empty get ID. Okay, then this is going to be update, and then an else submit, and then an if. Okay, so if else equals submit, if not empty get that. Where is the error coming from? Let's save that. Let me see what the problem is here. I'm just going to remove that and then start it all over again. Alright, I'll do if not empty get ID. Okay, we want to echo update, else we want to echo submit. What the hell? We want to echo submit, and then I'll do an if. Okay, I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Alright, if I refresh, as you guys can see, we have update, and if in case I remove the query string, we have submit. Okay, going back and getting a post. Okay, so coming back here, since we have all that taken care of, I can then come up here now for us to handle the method that we are trying to accomplish. So here I will do if. Here I am just going to copy this down here at the bottom. So I will do if, and then I'll do an if statement. If method strictly equal to put, okay, put, then we can update, else we can then proceed to creating a post. Okay, I will need to move this all the way down where the create post ends. Okay, so I am going to copy this all the way down here, all the way down here. That is where that ends. Okay, all right. So if put method we update, else we create post. Okay, we have everything going fine. I'm just going to move that up. All right. Okay, so it is with the file now. I am going to check. Okay, here with the case of creating a post, I am going to check if in case this image is not empty. Okay, so I'll come down here and then I'll check if not empty files. Okay, and then it is going to be image, Then I will do this. Alright, or I can just leave that as the check. Let me leave that as the check, okay? So image is going to be that. Else, we are not going to be updating image. Okay. So let me see. And then here, I am going to leave that there like that, okay? So here we are going to check if image, as we are getting from up there, it means image, it means update image, alright, equal image, okay? And then here, where we are creating posts, we are going to do the same, but in this case, if image, alright, then image equal image, but here we are going to have an else, alright, and then within the else we are going to say that is required. We are going to pass an error message, so I am going to do that. I'll do an error message there, and then in the message it is going to be that image is required. Required, okay. So what do we have here? I need to put the semicolon there, okay. That is how we are supposed to handle that. Now we have that taken care of, okay. Then now to update post, we can then proceed with that. If image, update image equal this, and then we want to unlink the image that we already have for that post, okay. To unlink that, we are going to need to get the post image, okay. So this is what I am going to do here. I am going to come back here on the form, and then I'll create another hidden input, okay. That is going to carry the post image. So here, where do I have the hidden input? Okay, I am going to create another one. The type is going to be hidden, and then the name is going to be update image, and then the value is going to be echo p-row post image. All right. So now here to unlink that, I can come here now, and then I do unlink. Okay. Unlink. That will be uploads slash, and then concatenate that with $post update image. All right. That is going to do just as we want it to do. Okay. So post image is going to be equal to image, and then we unlink the image that is already there. Now we can proceed to update post, and to update we do SQL update post. Okay, set title equal the new title. Okay, and then we are going to set post description equal post. We are going to do this within here. If image is done, update image equal to that, and then we unlink the existing image. Okay, here in update we are going to check twice. Okay, so we unlink the existing image and then we update with image. Okay, we are going to update like that, else we update without image. Okay, alright, so update post with image, update post without image. Okay, so title is going to be that, and then post image is going to be the new image. Alright, and then post category, I need to put a comma there, and then we have post category or category ID will be equal to the new category. Okay, and then we are going to do a limit of 1. We are updating just one post, limit 1. Alright, so getting the values for title, we are going to use the title here, category, desk, and image. Okay, so this is going to be title, and this is going to be desk, and then this is going to be image, and this is going to be category. Okay, coming down here, I should have just copied what I have here. Now I can move this down there to make things easier for us. So I can just paste that down here and then leave just the fields that I am updating. So I am going to remove image. Okay, so we are updating title, description, category ID. Alright, okay, let me move that here. And then in the case where we are updating image, we need to check MySQL query SQL. Okay, and then we check if MySQL affected rows equal 1, strictly equal to 1. We can do strict. Then we can send a message that the update went well. We can redirect headers, header location. We redirect to post.php, because if you are updating, you coming from post.php. Okay, so we are going to redirect to post.php, but before redirection we have to move uploaded file. Okay, and then that will be files, image, and then temp name, and then we pass in the target. Okay, we move the new file that it is being uploaded, that is being uploaded. Okay, the new file that the file is being changed to, and that will be file. What is the target? Alright, we have the target there. Okay, alright, yeah, we have that taken care of. Here in this case, we are going to do the same check, else we can handle that, an error message for that. Here too, we are going to do the same. So I am just going to copy this, everything here. I just want to copy. I'm going to copy that and then paste here. Okay, excuse me, but we don't need this, we don't need that. We are just going to redirect to post page, move new file to upload add, and then redirect to post page. When we start working with sessions, I am going to come back here and then show you guys how you guys can use sessions for that, okay? I just want to return a message for now. If that did not work, then we should return a message. But normally we're supposed to log the error because everything looks fine. If there is an error, it means that should be from the database. Query failed. Post not updated with image. And then we are going to do the same thing here. I'm going to paste that there. Query failed. Post not updated without image. Okay. Alright, so now that we have that, we have everything taken care of. So checking that, just a last check to take care of the things that we may have missed. Here I am not closing the database because we are using connection down here, okay? But down here I close it down here. So we have that. If method equals to put, okay, then we check if image is set, okay, then update image is going to be equal to that. In the case of image here, this is supposed to be update image, okay, but where we are creating post, that is where it can be image, okay. Update image equal to that, then we unlink the image, okay. Let me see the hidden field. The hidden field, update image, okay, that looks good. Alright, so coming to the browser, let's try that. If I change this to updated post, okay, and then I update with an image. Let's say I choose this image, okay, undefined index update image on line 24, uploads permission denied on line 24. So coming back here, going to line 24, so on link, uploads, post image, and then it is saying undefined index, but we have this should be available. Maybe I needed to refresh so we can have that available, okay. I just added that, so let me come back here. Alright, post not updated with image. It means something did not go right. It's not the variables. So update post without image, update post, set title equal to title, post description equals to text, update image, and then category, limit 1. Oh, I am not doing this. Category equals to that, where ID equal to, we have to get the ID for the post, okay. So if method equal post, and I'll do is set, if not empty, get ID, okay, and method equal post, okay. So we can get the ID here now. I can just pass in get ID there, where ID equal get ID, okay. We can do that. That is how you update. Okay, you guys should not make the same mistake. Let me go and copy that to the one at the bottom. So ID equal to that. And then here at the bottom, I'm going to do the same. Update set dot where ID equal to that. Okay, so where. Alright, if I come back to the browser, I will think you guys get that. If I come back to the browser and then refresh, let me get the image. We had unlinked that before. Let me go remove, because the first time that it failed, we had unlinked the file, so the file wasn't there anymore. Okay, unlink. Let me just comment that out and then come back here and refresh. If I get a file, post not updated with image. Let's try updating without an image. Okay, so update post. Image else post not updated without an image. Without an image, update post. Update post. Let me look into that. I am going to complete that in the next lecture. So see you guys in the next. Hello, you are welcome back. We are going to continue with updating records. The issues we were having from the previous lecture was that, one, we were not wrapping the values that we were updating to in single quotes. Okay, I want you guys to wrap the values in single quotes. All right, both in the case where we are updating if there is an image, and in the case where we are updating if there is not an image. Okay, and then make sure you add MySQL query to the case that we are updating if there is not an image. Okay, I omitted that for some reason in the previous lecture because I was copying from here. Somehow I did not copy that. If you guys have done that, then the final thing that you guys need to do to have this working the way it was supposed to be working is to change the way I was checking if the files is empty. You guys should change and do it like this instead, assigning the name to image, so that we can have a strict image check if in case image is an empty string. Okay, down here, checking if image is not an empty string, we can get image now and then update with an image, else we update without an image. Okay, if I come to the browser and then I click on this post, let me choose the first post. All right, and then I do an update without an image, updated post. Okay, I submit. We are redirected to post and we have this updated with updated post. Okay, if I click on this one, all right, and then I update with an image, let me look for another image. Okay, and then I do updated with more image. Okay, just writing random stuff. All right, coming down here, as you guys can see, the image has changed and I have updated with more image. Okay, so now we can successfully update with and without an image, which shows that our logic that we have here is working perfectly. Okay, we could also create posts. If I go back to post.php, and then we look into creating a post, Chelsea 2, all right, and then we get an image. I get an image that and then get a category for that. This is a test create post, okay, and then I click on submit. As you guys can see, we have post created successfully. You guys should not worry about that, but as you guys can see, we have post created successfully. And if I go to the database, I refresh post. If I refresh post, as you guys can see here at the bottom, we have Chelsea 2. This is a test create post, okay? So that is it for updating records. I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In the previous lectures, we have seen how you can get records from the database, delete record, and update record. In this lecture, we are going to begin looking at session. By so doing, we can be able to complete our login and registration system. So what I am going to do here is I am going to close the admin directory. All right, so we are going to be focused here in the public directory. To begin working with session, we need to start session. In order to start session, I am going to come here in resource config. Within the config directory, I am going to create a file, session.php, and in that file, I am going to start session. To do that, I'll do session start. Okay, now we have session started in there. Coming back in the public directory, if I go to register.php, if you guys remember, when we are creating a user, if I come to public register, all right, when we are creating a user, if everything goes well, we encode the user's ID and then send the user an email for the user to verify his or her email address. And by so doing, we send this link to the user with a query string of the verification code appended to it. If I come to the email that we send to our user, you guys can see that we have that, okay? This link is what we are going to be using to verify our user, and then by so doing, we are going to update the verified field. That is to say, users that are verified, we are going to update this to 1, and then users that are not verified, we are going to have that as 0. After verifying the user, on the login, we are going to make sure that any user that is trying to log into our system is checked, that is, the user exists and the user has been verified before we can log in the user. To handle the verification of a user, I am going to come here in my browser. I will go here. I am going to copy this link into my browser. I'll paste that there. Let me remove that. If I refresh my browser, you guys can see that we have object not found, that is, the page is not found. If I create the file activate.php, let me come to my public directory and then create the file activate.php and then do this is the activate page. Okay, then come back to the browser and refresh. You guys can see we have this is the activate page. So with the PHP super global get now, we can get the code, get the ID from the code, check if the user exists. If the user exists, then we update the user and make verify to be 1 before we go and start working on our login system. Okay, so what we are going to do here is I'll open up PHP tags. We are going to begin if is set get code and it's not empty, get code, we proceed, else we want to set get code to be equal to null. Okay, so clean input, I'll do code equal strip text, and then I'll do get code. Okay, and then I can decode input to decode input. Since we were using base 64 to encode, base 64 encode, we are going to be using base 64 to decode. Okay, so base 64 decode. Okay, and then we are going to pass in code. From here we are going to have a string. If I come to encode, base 64 encode, we have a string with the ID encoded in that. We are going to have this string now within the decode variable. Okay, to be able to have the ID, we need to explode that string at the point where our random string ends. So I am going to copy our random string, and then I'll come here, I'll do array, let me do array with ID equal explode. I'll paste that there, and then I'll pass the code. Okay, by so doing, we can now have the ID to be equal to array with ID 1. By getting the index position 1 from this array, we have converted the string to an array with explode. Okay, so by getting the index position 1, we are going to get the ID. If I echo ID, and then we come to the browser and refresh, you guys see we get the ID of 1. And if I come to the database, we only have one user and the ID is 1. Okay, all right, so now we can check to make sure the user exists. So coming down here, I'll do a check to make sure user exists. So I'll do my SQL equals select. I can do let me check full name. Okay, so I'll do full name, username. Where do I have my indexes? I think I have an index on username. I have index on username. Okay, so I'll check ID, username, and email. So select ID, username, email from users where ID equal the ID that we are getting. So I am going to pass that in there. Okay, and then now we can do our query. We can assign that to result set. So MySQL query SQL, and then I'll check if result num rows. If the number of rows returned is greater than 0, it means the user exists. Okay, we need to include, let me get the database connection. So I'm going to come up here, I'm going to just copy that here and activate. After all that, we can then require database connection. Okay, to require database connection, we go out of public. It is the same thing, so that is good. And then we also need I think that is good. Okay, so if that is completed, then we can redirect the user now to login, so the user can log in. Okay, so location login.php, else we can start a session error message. All right, and then we can do could not verify user, and then log this. Okay, If in case that does not go, we can do that in an error log. Or user could not verify user. That is good. If in case we are using session here, then we also need to include session. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to just copy that and then come up here and paste, and then I'll do config session. By so doing, we are going to have our session in there. And then on the login, I am going to check if it said session. Okay, so here I'm going to check if it said session error message. Then we can echo that out. So echo session error message. This is what we should have been doing in the other sections. Okay, when I said because with sessions you can use that across pages, so this is what we would have been doing in the other sections. So if it said session error message, echo session error message. Okay, I think that is good. And then here in activate, we have seen that the user exists. Okay, we have to update before we redirect. All right, I am making a mistake there. I forgot to update. So if the user exists, we need to update verify field. Okay, so I'll do SQL equal update users set verify equal, we want to set that to be equal to 1. Okay, and then limit 1. Alright, and then here we are going to have limit 1. We are getting just one user. Or we can do num row strictly equal to 1, just to make sure we are getting just one row return. Okay, and then here now we can update the user and then set verify equal to 1 and limit 1, verify equal to 1, where ID equal to the ID that we are getting. So I'm going to pass the ID in there. Where ID equal to, let me use the ID we're getting, so we have a double check on the ID. And then I can do MySQL query and then pass in SQL. Alright. After that, I can check affected rows. So MySQL affected rows. If affected rows equal to 1, then here now we can redirect the user. Okay, we can redirect the user to the login page for the user to log in. Else, then we can log this in the error log. Redirect user to login. Else, we can log this in the error log. Let me just get a session. I'll do session error message. Could not update user in database. Okay, so that's all we need to do to verify a user. Now that the user is verified, I am just going to show you guys the verification, and then we are going to continue with the login in the next lecture. Okay, so if I come to the browser now and then I refresh, as you guys can see, we have been redirected to the login form. And then if I come to the database, I go to users, and then scroll to the end where we have verify. You guys can see we have verify as 1 now. So this user is verified. Okay. Hello, you are welcome back. In the previous lecture, we went over verifying a user. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at logging in a user. But before we get to that, there are some few things that I will like to take care of here on the activate.php page where we are verifying a user. If I scroll down here to the bottom, you guys can see that I have redirections at every level. This is because, and I am redirecting to login.php page. This is because we have no content here on the activate.php page, so we don't want the user to access this page. That is to say, at each level, we get the message and then we redirect the user to the login page where the message is going to be displayed. If I come here on login, in the previous lecture, we saw how you can access the message. We are going to fix that, okay? Coming back here, if the user is verified, we have a session success message and then we redirect the user. Else, we have an error message, we redirect. The same all the way down. And if in case there is nothing in the query string, okay, we still redirect the user because we don't want the user to access activate.php. You guys can go ahead and do this, okay? The other thing is here, after getting the row, the user's information, you can check to see if the user is verified or not before you go ahead and verify the user. That is to say, here could be a check to see if verify is equal to 1 or 0 before you verify the user, or that is an else, you display a message that user is already verified. User can go ahead and log in, okay? Because without that, you are going to be having some error messages that may not be good. If you guys are looking to develop the application the way it's supposed to be done, I'm just showing you guys this. It is left for you guys to put this together and develop a robust application, okay? I would think the areas where you guys may have concern, I have covered that, okay? So coming now to session, when we set the session messages, we have success message and error message. Here in login, after we echo out the message, we are supposed to unset the session, because with sessions, when you set a session, this message is going to stay within this session forever if in case we don't unset the session, okay? We could come here, after we echo out the message, we unset the session, but that's not going to be the right way to do it, because every time that we use error message, we would have to do unset session. The better way to do that, we are going to create two functions for our sessions. One is going to be for success message, and then the other one is going to be for error message. To do that, I am going to come here in session.php, and then I am going to create the functions in here. The first function is going to be function success, and then the second one is going to be function error, okay? And then within these functions, I am going to declare a variable message. I'll make that an empty string, and then I will check if is set session, if is set session success message, we get a message which is equal to, I'm just going to leave a placeholder there for now, and then we are going to do the same for the error message. I'm going to do if is set section error message, and then we are going to do our variable, okay? Now in place of message, I am going to get an alert from Bootstrap. I'm just going to copy that. I'll come here where we have success, I am going to paste that, and then where we have this, I am going to change this to danger. Alright, so now within this we can have the session message. So this will be session success message, and then we can do error message for the other one. This is going to be error message. Now, since we have that, we can go ahead and unset the session. Since we already have this in message, we are going to unset the session and then we return message. And then if in case we don't have anything, we want to return the empty string message. Okay, if there is nothing, we return the empty string message. Okay, and then here we unset the session message. Since we already have the message in message, we return the message. We are going to do the same down here. And then this is going to be error message. And then here we are going to return the empty string message. Okay, now that we have that taken care of, session success messages. Okay, advanced session, and then here it is going to be session error messages advanced session. Okay, let me just reduce the white spaces. Alright, so having this now, we can come to login, and then here I can open up PHP tags and then echo out the function error. That is to say, whenever there is an error message, that should be echoed out. If there is no error message, it is going to be echoed out, but we are going to have the empty string. Okay, we are going to have the empty message string for both. Okay, all right, you guys can go over that. I hope you guys have set up your login form. I need to do a name equal username here. If you guys have done that, then we can begin handling our login. Okay, so after the user is activated, all right, we have verified the user. We can come now to login, and the user is redirected here to login. Okay, we can come now here and then we check if the user has entered his or her credential, username, password. Okay, we can then get those data and try to log in the user. So here I am going to do if post, if is set, post btn login. Okay, we can then try to log in the user. But before then, since we are using these functions here that have session, I am going to need to include session in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that. I'll drop that there. And to include session, I can just come here and then I do session.php, since we also have our session in config. Okay, so that should include session. And then here now we can go to validate input. That is if not empty post username. Then we can also check on not empty post password. Okay, we proceed. I can then include my database connection there. Require connection, database connection. Okay, and then here else we are going to set the super globals to null. So username is going to be null, and then post password is also going to be null. Okay, then having that, we can come down here now and then escape string. Okay, so I can do username equal MySQL real escape string post username, and then password is going to be MySQL real escape string post password. Okay, now that we have the information for the user, we can use the user's username. Because we are hashing the password, there is nothing that we can do with that, but we can use the user's username and check if the user has a record. If the user has a record, then we can verify the password after we have checked if the user is verified or not. Okay, and here I can do result here, and then we send the user a message. I am going to get sweet alert for this. Let me first declare the variable up there. I can get sweet alert for that, so I'll come here, copy sweet alert, then come back, open up my script text, and then paste that in there. So here I'm going to do please enter username and password, and then here is going to be oops, then this is going to be an error message, and then this is going to be okay. Alright, if in case there is a value that is missing. Alright, so now we can then check if user exists. Okay, so I'll do SQL equal select ID, username, email, or I can just do username, password, verify. Okay, we don't need the email from users, where username equal what we are going to be getting. Okay, or I am going to use an operator here, the or operator. Okay, we are going to look into that again, or because we want either username or email to be used for login. Okay, so I am going to do or email equal what we are getting. All right, I'm just going to copy this and then I'll paste that in there. I'll do the same here, then I'll paste that in there. Then I'm going to do a limit of 1, so we are getting just one record, so limit 1. Alright, and then now if in case we are getting a user, it means let me get the result set. MySQL query, we are going to have that in the result. Right, if we are getting a user, then we are going to have row. Okay, so row will be equal to result fetch array MySQL assert. Okay, if we are getting a user, we're getting that. But to check to make sure we actually got a user, I can do if row. Okay, if in case we have a value in here. All right, and then we can proceed. Else we can do a result of user not found. Okay, invalid credentials. We can do invalid, or I can do username or password not correct. Okay, you can do that. And then if in case there is a row return, we can then check if the user is verified. Okay, so we can do if row verify equal to 1. Okay, we continue, else check if user is verified, then check if user exists, confirm if user exists. Okay, and then if in case the user is not verified, you can copy this in there. Then we can do please verify account before login. Okay, alright, and if in case it happens that the user is verified, then we can use the PHP function verify password to verify the password that we are getting from the database and the password that the user has used to log in. Okay, so I'll do if verify password. Okay, we pass in the password that the user used to log in and the password from the database. We verify password. Okay, if that is correct, we are going to get true. That is going to return true. Verify password. It is password verify. That's the function. Password verify. Okay. Else, if in case we cannot verify the password, then we want to send an error message. So the error message is going to be username or password not correct. Okay, I'll just do P here so we can get the difference to debug our application. All right, but you don't want the user to know if it is username or password that is not correct, because if the user is malicious, you are reducing the user's disadvantage of getting into your system. All right, so if the password is verified, then now we can redirect the user. We can redirect the user to the page for login. So I'll do locations. I want to redirect the user to the admin, that is to the backend post.php page. Okay, you can redirect the user to any page. All right, and then here I can do a session. Since we are going to another page, I can do a session success to tell the user that you are logging. Okay, or I can still do it here. It is going to come up since it is suite alert. All right, I can do like this, and then I can do you are logged in since it is JavaScript. Okay, with alert, the alert processes before anything else. All right, so we can tell the user that you are logged in, and then success. Okay, then redirect the user to the login page. All right, so that is all we need to do. All right, if you guys are following, that is all you need to do. Coming down here, we have everything taken care of. Okay, so now to handle our alert. I am going to come here and add another PHP tag, and then I am going to echo out a global, which is going to be result. Alright, so now we have that all covered. Okay, so coming to the login page, let's try to, if I try to log in, oops, please enter username and password. We get your account is verified. That should be something that was stored in the system, because when we verify the account, we did not check. If I refresh now, let me refresh and then try to log in again. Okay, that is gone. Okay, that was in the system. So please enter username and password. If I come to the database, username pmore, let me try that, pmore, and then password 123456. Oops, username or password is not correct. It means the password is not correct. I forgot the password. So we are going to register a user. I'm going to call the user jhands. I'll do jhands, and then I'll do jhands@mail.com 12345 12345 12345. Okay, let's register jhands. Okay, nice, account created. If I come here, we have an email for jhands. Okay, I am just going to copy this and then verify jhands. So I'll copy this into the browser. We are going to do the verifying here. Okay, your account is verified. You can log in. I'll do jhands, and then I'll do 12345. Let's see. Username, the password is not correct. I'll do jhands@mail.com 12345. Password is not correct. It means password verify. That is coming from where we are verifying password. So password verify, password, row password. I would think that should work, because this is where we are getting the error message. And we are getting password. Row verify equal to 1, then we come to this stage. Is it hash password then password? Let me try the other way around. For a minute, I have to think these things. Okay, so let's just try that. Jhands, alright. 12345. Let me refresh. Jhands 12345. Let me check the password verify function. Okay, I will go over that, and then I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. We are going to continue from where we stopped in the previous lecture. In the previous lecture, we could not verify the user's password. Because the video was getting long, I could not continue checking to see where the problem was coming from. Okay, but after I checked, I realized that here in register.php, where we are creating a user, okay, where we are inserting the user's data to the database, I had a space here before hash password, and that is what was causing the issue, because with that space, password verify cannot verify the password directly. Okay, for those of you who did not make the same mistake, I would think you guys had everything working fine. Okay, and that is good. But it is good for you guys to take note of that, so when you're inserting data to the database, you don't leave any space around the value that you're inserting to the database. Okay, coming back here into login, now everything looks fine. Let me save that. Now everything looks fine. Coming back here into login, if I go to the browser and then I go to create a user, let's say I create a new user, test user, T user, and then T user email at mail.com 12345 12345. Okay, I register the user. After the user is registered and then I verify the user, let me get the verification code. I'm going to come here and then verify the user. If I do T user and then 12345 and click on login, you guys can see that we are redirected to the post.php page, which is what we have here for the redirection when the password is verified. Okay, so now we have everything working fine. Okay, now we don't need this because when the user is verified, the user is redirected to the post.php page, so we don't need this. That already shows that the user is verified. The next step now is going to be creating our authentication layer. Okay, I am going to create sessions that we are going to use. Okay, when the user is verified, we are going to have sessions that we are going to use to apply authentication on our various pages. Okay, where we want the user to see when the user is authenticated and where we don't want the user to see when the user is not authenticated. So to do that, I am going to do session. I'm going to create a session with the user's name. Okay, that will be equal to row user's name, username, and then I am going to create another session with the user's ID. This is going to be row ID. Okay, the ID we are getting from the database. Now that we have these sessions, okay, with these sessions we can come into the pages and then check if in case is set session. Okay, for the authenticated pages we leave the pages. If not, then we redirect to where the user is supposed to be. Okay, so this is what I am going to do. I am going to come here in the admin template. Okay, here where we have header. All right, now let me come down to the navbar. Here where we have navbar, going over the navbar, the logo that we have here, the logo takes us to the public directory. Let me go back there. We have admin public. It's not supposed to be like that. The logo is supposed to take us to the public directory. If I click on that, it takes us to the home page in the public directory. Okay, so here we have this that takes us to the home page. To secure this section, we don't need to secure that. Okay, so I can come directly after that logo. I can come directly after the logo, just down here, and then do a PHP tag, and then require session. Okay, because not all the pages are going to have sessions, so I am going to require ones. All right, this is why require ones is important, or include ones. All right, to require that, I'll go out of admin and then I come into resources, and then I'll go to admin to config. Sorry about that. And then session.php. I'm going to require session. Then after requiring, check if user is authenticated. That is to say, for the user to be able to access this from here, the routes going down, the user has to be authenticated. Okay, and to do that check, I'll do if not is set. That is, if there is no session username and there is no session ID, not is set, session ID. We want to redirect the user to the login page, so I'll do header, location, and then I'll go public login.php, and then we can do a session error message. Okay, error message, and then tell the user you have to log in. Okay, now if I come to the browser, because when that user logged in, we do not have any session. If I go back to admin and then post.php, if I refresh, let me save this. Location public login.php. If not, it's set session username. Out of admin into resources, and then that. Okay, let me save that again. If I come here now, yeah, it seems we have a session created there already. Okay, that is why that is not going. We have session created here when we were refreshing the page. Okay, so what we are going to do here now is that we are going to unset the session. I am going to remove this. Okay, let me come to login.php. We are there, and then I am going to unset what we had there. So I am going to come down here at the bottom, and then I'll do, you guys should just follow what I'm doing. I'll unset the session. We had session there already, so session username, and then session ID. All right, I'll just make those to be null. Make this to be null. Okay, if I come back here now, I have to go to login first. So login, I need to go public, then login. Public/login.php. Okay, then if I go admin /post.php, as you guys can see, we got redirected. You have to log in. Okay, we had session there, that is why it was like that. Okay, so now coming back, if I remove this, I am just going to comment that out because we are going to need it again. And then I come here now, and then I uncomment this. Okay, because we do not have that, that is why we got the message. Let's say I try to access admin /post.php. We are getting the same thing. Okay, because coming here where I am adding the authentication layer, if you scroll down, you see that we are protecting admin.php, post.php, categories.php. Okay, on post.php, we have the other one. We have within post.php, we have post.php. Within categories.php, we have category.php. So protecting it from this level is going to cover everything within that page. Okay, so coming back here, if I try to go admin, /categories.php, you guys see we get the same. Okay, so that is how you authenticate users on your application. Now we have a solid authentication going on. But if in case I come now and then I do test user and then log in the user now, in which session is going to be created for the user. Okay, let me log in the user now. If I do login, all right, and then I come now, I do categories, you guys would see that we are accessing every single one of the pages. Okay, because now session has been created for the user. And if we go here, we can still access the home page. Okay, so coming back here to add security on the home page, on the public section. Okay, this is within the admin section. To secure the public section, while securing the public section, I will not secure the index.php because we still want the user to be able to access index.php even when the user is logged in. Okay, so here in the public directory, I am going to secure login.php, and then I am going to secure register.php as well as activate.php. I am going to check these files to make sure that these files are only accessed in the front end. Okay, so what I am going to do here is within login, we have session here at the top. Okay, so here within login, I am going to come here at the bottom, template header. Okay, just after the template header within login, this is the login page. Okay, so I'll do like that, and then I am going to check that if not is set, if is set session, that is to say if the user is logged in, the user should not be able to access the login page. Okay, so if is set session username and is set session ID, okay, and it set session ID. Okay, I'm just going to drop that down. Redirect user if authenticated. Okay, so if it set session username and it set session ID, I am going to redirect header location, and then I am going to redirect the user to the login page. I am just going to take the user to post, so I'll go admin and then post.php. Okay, such that when the user is logged in, the user will not be able to access this page. Okay, this page is all right. Let me comment that out and then show you guys. Now that the user is logged in, the user is accessing the logged in pages. If I do login, if I do public /login.php, the user can still access this. Okay, but if I uncomment this now with our check, all right, and then go back to the browser, and then if I refresh, you guys see we got redirected immediately to post.php. And if I try to access login.php, I have to do public. That is not part of our directories. All right, I try to access that. We come back to post.php, login.php, login. We come back to post.php. Okay, we are going to do the same for register. If a user is logged in, the user should not be able to access register. So I am going to copy this and then register. Here at the top, we don't have session for register. So I am going to put session in there. I'm going to come down here and then paste that. Okay, and then in register, I need to copy session from login into that. So I am going to copy this and then come to register. I'm going to paste the session up there. Okay, it is going to be the same. With the case of activate, it is going to be the same thing. I'm going to come here, copy this, login, okay, and then come to activate. Do we have session in activate? We have session there at the top. I'm just going to paste that there. Let me remove this. I need to remove this. I'm going to move session to the top. So I'm going to copy that and then I'll paste it up here. Okay. Alright, now we have that taken care of. We have a complete application now going. To make sure we can destroy our session, we need to create a logout.php. okay, so I am going to create a logout. Coming to where we have our navbar, we have logout here, we have logout there. I am going to do logout.php there, okay, and then come in admin. This is admin, okay, admin navbar, then come in admin, and then within admin I'm going to create logout.php. Within logout.php we are going to require session, and then we destroy the session, okay. So we are going to require session. Let me get it from one of these files. We are requiring session. I'm just going to copy this, come to logout, and then paste that there. Require session. Okay, here is going to be session.php. Alright, then here at the bottom we can do session destroy. Alright, like that, it is going to destroy all the session that we have, and the user is going to be locked out, okay. Session destroy, and then we can then redirect the user to the login page, okay, because we have nothing on the logout page, so we don't want the user to be there. So I am going to redirect to login, or maybe to home page, to index, okay. You can redirect to wherever you want. I am just going to do login.php, okay. Alright, so now we have a full functioning system. If I refresh and then I click on logout, all our session got destroyed. We are back on login. If I do tuser and then I do 1 2 3 4 5, we have a session created. We are logged in, okay. We can access the home page while logged in. We can access the home page while logged in. We need to do a check to make sure that when we are accessing the home page, we are not getting this, okay. So we need to make a check on these links, but you guys get the logic. You guys can implement that. Do a check on the links to make sure when we are logged in, it is only the home page that we can access, okay. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture we are going to be looking at the OR operator, the like operator, and the wildcard, which is the percentage sign, okay. So what I want you guys to pay attention on is the OR operator, the like operator, and the wildcard, which is that. After going over the OR operator, you guys should be able to implement the AND and the NOT operator. If I come onto the browser, right now I am on the front end of our website. I am going to be using the search box to implement the OR operator and the like operator as well as the wildcard, okay. But before doing that, I am going to query the database and get all the posts that we have and display here on index.php, which is our home page, then implement the use of the search box, okay. So coming into my text editor, we are on the home page. I am going to create a container, and then within that I'll do a row, and then I'll do call md12. All right. In order to display our post, I need a media object for that. So I am going to come to Bootstrap components and then look for media object. I'm going to get this, so I'll copy that and then I'll paste that right there. Okay, we have the media object. I am going to get all our posts from the database and then loop through that and display the post, okay. So I am going to do MySQL here. I'll do get all posts, okay. So SQL will be equal to select all from post to get all posts, and then we assign that to result. So MySQL query SQL, and then we can then do our while loop while the row equal result fetch array MySQL as sock. Okay, we can then loop through the media object and display all our posts. Okay, I'm going to move this up, move that up there. All right, so I'll need to close that here at the bottom where this ends. So I'll come here at the bottom, and then I'll close that right there. Okay, so coming back up here, we are getting all our posts from the query. So now to display the data, I'll come here and display the title. I'm just going to echo out row title. Okay, and then here I am going to echo out the row content. So I'll do PHP and then echo out row content, post description. Okay, we have the post description. Here we are going to do the image. Since we need to get the path to the image and the uploads directory is in the admin uploads, okay, we need to go out of public into admin, then uploads. To do that, we are going to go out of public, admin, uploads, and then we can echo out the image now, which is going to be row post image. Let me save that. I am going to do the alt. We have to do the alt for all our images. So the alt, I'll do the title for the alt. So I'll do title. Okay, and then I want to give the image a width and a height. So I'll do width 200 pixels, and then height 110 pixels. That will do. Okay, since we have that, let me see. Let's go to the browser and check what we are getting. If I come to the home page and I refresh, as you guys can see, we are getting our posts from the database. This is supposed to be container. If I refresh, we are going to have that in a container. Okay, that is how it is supposed to be. I am going to come here. I will give that a margin top of 4, and then between the post, I want to give a margin bottom of 3. If I come and I refresh, all right, we have all our posts nicely displayed. Okay, now it is to look at the search, where I am going to be implementing the or operator and the like operator, as well as the wildcard. Okay, now to do the search, if I come to template public, okay, template public navbar, here we have the search box. All right, I am going to give this search box an action of index.php, such that if a user is searching from login, okay, the posts are going to be displayed on action on our home page index.php. If a user is searching from register, the posts are going to be displayed on home page index.php. Okay, so by doing index.php, we have taken care of that. Here I am going to give the button a name of btn search, so we check when the button is clicked. Okay, so I'll copy that, and as you guys can see, the input already has a name search. Okay, so now since we have given this an action of index.php, in the index.php file, we can handle that because it is going to be posting to the index.php page. Okay, so here now we can handle that. What I'm going to do is I am just going to move that down and then open up PHP tags, just so this doesn't get confusing. Okay, and then I'll do search post. Okay, I'll begin if statement. If is set get, and then the button for search. Okay, if that is set, validate input. Alright, we check to make sure not empty the search field, not the search field, get search. Alright, if that is not empty, then we continue. Okay, so the next step is going to be get input and escape string. So search will be equal to MySQL real escape string get search. Alright, now that we are getting search, we are going to move on to our query search and get post. So I'll do SQL equal, this is where you guys have to pay attention. Select all from post where title like what the user is searching. Okay, and then before and after that we are going to use our wildcard. This is to say, search whatever the user is searching that you can find in the database. Take characters before and after what the user is searching as well to look for the search. Okay, so if we have there like that in the database and the user has an H as search, it is going to get this. If we have just that, it is going to get this. If we have just H, it is going to get the H. Okay, I would think that you guys get that. So where title is like search, and then we can continue and do all post description like search. That is all. Any item that is like search, you check the item and then bring the item. Okay, so what title is like search or post description is like search. We can continue like that for all the columns in the database, but I am just going to do for title and description. Okay, so I'll do that and then enter there. Okay, so I can put single quotes around that. Let me just leave that like that, and then in there we are going to pass our search. We are going to have our search like that. Okay, I'll come down here now and then do the result equal MySQL query SQL. Now we can do our if statement. If result, if row, we need to do a while loop. Okay, so while row equal result fetch array MySQL assoc. Okay, then we are going to get result for what the user is searching. Okay, and by getting the result, we still want to loop through these so we get just the post that the user is searching. Okay, so in this case we are going to check if in case this button is clicked, we process search. Okay, else we are going to process this at the bottom. Okay, I am going to come fix that, but for now let's complete that. So I am going to copy all of these and then come up here where the while loop ends. Okay, I am going to open up the PHP tag there, and then I'll close this, and then right here I am going to paste that. Okay, so we can loop through this and then get everything the same way we were getting down there. Okay, I would think you guys get that. So we are checking if this is not empty. we continue like that. Okay, so here we can move this up like that. Okay, and then here we can remove this. Okay, then move this to the bottom so that if the user is not searching, we can get the post then. Okay, so I'm just going to move this up like that. Now coming back up here, just so you guys see, if the search button is clicked, okay, we process the search, all right, else we process what is supposed to be on the home page. Okay, and here the while loop loops through this media object, and then for the case of search, this while loop loops through the search. Okay, I could also do if empty. If the search is empty, like in this case, if there is no value passed, we can also continue the else to go down there. Okay, since we have we can also continue the else there. Okay, so let me just take this down there. You know what, I'm just going to remove this. Let me make this more, it should be easy for us. Okay, so if it said get search button on, not empty, get search, okay, then we can proceed. All right, I think like that it is much easier for you guys to understand, and it works. It reduces code. I would think that is even better. Okay, and then we have the while loop here. All right, okay, so let's go to the browser and try that. I'm going to come to the browser. If I refresh, we have what we have there. Let's say I search for America, and then I click on search on Boolean. Here where I am having this, I think I need to wrap those in single quotes. I need to wrap this in single quotes. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, as you guys can see, we get America. Okay, let me go back to home. We get everything on the home page. Let's say I search for Africa. Click on search, we get only Africa. Come back on home, we have everything. Let me search for A. Let me search A. We are getting everything for A because there is A everywhere. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Let me search for CA and C. Alright, we get America and Africa. Okay, I would think you guys see the logic. That is how powerful the wildcard is. Okay, it is what filters that out. Okay, so that is it with the OR operator. Okay, I would think from that you guys can implement the and the not operator. Okay, you guys can just go over the note. We have seen all that you guys can do here. You guys could manipulate the wildcard and do just the filter that you want. Okay, using the wildcard by following this. Okay, so that is it. In the next lecture we are going to continue with SQL, so I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture we are going to be looking at the order by keyword and the NOR test. To implement the order by keyword, you do order by the column that you want to order by and the order that you want to get records from the database in. ASC, it means you are going to be getting records in ascending order. DESC, you are going to be getting the records in descending order. Here in the case with the NOR test, after the where clause, you can check to get records where this column is null. Okay, or you can check to get records where this column is not null. If I come to my text editor, here is where we are querying to get the data on index.php page. Okay, here we are in index.php file. Okay, if we are performing a search, then we are getting this at the top, and if we are not performing a search, this is what we are getting. All right, so coming back here, if I go to the database, you guys could see that we have ID increasing 4, 6, 7, 20, 25, 26. It shows that we are getting data saved in the database in ascending order. Here with ID 26, I have Patriots. If I come from what we are getting from the database, I have Patriots here at the bottom. Okay, this shows that by default we get data from the database in ascending order. But if in case you want the most recent data to be at the top, it means you will need to order this by descending order, so you have the most recent data at the top. Okay, so coming back here, I could do select all from post, order by ID. Okay, and then I could do descending. If I do that and then come back to the browser and refresh, now we have Patriot at the top. Okay, if you order by a column that has alphabetical letters, it is going to order them based on the alphabetical letter. Okay, so let's order by title and then see. Let's order by title. Descending means that it is going to start from W descending. Okay, so let's look at that. All right, as you guys can see, it goes W and then it starts going down. Okay, all right, I would think you guys see how that works. You guys can try it, but in most cases you order by ID because ID is very specific for the fact that it is a number, and that is how records are registered in the database. Okay, all right, so we have that for order by descending. Okay, then if I come back to my database, you guys can see that here on Africa we have category ID null, and then on Man United we have category ID null. Okay, so I can also come here, select all from post, where category ID is not null. Okay, so let's see the post that we are going to get, and then you do order by. So if I refresh, as you guys can see, we are not getting Africa and we are not getting Man United. Okay, we are not getting Africa and we are not getting Man United, but we are getting the others. Okay, if I do is not null or is not null, if I do is null, we are only going to get those two. So if I come back and refresh, as you guys can see, we are getting just Africa and Man United, and those are the two rows where category ID is null. Okay, so that is it for the order by keyword and the null test. In the next lecture, we are going to continue with other operators. Okay, so see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at the in and the between operator. The in operator allows you to specify multiple values in a where clause, and to implement that, as you guys can see, you do where the column in, and if in case the column is within the values that you are going to pass here, that row is going to be returned. And then you could also do it with another select statement, and if it happens that the column is within what is going to be returned in this select statement, then the row is going to be returned. With the case of between, the between operator selects values within a given range. The values can be numbers, text, or date. To implement that, you do the column between. If the column is between the values that you are going to pass, then the row is going to be returned. If I come back to my text editor, with our example, if I do select all from post, where I could do ID, where ID in, okay, and then I can do 4, 3, 6, 7, 20, okay, Let me come to my database for you guys to see the IDs that I have. I have 4, 7, 3, 20. Okay, so we are hoping to get just 4, 7, and 20. Okay, if I save that and then come to the browser, oh, we have 6, so 4, 6, 7, and 20. If I come to the browser and then refresh, as you guys can see, we are only getting 4, 6, 7, and 20. Okay, because coming here, 4 America, 6 Africa, 7 World, 20 Chelsea, America, Africa, World, Chelsea. Okay, so that is how the in operator works. Okay, and then with the between, we can do where ID between, and then I can do 4 and, let me do 4 and 20, 4 and 20, where ID between 4 and 20. If I come to the database, 4 and 20, it means America, Africa, World, Chelsea, the same thing. Okay, as you guys can see, we are getting the same. If I change that to, let me do 30, we are going to be getting all the data. As you guys can see, we are getting all the data from the database. Okay, because all of the IDs are between 4 and 30. Okay, so that is how the in and the between operators work. All right, you guys should go over that. In the next lecture, we are going to look at SQL functions. We are going to perform some mathematical operations. I'll be doing that from within the MySQL database. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at some SQL functions. We are going to begin with the min and the max functions. The min function returns smallest value of the selected column. You could do select min, the column that you want to select the minimum value from, and then the table. Okay, in most cases, you will be using this if you're working in a business environment. You could get minimum sale, you could get maximum sale. Okay, the maximum does the opposite of the min. With the max, it returns the largest value of the selected columns. We also have the count, the average, and the sum function. With the count returns the number of rows that matches a specified criterion. You could count all the data from a column within a table, and then if you're doing a where clause, you add in a filter as to what you want to count. Okay, the same with the average. With the average, you get the average from the column. If you're doing the where clause, you add in a filter as well as the sum. We are going to begin looking at the min and the max. I am just going to show you guys how you can implement this, so you guys get comfortable with the functions. It is easy to implement just by looking at the query. I would think you guys can think of implementing it. So coming here on my database, I'll go to post and then I'll do SQL. Beginning with the min, I can do select. With the min function, I can do select min, the minimum ID from post. Okay, so I am getting the minimum ID from the post table. As you guys can see, we have min ID 4, and if I come to post, we have the minimum ID here as 4. Okay, I can go back and then do select max, select max ID from post. If I continue, as you guys can see, we have 26, and if I come to post, the maximum ID is 26. Okay, looking at the other functions, we could do count to count the number of items that we have in the post table. Okay, going back to that, I can do SQL, and then I can do select count. If I do count like that, count all from post. Okay, if I run the query, as you guys can see, we have 6. Okay, and if I come to the post table, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. If I come back and then I do select select count all with a where clause now. Count all from post where category ID is not null. Okay, if I run the query, what am I doing here? Select count all from post where category ID is not null. Okay, if I run the query, as you guys can see, we have four there. If I come to post, you guys are going to see that we have 4 posts where the category ID is not null. Okay, going to the others, average, I could get the average from the IDs. Okay, so I can come back here and then I do select average ID from post. Okay, if I run the query, as you guys can see, we have 14.667. And if you come to post, let me see where the query is. I'm just going to copy that. I'll do it with the where clause. If you come to post and then add up the IDs and divide by the number of posts, you are going to get that. Let me do where category is not null or is null. Let me do is null. So we see for just those 2 posts. All right, we have 15.5. okay, if I come to post, where is null is 6 and 25. If you add 6 to 25, we get 30, 31, and then if you divide that by 2, we get 15.5. okay, I would think you guys see that. And then the last one is going to be the sum. Let's sum the ID. You could do this if you're working in a business environment. You can just implement that to get what you want to get. So select sum ID from post where category ID is null. Okay, if I run down to get the sum 31, and if we come where it is null, okay, we have 31. okay, so that is it with the functions. In the next lecture, we are going to look at aliases and then begin with joins. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at SQL aliases. As you guys can see, SQL aliases are used to give a table or a column in a table a temporary name. Aliases are often used to make column names more readable. An alias only exists for the duration of the query. We are going to be looking into that. To implement an alias, here we have examples. Select column name as the alias name. If you have a column that you're selecting from the database and the name is not more readable to you, you could use an alias to make the name more readable in a way you can understand. Okay, we have here where we are assigning an alias to a table. Okay, so coming into my text editor, I am going to be using our index.php example. Select all from post. Okay, coming to the browser, this is what we have. All right, coming here, instead of select all, since we are displaying the post image, the post title, and the post description, I can come here and then instead of doing all, I will do select title as header. Okay, and then I can do post image as pic on. All right, and then I could do post description. Let me not do an alias for that. I can just do post description. So now we have an alias for post image and an alias for title. Okay, if I come here, post image, and then I do pic, and then let's see what we are going to have in the browser. As you guys can see, post image is fine, but we have an issue with title because we have given title an alias, and it is the alias that we have to use for title. So here we have to use header. Okay, if I come to the browser now and refresh, you guys see everything is fine. Okay, so alias exists for the duration of the query, and when you're using an alias, make sure you use the alias in the place of that column. All right, so that is it for aliases. In the next lecture, we are going to begin looking into joins. It is an exciting section in SQL, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at a very important topic in SQL, and that is joins. As you can see, a join clause is used to combine rows from two or more tables based on a related column between them. That is to say, if you have a table with a column that matches a column on another table, you can be able to query both tables at the same time using a join. Here we have the different kinds of joins. The first is the inner join or just join. This returns records that have matching values in both tables. So with this join, it is only the records that have matching values that are going to return. If I come here to my database, I go onto the post table. Here on the post table, we have category ID, which references IDs on the categories table. Okay. In the case of inner join, only the posts that have an ID from the category table, okay, and categories that have their IDs being used on the post table that have the IDs here are going to be returned. Okay, so we have return records that have matching values in both tables. Okay, and for the left join or the left outer join, this returns all records from the left table and the match records from the right table. So from our examples, the left join, if we are doing post and then joining categories, it is going to return all the records here and records from the categories table that have their ID here in the post table. Okay, so on the categories table, records like more category is not going to be returned because more category doesn't have its ID here on the post table. Coming back, with the right join, returns all records from the right table and the match records from the left table. So with the right join, all records from categories, including that, is going to be returned. Why? Only records from the post table that have category ID that are going to be returned. Okay, and then with full join, we are going to get all the records from both tables. Here is how to implement a join. You do select the columns that you're getting from both tables, and then you do the from the table, the left table, which is the table you want to have as the left table, then the join, and then the right table on where there is the relationship. From the example that we have been going over, this relationship is going to be post table dot category ID, then categories dot ID. Okay, because we have post table, category ID is what has a relationship with the categories table, category ID. All right, so coming here onto my text editor, we are going to be using the query in index.php that display the data that we have on the home page. Okay, we are going to be using this to go over that. So I am going to be showing you guys how you can implement a join by using this query. Originally, we are supposed to have the query as select all from post. Okay, when we did this, we did not get the categories for the post, the category name for the post. With the help of a join, we can be able to get the post and the post category. Okay, we could not get the name from just that query because we do not have category name on the post table, but we have the category ID. All right, so coming back here now with join, I am going to do, you do the table and the data that you want to get from the table. So I'll do post dot post.id. I want to get the post ID, and then I'll do post.title to get the post title. Sorry about that. And then I'll do post dot. I could also add an alias there, so I could do as. Since I have that down here, let's just continue with that. I would think that shouldn't change anything. Post.title as header, and then I'll do post image as pic. Since we have that down there too, I can drop that down, and then I'll do post description, and then I can do categories dot category name, and I can do categories dot category description, okay, and then I could also do categories dot category ID dot ID, or I can do post dot category ID. All right, so we are getting this data from the tables, from post, and then the join. If we want to inner join the table that we are inner joining categories on, where there is the relationship, the relationship is on post dot category underscore ID equal to categories dot ID. All right, so we come to the database, post category ID references categories dot ID. All right, okay, so now down here we are getting row pic, row header, row post description. Pic is coming from here, header is coming from here, description is coming from post description. We can also get row category name, row category description. Okay, so I am just going to copy this, I'll paste that there. I'm going to give this a text. I'll call empty. Let me just leave the empty 0 there. I'll give it a text primary. Okay, and then this will be row category name. We can also have row category description, class text info, and then I can open up my PHP tags, and then echo row category. There has to be category description. Okay, now if I come to the browser and then I refresh, we have a mistake somewhere. So coming back here, category description, post.id, post.title as header, post.post image as pic, post.post description, categories dot category name, categories dot category description, categories dot ID from post, inner join categories on post dot category ID equal. I don't see any. Okay, here we have to do a comma. All right, at the end there. If I come back and refresh now, all right, we are getting all our posts. Okay, and as you guys can see, since we are doing an inner join, okay, it means we have to get just the matching records. And as you guys can see, we have the post America, World, Chelsea, Patriot, and Transport. If I come to the database and I go to post, you guys will see we are getting America because there is an ID. We are getting World because there is an ID. We are getting Chelsea because there is an ID. We are getting Patriots because there is an ID. And we are getting Transport because there is an ID. And then coming to categories, you see we are getting Sport, Politics, Economy, Social. We are not getting more category. Okay, so Sport, Politics, Economy, Social. If I come here, as you guys can see, we have politics, social, economy, and sport. Okay, so sport, social, economy, and then politics. So we are getting the categories. If you look at their IDs, sport 10, politics 12, economy 16, social 17, 10, 12, 16, 17. We have 10, 12, 16, and then the 17, social, which repeats itself. And coming here, we have social, and then we have social, which repeats, okay? And then we have the others. So that is it for inner joins, okay? Coming back here, if I go to the next, which is left join is going to return all the data on the left table and the matching data on the right table. As you guys can see, if I come and then I do, just to show you guys that inner join is the same as join, I am going to refresh. You guys will see that nothing will change, okay? Nothing has changed. So let's look at the left join now. So with left join, let's see what we are going to be getting. As you guys can see, with left join, we are getting all the data from the post table. We have America, Africa. As you guys can see, this does not have a category. So we are getting all from the post table, okay, all from the left table, and the matching from the right table. So here there is a category, here there is no category, all from post table, this match, so we are getting the matching. Here there is category, here there is category, here there is no category, we are getting all from post table. And then category 0 is not being returned, so we only get the match, okay? We are not getting category 0, all right? And then with the case of, this is also as left outer, we can do that as left outer, okay? That is the same thing, just as the inner join and join, all right? If I come and then I refresh, you guys are going to see that nothing will change, okay? It stays the same, okay? And then if we do the right join, let's see what we are going to get. Now with the right join, you guys can see that we have more category down here, because with the right join, we are getting all from the category table, and we have situation where we don't have things matching well. Let me see what I have here. Okay, here it is supposed to be header, because we are changing that to header, okay? Okay, so come back here. As you guys can see, with the right join, category is the right table, categories is the right table, so we are getting everything from the categories table. We have politics, social, sport, social, economy, and then more category. But on the post table, we are only getting the post with a matching records in the category table: America, World, Chelsea, Patriot, Transport. If I come onto the post table, we are only getting America, World, Chelsea, Patriot, Transport, because those are the ones that have categories. And then on the category table, we are getting all the categories, including more category that does not have a match: sport, politics, as you guys can see. So this is the right join. It gets all from the right table, okay? It gets all from the right table and the matching records with the left table, all right? And then the next, the right join, the full outer join, you guys can go over that. This is going to get records from both tables, okay? What we have gone over so far, I would think this is the most important joins that you guys need to know. You guys can go over the full outer join, and then in the next lecture, we are going to look at the self and the union join. I can just cover that in this lecture. We are not going to be looking at the self join. You guys can go over that if you guys want, okay? You guys can try that. Or in the next lecture, we are going to look at this. Let me see if we can cover the self join. The self join in situations where you want to get zonal records, that is where the self join comes into play, okay? We're going to look at this in the next lecture, so I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hello You are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at SQL self-join and the union operator. As you can see, a self-join is a regular join, but the table is joined with itself, okay? Here we have an example. Select a.customer name as customer name 1, b.customer name as customer name 2, a.city from customers A, customers B, which is the same table, where a.customer ID not equal b.customer ID and a.city equal b.city, and then we're ordering by a.city. Here in this example, a.customer name can be the same as b.customer name. Okay, so with the self join, the data is going to switch between the joins. Okay, we are going to have the same data as a.customer name and the same data as b.customer name. If I come on to, we are going to come back to go over the union operator. I am going to be doing this from within the MySQL database. Okay, so I am going to let me get on my database, which is a true website. Okay, and then here is where I am going to be doing the query for the join. All right, so with the self joins, I am going to be using the users table for that. And here on the users table, we have two rows. The first row with the username Peter Moore and the username test user. Okay, so looking at the self join, I am going to come back here. To write a query for that, I can do select a.full name as first name, okay, b.full name as second name, and then I can do a.email, b. Let me say username from users A, users B, okay, where a.id not equal to b.id and a.verify equal b.verify. Okay, let me run this query for us to see what we are going to get. As you guys can see, here is the query, okay, and here is the result that we are getting from the query. So we have select a.full name as first name, which is the column from the return, b.full name as second name, which is the column from the return, a.email, we have the email, which is the column that we want to get from the return, b.username, which is the column that we want to get from the return, and then from user AB, that is to say, between the rows in the users table, the rows are going to be switching between A and B. The first row is going to be A, the second row B, the first row is going to be B, the second row A, okay? Where a.id, now when we are doing this comparison, the first row A, okay, the first row B, that cannot compare, so A is going to be the second row, and then the first row B at that point, this is going to compare. So we are getting first name test user as the first, okay, and then B Peter Moore as the second, and then when it goes again, by then A can be the first row, so we are getting Peter Moore the first row, and then the second, which is B the second row, okay, and then for the email, we are just getting the email for the rows, okay. So when I showed you guys, we had Peter Moore for the first row, and then we had test users for the second row. So that is what is happening there. You guys can run the query and see how that comes up. This is not a query that you are going to be required to write for the most part. In a very rare case scenario where you find a situation where you have to write a self-join query, because you are basically just repeating the data that you have there in the database, okay? On the table, you are just repeating the data on the table. To show this in another way, I can come back here. I'll click on this and then paste that there. Then remove the ID comparison. I'll just leave the verify because both have verify, and then click on that. As you guys can see now, because both have verify as one, it is checking with the verify. Okay, so Peter Moore has verify 1. It is the first table. Okay, Peter Moore has verify 1 for B, which is still the first row, which is the second table. Okay, let me copy this and then come here. This has verify, the first item has verify as 1. This has verify as 1, which is the first table. Okay, and then this has verify as 1, which is the second table. Okay, and then going down. So let me come back and do the query. The first column, the first row can be the first table, and the first row can be the second table. Okay, which is what we are having here. And then going to the second row can be the first table, while the first row is the second table. And then the first row can be the first table, while the second row is the second table. And then the second row can be the first table, and the second row can be the second table. Okay, so that is how that works. For the fact that verify is 1 on both rows. Okay, so it just switches. You take one row, you compare it by itself twice, and then you go to the next row, comparing it with the previous row, and then you go to the next row, comparing it with the previous row. Okay, and then you compare the other row by itself twice. All right, because equal, since they are equal. But in the case of ID, you had to move a row and then compare with the previous row. So A had to be the second row comparing with the first row. I don't know if you guys get it, but if in case you have any question, you can get back to me. I wouldn't waste my time on this. The self join is hardly used. I don't think there is any company that uses that, but you never know. So it's good to just have an understanding on how that works. All right. So coming back here, we are going to be looking at the union operator. I would think this is important. It's good to understand this. So the union operator is used to combine the result sets of 2 or more select statements. That is to say, you can do select all from users, and then you do union, select all from post. Okay, it is going to return the data from users and post. But the thing that you have to take note of is that to use a union between 2 tables, you can use a union between 2 or more tables. To use a union, you have to make sure that the columns between the tables match. And then if in case you have rows within the tables that are identical, okay, the union operator selects only distinct values by default. To allow duplicate values, use union all. So if you have rows that are identical and you want the union operator to return the identical rows between the 2 tables, you have to use union all. Okay, yeah, let me come into the database. I am going to show you guys how that works. If I come here in members, I have created another table, members. Here in members, we have ID, full name, username, email, password, and then we have activate here at the end. Okay, and then within members, we have 2 rows, as you guys can see. Then coming to users, we have ID, full name, username, email, password, verify. Okay, and in users, we also have 2 rows. You can have as many rows as you want in here. The rows don't matter, but the columns have to be the same. You have to have the same number of columns in each of the tables. Okay, and what you have for the columns too do not matter, but the columns have to match. Okay, now this is what I am going to cover with you guys. As you guys can see on the members table, full name, we have test, username, tuser, email, tuser email, and then password, we have that. If I come on the users table, here we have test user, tuser@mail.com, and then this. Okay, then verify 1. Here too, it also has a verify of 1. Okay, Let me run a union between these two tables for us to see what we are going to get. So if I come here and then I do select all from users, okay, and then union, select all from members, okay, let's see what we are going to get. Select all from users, union, select all from members. I did not spell members correctly, so let me come back here. I'm going to paste that there. This is all that I need. I don't know how I copied all that. Okay, so select all from members. All right, let me run the query now. Okay, as you guys can see, if you check the columns have all changed. Verify on members we had activate, so verify now is the new column from the union that member has with users. Okay, but we are getting all the data because though here from users we have test user, we have test, we have T user, we have T user, we have T user at mail.com, T user at mail.com, the same password, the same verify, the same verify. But for the fact that this column is not the same as this column, they are not the rows are not identical, all the data is being returned. But if in case I come to members and then I edit this to test user, if I edit it like that and then go ahead and do the join again, the union, if I do select all from users, and then select all from users, and then I do union, select all from members. Okay, let's see what we are going to get. As you guys can see, the identical column has been merged, the identical row has been merged into one row. We don't have 4 rows as before, we have 3 rows now. Okay, but if we do, let me copy the query from here, but if we do union all, if we do union all, let me remove that, union all, okay, if I run that, now we get the 4 rows with the identical rows. Okay, so that is how union works. You guys can just go over the note, and then from what you guys have seen here, I would think you guys can put that together. Okay, so that is how you work with the self join and the union operator. Okay, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. Since we already have a full functioning website, we have the home page, as you can see, that displays all our posts. We have the register page where we can register new users. We have the login page where a user can log in. If I do T user, I can log in the user, and here in the back end we have the post page where a user can manage post, edit and then delete post. Okay, a user can also create posts. Here we have the categories page. A user can create category, a user can log out, and we can also log in a user with the user's email. Okay, all right, now since we already have all this in place, okay, this is all you guys need to begin developing websites or web applications. If you've been following up to this point, then you're doing pretty good. If you have not, then you may just need to go back and review some of the things that we have gone over. The query that we have here so far for our home page is the join query that is getting all our posts. Okay, and here on the home page we can also search. As you guys can see, you can search from any page. Okay, all right, so having this in place, this is all you guys need to develop a CMS. What I am going to be covering for the course, from this point, I am going to be doing that here from within the MySQL database. Okay, it means I will come to our database, and then here is where I am going to be running the queries. So coming back to the slide, In this lecture, we are going to be looking at group by statement and the examples on how to query a group by statement. I am going to be doing that in here. Alright, so group by statement groups rows that have the same value into summary rows. As you can see, if you have two rows with the same value, it is going to group that to a single row, but you will have an indication that there is a number of rows with the same values. Okay, we are going to look into that. You can have an indication if you do like select count. Okay, you are going to have the count as 2, and then you are going to return that row, which is going to be just that row. For instance, if you have a row with the same categories, you are going to return that category's name, and then it is going to give the number of posts that have that category. Okay, this is an example. Select count, customer ID, country from customers, group by country. As you guys can see, you are going to have a list of countries, and then you are going to have the count of the number of posts each country has. Okay, the SQL statement below lists the number of customers in each country, sorted high to low, because here we have an order by, and you ordering by the count. So the most count is going to be at the start, so it's going to be from most to the least. Okay, coming here to the database, if I go to SQL, that is our database, and then SQL, we can do an example of that. What I'll do here is, if I come to post page, as you guys can see, we have 2 posts that have a category ID of null, and we have 2 posts that have a category ID of 17. Okay, I am going to group by category ID. Let's see what we are going to have. So I will do, let me come to our database. So what I am going to do here is I'll do select title from post. Okay, and then I'll do group by category ID. Okay, this is not the best example for this. Just so you guys see, I want you guys to see how it works. Okay, so group by category ID. We have Africa, Chelsea, America, Transport, World. Okay, you guys should take note of that. Africa, Chelsea, America, Transport, World. Coming to post, as you guys can see, we have Africa here with null. We do not have Man United because Man United and Africa have a category ID of null, so it has been grouped to 1. The first item is going to be taken. Okay, and then we had Wall, but we do not have Patriots because Wall and Patriots have a category ID of 17 that was grouped to 1. So Patriot was not taken because Wall comes first. All right, now to have the real case of a group by statement, we can do select. We can do select count category ID or count ID. Okay, from post group by category ID. Yeah, I am looking to save. I hit on the save. That is why we're having that. Let me just close it. Okay, so if I run the query, all right, as you guys can see, the count ID has returned 2 for the posts that have the same category ID. Okay, and we have 2 posts with the same category IDs. We have one, the set of null and the set of category ID 17. If I come here, we have Africa null, we have Man United null, and then we have World 17, we have Patriot 17. Okay, now I am going to do it with a join so we can see the categories. Okay, after the group by. So let me do it with a join. So I'll do select count post dot ID and then I'll do categories dot category name, okay, and then I'll do from post, and then it's going to be join categories on post dot category ID equal categories dot ID, and then we can do group by category post dot category ID. All right. Oh, I have saved again. I keep having the reflex to save. Let me close those. All right. If I run the query now, as you guys can see, we have sport, we have politics 1, we have economy 1, we have social 2. We don't have the null because the null is not part of category name, okay? That is why we could not get the null. So now we are getting the count, and this makes sense. If you want to know the number of posts that a category has, you do this, and then you get the number of posts for each of the categories, okay? If I come to post, social has 2. As you guys can see, 17 for social, and then the other ones are 1. If I come to categories, social has an ID of 17, okay? So that is it for with querying using group by. In the next lecture, we are going to continue with other queries, okay? See you guys in the next. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at the SQL having clause and the exist operator. As you can see, the having clause was added to SQL because the where clause could not be used with aggregate functions. Here we have count. Other examples of aggregate functions include average, sum, mean, max, okay? Looking at this example, we have select count, customer ID, country, from customers, group by country, having count, customer ID greater than 5, order by count, customer ID descending. From this query, we are going to get, since we are grouping by country, we are going to get a list of the countries that we have in the table, okay? And then this is going to count the number of times a country occur in that table, okay? And then the having count is going to filter the return query to get just countries that occur more than 5 times, and then order by is going to order the query, the return query, from the countries that occur the most times to the countries that occurs the least time, okay? I would think you guys get that. We are going to come back to the exist operator, but let's see how we can write a query with the having clause, okay? So coming here onto my database, I will go to my database. Here we have our post. I am going to be using the post and the category to show you guys how you can write a having clause query. So here I can do select count post.id, okay? I can also I can do that as num times, that is the number of times that the record is going to occur, and then I can do categories dot category name, all right, and then I'll do from post, and then I want to join categories on post dot that will be post dot category ID equal to categories dot ID, okay? And then I want to group by category post dot category ID, okay? And then I want to get just the category names that occur having count, that occur more than 1 time. So I'll do having count post dot ID greater than 1, okay? If I run this query, as you guys can see, here we have sport 2, we have social 2. Coming here to the database, to my table, the post table, okay? Here we have Chelsea and Man United with a category ID of 10. We have wall on Patriots with a category ID of 17. If I go to category, we have social with the category ID 17, sport with the category ID of 10. Coming back here, we have sport 2, social 2. It means sport occurs twice on the post table, social occurs twice on the post table. Here is the query. We are getting having count, that is counting the number of times that category name occurs on the post table greater than 1. We only get the record with the number of counts greater than 1, okay? The only difference with the having clause and the where clause is that you can use the having clause with aggregate functions, okay? So let me try this again in another way so you guys see how the returns look like. If I do greater than 0, okay, let's see what we are going to get. As you guys can see, we're getting all the categories, and then we are getting the number of times that the categories occur on the post table. Coming here on the post table, we have 12, 1, 17, 2, 10, 2, 16, 1. If you go to categories, you have 12 politics, 16 economy, social, sport. I come here, sport, politics, economy, social, all the categories that we have on the post table. We do not have more category because more category does not occur on the post table. As you guys can see, it doesn't occur on the post table. And from our query, we cannot get that, okay? It seems I closed the query. Okay, I would think you guys get the idea. Let me paste that here again and then run the query for you guys to see. I would think you guys get the idea. If I run that again, as you guys can see from the query, we don't have more category. It is getting the category that have count the number of times on the post table greater than 0, okay? So that is the category names we're getting. This is a good example on how you are going to be using having group by. So you guys need to try this and then see how it works, okay? Coming back to the slide, we are going to be looking at the exist operator. As you guys can see, the exist operator is used to test for the existence of any record in a subquery. And then here we have an example: select supplier name from suppliers where exists, and then you do a query on another table. This is where the test comes. In this case, this is where the test comes. That is anywhere there is product with a field supplier ID, okay, that has an ID on the supplier table. This is going to equal to true, and if this equal to true, the supplier name is going to be returned, okay? So on the products table, the column supplier ID, if it has an ID on the suppliers table, which is the ID on the suppliers table, this is true, and then return supplier name. Let's look at an example. So coming here, I'll go to my database, and then I'll go to query. I can do select categories, category name. That's what I want to get. So category name from categories, okay, and then I can do where exist. And then I can do select ID from post where post dot category ID equal categories.id. Okay, this is where the query comes. We are not going to get the post ID return, but as long as this is true, the category name that has an ID on the post table is going to be returned, okay? If I run the query, as you guys can see, all the categories are returned because the categories have an ID on the post table. Here is the query, okay? If I run this again, and then I do not equal, okay, let's see how that's going to look like. We having we are having all the categories and then including the category that is not on the post table. Okay, so we are just getting the categories returned now. All right, you guys should try it and then see the tricks around it, because selecting from the post table where not equal, it checks the different categories, okay, which is going to be true because one category is not equal to the other. Okay, I would think you guys get that. But in this case, we are getting more category, though more category does not occur on the post table. All right, you guys should try it and see the tricks in it. So that's it for the having clause and the exist operator. I will see you guys in the next lecture. Here we are going to look at the any and the all operator. So see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at the SQL any and the all operator. As you can see, the any and the all operators are used with a where or having clause. The any operator returns true if any of the subsequent values meet the condition. This is just for you guys to know about all SQLs, operators, clause, statements, keywords and all that. I don't expect you guys to remember all these, but knowing about them, if in case you guys see them somewhere, it is going to occur to you guys that you guys can refer to see how you can implement them. Okay, so I am just going to cover basic examples with this. As you guys can see, you can use them with a where or a having clause. You can use them with either one. Here we have an example: select product name from products where product ID equal any and then the subquery. So what is going to be returned in this subquery is going to be checked. If in case product ID is equal to any of the return, then the name of that product is going to be returned. You could use this on tables that have a relation. We are going to see that between our products, between our post and the categories table. Okay, and then in the case of all that is returned from the subquery has to match what you are equating to. So all operators returns true if all subquery values meet the condition. Coming here to my database, I am going to go to the database. Here I can do a select category name. Let me do category name from categories. All right, and I can do where ID equal, and then I can do any, and then I do select. That can still work. I keep looking for upper cases. Select category ID from post. Okay, if I do that and then I click on go, let's see what we are going to get. As you guys can see, all the categories that have a post, we are getting them. If I come to categories, you guys see that we did not get more category because that does not have a post, but we got the other categories. Okay, so that is how the any works. All right, the any operator. Let's look at the all operator. So with the all operator, we can have select category name from categories. I'll just do the lower cases. Select category name from categories. Okay, and then we do a where ID equal all. Select, or I can just ID equal all. Let's just pass an ID that has a category. So I'll just do 12 for that to equate to true. So let's see what we are going to get. We have to do a query there. So let's do that. Let's do a query and see where ID equal all. Let me do select. Select category ID from post where ID equal let me do the post ID equal 12. 26. All right, we have a post with that ID. If I run that, as you guys can see, we have social. Okay, if I come to post, the post with the ID 26 is Patriots, and the category is 17, the category ID. If I come to categories, the category ID 17 is social. Okay, I would think you guys see how you can implement that. In the next lecture, we are going to look at case, and that will be it with SQL. Okay, with all that you guys have gone over, you guys can handle any web application of any sort. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next lecture for us to wrap up with this. After case, you guys know about SQL injection. I am just going to cover that with you guys, and then we will be done. Down here we have a reference that you guys can go over if you need more information on this. All right, so I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be looking at SQL case statement. As you guys can see, the case statement goes through conditions and return a value when the first condition is met. It is like an if then else statement, but we have when then else. Okay, so if there is no else part from the statement, as you guys can see here, and no conditions are true, it returns null. That is fine, because if in case you just have values that you want to strictly do a comparison, you can leave out the else part and then just get what is going to be returned from that. All right, so going over this example, we have select order ID quantity and then case when quantity. Here quantity is being used for the case. You could use any column that you're getting back from the database for the case. We can use ID for the case. You can use any other column. Okay, so here we're doing quantity. So case when quantity is greater than 30, then what you want to get. When quantity is equal to 30, then what you want to get, else what you want to get, and then you end the case, and then how you want to get the data based on the comparison. Okay, quantity text from the table that you querying this from. All right, coming down here at the bottom, this is the same. I am just going to do an example so you guys can see how you can implement this. So coming here on my database, I will go to the database and then SQL. I can do a select. I will do title and ID from ID. We are doing a case, so case when I am going to do the case on the ID when ID equal or greater than 20. Okay, then I can do it then now. Then the ID is greater than 20. And then I can do when ID greater than 10. Then I can do then I can then do the ID is greater than 10. I can do the greater or equal. Okay, then greater or equal. And then I can do an else now. Then that, and then I can do an else. The ID is less than 10. And then I can end my case and get that as ID node. Okay, from post table. All right, let me run that for us to see what we get. So as you guys can see, if the ID is greater than or equal to 10, the ID is less than 10, the ID is less than 10, the ID is less than 10, because these are all less than 10. The ID is greater than 20, okay, because these are all greater than 20, okay. These are equal or greater than 20. As you guys can see from the query, we have if ID is greater or equal 20, all right. Then we have that if ID greater or equal 10. We don't have any ID that can match that, so we don't have that. And then we have our else statement the ID is less than 10, which gives us this. Just by looking at that, you can have a column that you want to grade. If the column is what you get, you compare, and then you pass a grade, how you want to grade the column, A, B, C, D, you know. You guys should go over that and see how you can implement that. It is an awesome query. I would think there is a lot that you can do with that. So coming back here, this is going to be the last lecture for this section. So this has bring us to the end of the section. With SQL injection, we have gone over that already. It is when a malicious user tries to inject SQL string into your form input so as to trick your query to return data that your query is not supposed to return. Okay, a malicious user can inject malicious string into your login input and then log into your application without using a login username and password. Okay, there is no query that we need to write on this, so you guys can just go over that and get the details. On the next slide, the discussion on that continues. Here is a link to the MySQL website. On the website, you guys can get additional information on SQL queries that are compatible with the MySQL database. Okay, I would strongly recommend you guys check out the site and see how you can enhance on what you guys have learned already. All right, but with what you guys have covered so far, you guys can use that to develop whatever you guys want to develop. Okay, so this brings us to the end of SQL and the MySQL database. I am looking to put together a course on a CMS, and on that CMS, I am going to cover all the details that are required in developing a CMS. So if you are interested in checking out that course as well, then you can look out for that. Okay. It was nice going over this with you guys. I wish you guys best of luck. So see you guys in the next section. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to continue with developing our website. Okay. As you guys can see, I have set up a registration form, and I have also done the navigation links for the front end of our website. Okay, if you click on that, it takes you to the home page. That is the home page, register, and then the login page. Okay, going into my text editor, if I come here in the resource directory, and then resource directory, and then I go to the public directory, here we have the templates for the files in the public directory up here. Okay, within the directory, we have the footer, we have the header, we have the navbar. Okay, I want you guys to come in navbar. We are going to begin looking at the links that I set up. Okay, so coming into navbar, here I have 3 links. The first one is the home, which is the index.php file. Okay, the second one is register, which is register.php file. All right, and the third is login, which is the login.php file. Okay, so when you click on these links, it is going to bring you to the file that is here. All right, and then here at the top, I have index.php and then true website, such that if you click on true website, it brings you to the home page, which is the index.php file. Okay, you guys can go over this and then set up your links the same way I have done. All right, if you do that, then you can then come over to show you guys. I think we went over this in the previous lecture, including our templates. Okay, so in all the files in public, we including the same templates that comes from public directory down here. All right, in templates public directory. Okay, so in index we have the templates, in login we have the templates, and then in register we have the templates, and here in register I have added the form. Okay, so I am going to walk you guys through the form that I added. Okay, here we have the main section. This is what we had in here. I have wrapped everything within a container div. Okay, I am using Bootstrap, and then I have a row with justify content center, so the form can be centralized. Everything within the row is going to be centralized. I have a column large of 6, okay, and then I am wrapping the form in a card. I am wrapping it in a card body, okay, and then here we have our form. There is an attribute action, that is an empty string because we are going to be posting the data from our form on this page, okay. What the action field, the action attribute takes is the URL that you are going to be posting to. If I come here to the browser, the action is supposed to be this URL, the URL that you are posting to. Or we could just do register.php for that, okay, since register is in the public directory where the server begins reading, okay. All right, so we can do register.php here, okay, but the action takes the URL that you're posting to, and since we are posting on the register page, there is no need for that, so we can just leave that like that. Method post, I think you guys know that. And then here we have the name attribute for full name to be full name. We have the name attribute for username to be username. We have the name attribute for email to be email, password to be password, confirm password to be confirm password, and then the button btn register. We had seen this in earlier lectures, so I would think you guys will be able to do this, okay. I have taken time to walk you guys through the form, the changes that I have made, okay, so you guys get comfortable with this. As we proceed, I will just be doing the forms and then continue with you guys from the PHP section, okay. So you guys should go over this, get the form set. In the next lecture, we are going to come up here and then begin writing our PHP to receive the input from the form and then send that to the server, okay. We are going to be looking at SQL, okay. The SQL statement that we are going to be using for that is the insert statement, and as you guys can see, the insert statement, you write insert into the table name and then you pass in the columns. But before that, we are going to create a table. So this is going to be fun. We are going to be doing this with all that you guys need to know about SQL and PHP. We are going to begin a transaction for that, since we are creating a table before inserting the data. So it's going to be a fun section. You guys should go over this, put the forms together, and I will see you guys in the next lecture where we are going to begin writing our PHP and SQL code. So see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to continue developing our website, okay. What we are going to do is we are going to be creating new users, all right. That is to say, if a user comes onto our site and fill out the registration form and then click on register, we are going to use PHP to get the input data and then send that to the server after we have validated the data, okay. In earlier lectures, we saw how you can get input data from a form, okay. So as I go over it, I want you guys to follow. I would think you guys are going to understand what I'll be doing because you guys have seen it before. And because we are using the post method, we are going to be using the post super global to get the data from the form, okay. I am going to begin with that. The first thing that I am going to do will be to check if the button has been clicked, okay. I have to check and then continue with the other data. So I am going to do an if post and then get the button btn register, check if that has been clicked. If it's set, all right, you guys should not forget, if it's set that, okay. And then what I want to do here is then for us to get all the input information before we check if password matches confirm password, that is going to be too much work. So the first check that I am going to do is going to be the password check, okay. I'm going to do password check, password match check, okay. So I'll do if password is strictly equal to confirm password, all right, then we can continue. All right, the next that I am going to do now is to validate all the inputs. Okay, if this is true, then we can move on to validate all the inputs. I am going to do a simple validation. All right, let me do validate from input. All right, I'm just going to be doing a simple validation. I will do if not empty, that is to say if what I am passing in this function empty is not empty. Okay, I'll do post full name, okay, and then on not empty post username. Okay, I am going to be doing the same for the other fields, so I am just going to copy that and paste there. I'll do the same for email and password. Okay, so if not empty full name and not empty username and not empty email, and then not empty password, if neither of the fields is empty, password, because we have already checked password and confirm password up here. Okay, we can just go ahead and do just password without confirm password. All right, okay, so now after the check has been done, we need to get the data from the form. So get form input data, and to do that we have to make sure we are checking for SQL injection. Malicious users may try to inject SQL string into your form input. Okay, they may try to inject SQL string into your form input to trick your SQL query to return data that your query is not supposed to return. Okay, so to do that, to check to make sure there is no malicious string being passed, I am going to do full name equal. We need to require our database. I am going to move our database from there. After we see that a user is trying to be created, okay, that is when we are going to require our database. So let's require database connection now. Database connection. Okay, we have our database connection. And then here we are going to be getting the form inputs. So full name, I'll do MySQL real escape string. Real escape string, okay. MySQL real escape string, this is the method, all right, that checks to make sure there is no malicious script being passed. Okay, post, I'll do that post full name, and then I'll do username, that'll be equal to MySQL real escape string post username. All right, I am just going to copy this and then do for email and password. So I'll paste that there, and then I'll do for email, and then I'll do for password, and then password. Okay, so now that we have received our data, we want to make sure for security, to add a security layer onto our site, we want to make sure that if this button is not clicked, okay, that is, if the button is clicked, run this. If the button is not clicked, we want to make sure that all our super globals are empty. Okay, we shouldn't have any values in there. And to do that, we are going to do else on if is set btn register. Okay, I am doing an else statement on that, and by so doing I'll do post. I'm going to set all those to null, so I'll do post full name. I'm going to set that to null. I'm just going to copy this and then do for the others. So I'll copy, Alright, and then this will be username, this will be email, and then this is going to be password. Okay. That is good there, like that. Okay, now let's do the check on if in case password is not equal to confirm password. We need to alert the user to know that the password is not equal to confirm password. So we need an else statement there. And to do that, I am going to be using Sweet Alert for that. Okay. To have this, you can just copy the URL into your browser or go on Google and search Sweet Alert. Coming on the site, all we need to do is copy the CDN onto the header of our page. Okay, so I am going to copy this and then go to my header and then paste that right there. All right, now we can start using Sweet Alert. Okay, the Sweet Alert that I want to use is this. I want to use this right here. I'm going to copy that, and in case the passwords do not match, I am going to initialize a variable that I'll use for that. Alert message. Okay, let me just do message. All right, I'll do message and then come here and do message equal, and then I am going to create. You have to do the Sweet Alert within script tags. Okay, so I am going to create script tags for that, and then I'll paste that in there. Okay, and then for the message, I am going to do oops. Okay, and then I'll do passwords do not match, and then here that's going to be an error message, and then I'll do okay. All right, so now since we have a check on that, let's also do a check on if in case an input is missing value. Okay, if in case one of these is empty. All right, so let's do an else there. I am also going to use Sweet Alert for that, so I am going to copy this in there. All right, here I am going to do the same, but the message is going to be please fill out all fields. All right, error. Okay, I'll do error. No, oops, I think oops is still alright. That looks alright. Alright, so we have a check on that. And then coming back here now, we can proceed to creating a table and then insert the data to the database. Okay, but first, what I am going to do is I am going to initialize an array to get errors if in case we try to create a table, the table doesn't go through. Okay, as we are doing our queries, if in case something doesn't go through, I would like to get the errors. So I am going to do get errors, and then I'll initialize an array of errors equal to an empty array. All right, now that we have our password, I am thinking that we can hash our password. Okay, to hash our password, we can just do hash password equal, I think, password hash. Okay, password hash, and then we pass in the password, and then we use the password default. Okay, like that we are going to hash our password. All right, Now we have a hash password. Okay, let me hashed password. Alright, so coming down here now, we have that to get our error. So I can begin with create table, create users table in database. Alright, to create a table, we are going to do users table equal MySQL query. Okay, and then I'll do create table users, and then I'll pass in the columns that I want to be in the table. Okay, the first is going to be the ID. I want that to be an integer 11, and then I want it to be the primary key. I want it to auto increment. Alright, and then the second is going to be our full name. I want that to be a voucher 255. Alright, the third is going to be email, voucher 255. I need to do a not null here, so a null value cannot be passed in it. Alright, developing that to be robust. Going back up there, we are on email, voucher 255. I'll do not null, and then I'll do unique. Okay, password, I'm going to do voucher 255, not null, and then unique. Alright, I am going to add another column, verify. Alright, so that the user can verify his or her account. After the account is created, we are going to send an email to the user so the user can verify his or her account. Okay, so I'll do verify int 1. Alright, and then I'll do a default for that. The default is going to be 0. Okay, I think that looks good. So verify, default 0, password not null, unique, voucher, email not null, unique. We have full name. I am missing the username. Alright, so username, username is going to be voucher 255, and that will be not null. Okay, I am going to add an index key to username. Okay, let me see. I think everything looks good now. Okay, so now we can check to make sure the table is created. We can get the negative of the boolean that is going to be returned. So if that is equal to false, alright, then we want to get an error, errors equal, I'll do that like that. Our query field, users table not created. Alright, and then I am going to move to the next step. The next step is going to be, if in case the table is created, then we want to add an index to username. Okay, since we are going to be checking that, so to add an index to username, I'll do create username index. So I'll do idx username equal MySQL query create index idx username, and then I want to create that on the users table. Alright, and that will be for username. Okay, just like that. That looks good. And then I'll also check to make sure everything went well. idx username if there is a problem, then we want to get an error. The errors is going to be equal to query failed, username index not created. Okay, so after doing that, now we can then insert our user to the database. We can create a user. Okay, so let's look into creating a user. I can now do create user, and then to create a user, let me get the SQL query. So the query is going to be insert into the users table, right? The columns and then the values, all right? So column values, key value, column values, all right? So this will be, the first is going to be full name, username, email, password. Now, since the ID is auto incrementing, we don't need to pass the ID. And since verify has a default of 0, we don't need to worry about verify, okay? No error is going to be thrown for that. So we have full name, username, email, password, and then we are passing in the values now. The values are going to be the values that we are getting from the form. So the values are going to be these. Coming back down here, I'm going to do full name. If in case you begin with double quotes, you pass those in single quotes. If you begin with single quotes, you pass them in double quotes, okay? So full name, username, and then email, and then password. Alright, that looks good. Okay, now that we have our query, we can then run it. Now that we have the query, we can run the query, okay? So I'll do MySQL query SQL. Alright, so that is going to run the query. And if in case the user is created, then we can do if MySQL affected rows. If the user is created, affected rows is going to return 1. But if there is no user created, affected row is going to return 0, okay? So what I am going to do here is, I am going to check if affected row is returning 1, alright? If it is not returning 1, okay, I want to roll back if in case there is any error somewhere around creating the table and the user. I want to roll back if there is any error. If there is an error, the user should not be created, okay? So this is what I am going to do. If the affected rows is not equal to 1, it has to be 1 if the user is created. So if it is not equal to 1, or the errors that we are getting here, the errors are not empty errors, okay, then I want to roll back the user. I want to roll back creating the user. So that is going to MySQL rollback. This method is going to roll back the process of creating the user, okay? All right, so if that is not equal to 1, we roll back creating the user. If that wasn't rolled back, then we are going to be able to get the user's ID. And to get the user's ID, we do MySQL insert ID. That is going to give us the user's ID, okay? So I am going to do if that, if we are getting something back, okay, if there is an ID that is being returned from that, then we can set up to send an email. But if it was rolled back, we are not going to get the ID, all right? I would think you guys get that. So if we're getting an ID, we can set up to send an email. to set up to send an email, we need send to, which is going to be the user's email, and then subject. The subject is going to be verify account, okay, and then the body is going to be, I'll come back to that, and then the headers is going to be from, and then our email, which is going to be through website at admin.com. okay, that can be whatever. You can pass your own email in there, but this has to be your website email, okay? All right, so we have this. Now we are trying to send the email, okay? Let's check. After that, let me get the email body. I have that done here, so I am just going to copy that over there. I'm going to come here and then paste that. I need to remove this. An HTML email, okay? I need to put this in double quotes. Alright, I think that looks good now. Okay, if you guys want to go over the email, I am just going to scroll so you guys see everything that's in the email. You guys can do the email the way you want. All I want you guys to pay attention to is here. When the user clicks on this confirm button after the user receives the email, this URL is going to be on the user's browser, okay? And with the GET request, we are going to be able to get the activation code, all right, the verification code, and then verify the user. I am going to get there, but you guys can see we have a query string. When we were going over GET request, I told you guys we can be able to get input for a GET request from a URL, okay? So we are going to be doing that here. We are going to use a GET request when we want to get this, okay? Let me do the verification code, okay? So here, if we are getting an ID, then I can go ahead and then do a verification code. I am going to create a verification code from the user's ID. So I'll do verification code equal base 64 encode. I want encode, okay? This is going to provide us with a string, all right, with the ID encoded. Here, you pass a random string. I am writing random string so you guys know, but you can pass in whatever, just like that, okay? And then you pass in the user's ID. This is going to encode the two together. When we are getting it, we are going to get it, decode it, separate the string from the ID, and then use the ID to check if the user exists, okay? This random string, we have to use the same string to be able to decode this, okay? So we are getting the verification code. We are passing in the ID, the user's ID, if in case the user was successfully created, okay? So by so doing, let me put a comment for that. Get verification code with user ID, and then here get user ID for send email, okay? So we are going to be sending our email now, and then to send the email, here we have dear. We can pass in the username there. I am going to concatenate that. Concatenate, and then I'll do concatenation. I'll do the user's name, username, and then here where we have the verification activation code, I am going to pass the verification code there, okay? I'm just going to copy this and then come here and concatenate that there. So I'll copy this and then I have to do single quotes, and then I'll paste that in there. Okay, so now we have the code in there. Alright, so this is the setup. This is what the user is going to be receiving for the email, and then the user is going to have this link to confirm email. When the user clicks on that link, this is going to be in the browser. We are going to get the code and then decode this. When we decode this, we remove the user's ID and then check if the user exists. We can still create a random string, save in the database, send a random string, get the random string and check, but that will be putting more data to the database. We can just do it this way, okay? So coming down here, I am going to check now if the email was sent. So if mail sent to, and then the subject, and then the body, and then the headers. Okay, so if the email was sent successfully, we can then do an alert that the user was created successfully. Okay, so let me see. We can then do an alert in there. I'm going to copy this in here. So message, let me move that. Alright, so that is going to be a success message. So this is going to be success. Nice. Account created successfully. Okay, then I'm going to move that up there like that. I'm going to move this up there. Alright, and then where we are checking the ID, if in case there is no ID, let's do an else statement for that. Else, we can also use a message for that. Let's just do the error message. I can copy this and then paste there. We are going to refactor this, okay? When we get to that, we are going to refactor this. So we won't have to be writing so many of it. Error message. Oops. Something went wrong. Please try again. Okay. Something went wrong. Please try again. And then we send an error message. Okay. Here, let me remove this. Let me remove this error. Let me remove that error. Okay. Let's just check like that for now. Let's check like that and then roll back the database. If the user is not created, because if this fails, it is simple logic. If this fails, the user is not going to be created. So we can just roll back. Alright. I am looking for where we can, and then from the messages here, from this message here, okay, something went wrong. If we are developing an application to be out there in the real world, we can do an error log now with all the errors, okay? But let me just come here. Let me just implode the errors here. If something is going wrong, it means we should have an error, okay? If it's not equal to that, I am going to get more errors here and then roll that back. So I am going to get an error, and then I'll do query failed, user not created, okay, and then we are going to get all the errors. If we were doing it we can log those in the error log, okay? So coming down here where we are checking if the user has an ID, we can then display all the errors. Something went wrong, or I can just do errors, okay? And then I can concatenate that with, I can do implode, and then I want to implode errors with that, errors, to convert that to string, okay? And then we are going to have this, we are going to have that displayed. I think I need to concatenate like that. All right. Okay. I would think that looks good. If you're doing it alongside with me, then you are going to be seeing these things. If there is no error, then we are going to have none, okay? Right, let me just leave it like that. We can route back to that. All right, let's go try this. If I come to the browser and I refresh, if in case we have nothing filled out and I click to register, we are not getting the suite alert. We were supposed to get suite alert for full name, username, not empty, email, not empty. We are supposed to get suite alert for that. Script, all right. We are not outputting the message. That is the problem. So coming down here, I am going to output the message. We can use echo. We can use the globals for that. Okay, so globals. And then I'll pass in message. Okay, that is going to have the message in a global scope. Okay, so to refresh, I'll refresh, and then if I click on that, as you guys can see, we have oops, please fill out all fields. Okay, I'll do okay, and then I'm going to enter Peter Moore. P more. I'm going to make a mistake with the passwords so they don't match. Oops, passwords do not match, okay? And then I'll refresh again. I'm going to do P more. Let me do everything nice now to see if we are going to be able to create the user. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so click. Let's see how that goes. Okay, nice. Account created. We have issue with variable, but it seems the account got created. So account created successfully. Let's check the variable user table to see what the problem is with the variable. That shows that we have a user, which is good. Okay. So here it is supposed to be users table, okay? But the table got created because if the table was not created, we could not have created the user, all right? That is like 0 error. If I come back and then go to, let me refresh that. We are going to try it again. Go to the database and then refresh the database. I come in here, we have the users table, okay? And here we have the data that we pass. Okay, so we have a user created now with ID 1, full name, username, email, password. Okay, for some reason the password did not get hashed, or I am passing password. I am supposed to pass the hashed password. Okay, hashed password. All right, so I am going to pass the hash password here now. I'm going to pass that for password. Okay. Alright, so coming back here to the database, let's go to the structure to check our constraints. On the structure, we have ID, primary key, auto increment. We have username index, IDX username. Everything got created perfectly, alright? That looks good. So coming back here now, let me go and delete the table so we can try again. Since we have fixed the things that we needed to fix. So I am going to delete the table. and then come back here. Let me refresh, and then we can try again. So Peter Moore, username P Moore, the email P Moore mail, and then I'll do 1 2 3 4 5, and then come in here. I'll do 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, if I register, okay, now everything went perfectly, no errors, nothing at all, nothing whatsoever. All right, so if I refresh now, and then we come to user, the user is created, user stable is created. As you guys can see, we have the user in the database with the password. All right, and our verify is 0. We are going to get back to that. This is the other thing I want you guys to see. The first time the user got created, we got the email, okay? We could not get the email transformed from HTML to the way it is supposed to be. Maybe they want us to pay for that service. As you can see, that has been graded out, okay? So we can only send text emails, all right? But in the real world, in the real sense, we are supposed to send it like this, all right? But coming into the email, as you guys can see, we have dear, and then the username, and then we have that link, okay, with our activation or verification code there in the end, okay? So if this was transformed to normal HTML, we will have a button with a confirm email that when the user clicks, it is going to open this in the browser. Yet we are still going to be using this, but we are going to do it manually. We are just going to copy it and then paste in the browser, okay? So we had the 2 emails sent, all right? We have gone over that. Here it is supposed to be date. I did data there. This is supposed to be date. That is what it could have converted that, okay? All right, it is good you guys have seen this. If you guys are trying it, you guys are going to be seeing how it works, okay? And then with the date, I don't think I am supposed to do that. I'm supposed to concatenate as well. I am supposed to do a concatenation, okay? So you guys are supposed to concatenate that. All right, so that is it. I will see you guys in the next lecture. In the next lecture, what I am going to do before the next lecture is I am going to create category, okay? I am going to move to the back end, create category, and then walk you guys through. It is the same as creating this. With creating category, I am going to do that manually. I am going to come to the database and then create the field that I want for that, okay? So on category, it is only going to be the query, all right? I am going to create that, and then I'll walk you guys through. So we are going to be halfway done with insert, and then we can look at getting user from the database, okay? There is different statements that we are going to be going over. Now we are looking at insert. Creating category is going to be another insert. We are going to create post. That will also be another insert, but that will come after, because after creating category, we are going to be able to look at other statements, okay, alongside inserting again with post, okay? So I will see you guys in the next lecture. You guys can go over this and then make sure you get everything, okay? That is a good and clean PHP code. We can refactor this and then just pass in the text and the messages that we want to pass, okay? So I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, you are welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to continue developing our website. In the previous lecture, we saw how you can create a user. We got the details from the form, all right, and then create a table. We created a table, created an index for username, insert the user in the database, send the user an email to let the user know that the user has been created, for the user to verify his or her email. And then after that, we close the database, okay? All right, so in this lecture, we are going to be moving to the back end. We are going to be looking at creating category, and then from there, we are going to create a post, okay? Looking at creating a category, we are going to close I am going to close the front end public directory we are going to get in admin. All right, I am going to leave this with the course so you guys can download this and go through the bootstrap if in case you want to do everything the same way I have done. Okay, so here in the admin directory we have category.php, we have admin.php. Coming down where we have our templates, resource templates, we have admin and we have public. I am going to close public and then open up admin. Here in admin we have footer, we have header, and then we have navbar. Okay, and we are using these templates in category as well as in admin. Coming to the browser, if I do admin category.php, this is what we have in the backend. I am using Font Awesome for the icons. Okay, so if in case you are following and you want to add those on your own, then you can use Font Awesome for that. Okay, so this is a category. This is the category file. This is the form that we have in there. We are doing a post request. We have category. Okay, and then we have category description. Okay, to save our category in the database, I am going to create a database. I am going to do this manually so you guys see how you can do it this way. Okay, so coming to our database is a true website. Coming to our database, I am going to click on new, and then I want to create a table for categories. I want to give the table an ID. I want to give the table a category name, and then I want to give the table a category description. All right, you guys can have as many fields as you want on your tables. I am just showing you guys a few now so you see the steps. Okay, in the real world you can have about 15 fields for categories depending on what goes with categories, but by following what I am doing, you guys should be able to handle larger projects. Okay, so for ID I want integer 11. Category name, I want a voucher 255. Category description, I want a medium text. You don't pass in length for text. Okay, I want to make the category description nullable, so I am going to come here where it says null. I am going to choose that constraint. All right, and then with the category ID, that is the first column, I want to give that a primary key. I'll choose that constraint, and then I want to auto increment. Okay, and then with the category name, I want to give that a primary key index. I want to give that a key index. Okay, all right, so coming down here, I am going to click on save. That is going to save our table. All right, now we have our table structure with primary key, category ID, and then category name with an index key. Okay, all right, so coming back to the text editor, we are going to look into creating a category. All right, let me come back to the browser so we can look at our forms. Okay, so we have category name, category description. You guys should know that we have this as nullable, so when we are checking for the input, we don't need to check to make sure this is filled out. Okay, it can be filled out and it cannot. Okay, so coming back to our text editor, I'm going to drop down, and then I'll begin my check to make sure the submit button is clicked. So if it's set post, let me check the submit button, BTN category. If we set the button, we can then get the input data. All right, validate form input. In this case, I am only going to validate category, the category name. So I'll do if not empty post category name. All right, then we can proceed. All right, and then here else, if the button is not clicked, we want post category. I would think the name attribute should be category. Okay, as you guys can see, we have category. I would think this should be cat description. This should be cat description. and then this should be, I can do cut, I can do category. Let me just do cut desk for that. Okay, so the name is going to be this. Let me just copy that. So we have category and then cut desk. Okay, so this is going to be category equal to null, and then post that equal to null. Okay, so coming back here, this is supposed to be category. All right, now after our check, if in case the category field is not filled out, we need to echo a message. In the previous section I used suite alert, but here I am not going to use that. Back message. Here I am not going to use suite alert. I am going to do a normal alert. Okay, so back message, I am going to copy that, come down here. The message is going to be equal. I am going to copy an alert from Bootstrap, so I'll come to Bootstrap and then look for alerts. I want to copy the alert with an error, so alert danger. I'm going to copy that, and then I can paste that in there. Okay, then here where we have the text, I can do the category field is required. Alright, we can do it like that. That is good. Okay, so coming in here now, we can then get the input data, get input data, and category will be equal to, we have to do to make sure malicious users don't trick our query. Okay, so we have to do, let me require the database connection first. Require database connection, and then we can do MySQL real escape string, and then we pass post category. We are also going to do it for category description. Okay, so cut desk equal MySQL, just in case we are getting the data from that. We are also checking post cut desk. Alright, now that we have the data, I have that in there. Now that we have the input data, we can then insert it in the database. Alright, so to do that, we need to get our query, which is going to be insert into the table is categories, the column, and then the values. Alright, so insert into that, the column is going to be category underscore name, category description, and then the values are going to be category and then category text, category and category desk. Okay, so having that, we can then check, or we can run the query, MySQL query. We pass in SQL, that is going to run the query. Alright, then coming down, if that went well, then we can do if MySQL affected rows equal to 1. Then we can then do an alert. To do the alert, I'm going to use this. I'm just going to copy this, but I'll change that to success. Okay, for category created. I'll change that to success. Let me move this in there. I'm going to change alert danger to alert success. And then I'll do category created successfully. Okay, we have that taken care of. And then here where we are checking if category is empty, where do I have that? I have an else statement for this. Okay, we need to move this. I need to remove this. If I remove that, we should be good. That should be good. Okay, right, so this is checking if in case category is not passed. I don't think you guys are following. All right, that is checking if category is empty. And then this right here is checking the button, if the button is clicked or not. All right, so coming here, since we have all that, and then we also have to check if affected row is not equal to 1. We have to pass a message. I am going to make that an error message, so I can copy this and then come here. I need to copy everything, so I'll come there and then paste that. Alright, the error message is going to be, let me move that in there. The error message is going to be category not query field. You are not going to display this to your users. Alright, in the real world we are going to log this in the error log. Okay, but just doing it for now, I am going to do query field. Okay, category not created. Alright, I think we have that taken care of. I can come here at the bottom now to display our error message. So I am going to come here, and then I'll begin that. Then I'll do an if statement. If is set, what is the variable? Back message. If it's set back message, you can also make this a global by doing $sign globals. Okay, if you set that echo back message and then an if. I am just showing you guys all this so you guys get all the tricks. Okay, so we should be good. We can go now and test creating a category. Okay, so coming to the browser, I am going to refresh. If I click on submit, category field is required. All right, we need to enter category. If I enter category, books. Okay, I don't pass a description. Category decks on line 16, undefined variable, line 16. We have cat decks here, but I pass in category decks, so this has to be cat decks. Okay, let's fix that and then try again. So I am going to do books. Query field, category not created. Let's see what the problem is. Alright, I have to wrap this in single quotes since I am beginning that with double quotes. Okay, so these have to be in single quotes. Okay, so coming back here, let me refresh. Books, category not created. Category name, insert into categories. Category name, category description, values, category. We should be having that created. Let me go to the database and check. Let's go check our table. Description is not well spelled. Okay, we need to correct that. I did not spell description like that. Okay, that is the problem. Alright, so category underscore description. Okay, category underscore description. Coming back to the browser, let's try that again. If I click on submit, category created successfully. All right, and then if we come to the database and I refresh, we go to the category table. You guys see we have our category created, okay? And then because category description is null, I don't know why we have 0 there. We're supposed to have null. I would think that substitute for null, okay? Because we have it as nullable. If I come to the table structure, I would think it should have been null like that, okay? We have it as nullable. All right, in the next lecture, we are going to look at creating a post, okay? So I'll see you guys in the next lecture.